Hi there, and welcome to this project video where we're going to build an e-commerce web application from start to finish. In this e-commerce application, we're going to make use of the best set of tools out there to build an elegant e-commerce web application packed with features. And if you're trying to learn how to build your own e-commerce web application using the best tools out there, then look no further, because in this video, we're going to do just that, and we're even going to do better. The tools that we're going to use in this tutorial include NextJS, which is the React framework for the web, awesome and the best tool out there to build an e-commerce web application. We're going to learn about the file system in NextJS, and we're also going to use TypeScript for type safety. And you're also going to learn how to define API routes in your NextJS applications and so much more. And the next set of tools will be Supabase, which is a Postgres development platform. Supabase is a backend as a service platform that offers you all of the suite of tools that you need when building an e-commerce web application and so much more. So Supabase offers us real-time capabilities, storage facilities, database capabilities, and so much more. And in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to store images inside of your Supabase storage, and even how to send images from within your NextJS application directly to the Supabase storage. And we'll see how to also make use of database, and also how to use the role level security, that is RLS, and write policies to protect our storage and database as well. And then the next set of tools will be Paystack. Paystack is the modern online and offline payments for Africa. And this is the most unique thing about this project video, because I'm going to show you how to use the Paystack API, which is very simple and well documented. And Paystack makes it easy for businesses in Africa and even outside of Africa to collect payments from anyone, anywhere in the world. I'm going to clearly, in a well documented fashion, teach you how to use Paystack to collect payments. And the next set of tools that we're going to be using is Zustand. Zustand is going to help us to manage our state and also to persist data within our NextJS application. And it's simple to set up, and I'm going to show you how to also persist data using Zustand. Within NextJS application, it is a bit tricky using Zustand because sometimes after some kind of refreshes or re-render in your NextJS application, the objects or the data that you have inside of your Zustand state disappears. But I'm going to show you how to persist those data. And we're also going to make use of Zod for validation. Zod is a TypeScript first schema validation with static type inference, and I'm going to show you how to use it in detailed steps so that you can use it in any of your applications in the future. And finally, we're going to commit our project to GitHub. Committing our project to GitHub will give us the advantage of publishing our application right here on Vercel. So Vercel is a NextJS company, and it is the best platform to host or publish your NextJS applications. So I'm going to teach you how to use Vercel to host your applications, and also teach you how to view your logs, how to go to settings, how to use the environment variables, paste your environment variables right here, how to view your deployments for a given project, and how to view the logs in case you have some errors, some warnings, and all of that. So that's what we're going to learn in this project video. And let me give you a quick demonstration of what we're going to be building. This is our e-commerce application. Right here, you can see that the project is already hosted on Vercel at ldxstore.vercel.app. Very beautiful. We can click on any of these products right here in order to view the product details. And we're able to add product to cart or to buy now, which requires us to log in. So for example, if I click on the buy now, if I'm not logged in into this application, then I'll be redirected to login. Otherwise, I'll be sent to the buy now page, from where we can select an address, and then we're going to see the shipping fee and see the total, and then we can click on pay now. And right after clicking on pay now, the payment will be processed by Paystack, and this is just a test payment. For now, we can click on success and then pay 35,900 Naira. And after the payment is successful, we're going to verify the payment, and you can see payment verified successfully. And we're going to be redirected to the order page. And right here, you can see that this product we just bought is processing, right? And we can even view the orders right here and check all of the orders that we've made right here for this particular logged in user. So you can see we bought the Samsung, the Venus watch, Samsung, and this Sony Airbud. How cool is that? We're going to learn so much more in this project. So if you're ready, let's jump right in. Right here, I'm within the official website for NextJS at nextjs.org. And right below the Get Started button, you can see there is a command here to spin up a new Next.js application. So I'm going to copy this command and then head over to my favorite code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. Feel free to use any other code editor of your choice. It's all the same thing. But for me, I prefer Visual Studio Code because it's excellent for JavaScript-based technology such as React and then even Next.js. Now I'm going to head over to my Visual Studio Code, and we need a project folder for this current project. Right here on my desktop, I have a folder named LDict So I'm going to drag it in inside of VS Code and then open up the terminal and then paste the command. And for our project name, I'm just going to provide a dot to mean that our project name will be the same as our folder name here, the LDict. And we can take the default answers provided by Next.js. So we can just click enter all through and give it some time to install. Our project is done installing. So now we can just clear the terminal and then run npm run dev to run this project on a local development server. So now let's go to localhost port 3000 to view our project. So let's create a new tab and then type in localhost port 3000. And yes, our project is live and running. Now what I'm going to do is to bring in my VS Code and the browser side by side so that I can see what we're doing at the same time. Yep, this is looking good. Now the next thing I'm going to do is to bring in the assets folder that we're going to be using in this project. So the asset has some icons and then some images that we're going to be using in this particular project. And we're going to use these assets in two ways. So one, in a static way. So we're going to have some of the assets right here inside of our project folder. Another way is that we're going to push some of the images, especially product images, to our Supabase storage so we can fetch them from there. Now if we go to our app folder right here and go to the public, you can see we already have some files here. But we're going to be deleting some of these files and then bringing our assets into the public folder. So now we have the assets folder within the public folder. And if we check the assets folder, you can see it just has a bunch of icons and images that we're going to be using, product images for this particular project. And then we have this assets.ts file where we just exported all of the images and icons within the assets folder. I have exported those icons and images right here as assets. Then within any component or any page or any file that we want to use these images or icons, we're just going to say something like assets.search icon, assets.user icon, and so on and so forth. Now let's take a look at the Figma file that we have for this project. If we go to figma.com, and then I'll be able to sign in into my Figma account and show you the Figma file that we're going to just follow basically for this project. And if you don't have a Figma account, you can create one. It is super good to do that. And I'll be sharing the link to this Figma file so that you can have access to it. And then the assets file that I'm using in this project as well, I'm going to be having a link in the description below to also enable you have access to those assets so that you can use them in your project as well. So I'm going to try to log in, and then you can see right here I have the LDict, and let me zoom in a bit. So you can see we have different pages. We have the sign in and sign up page. We have the home page and the product details page. We have the contact us. We have the about us. And we have the groups. We have the cart page. We have the profile page. We also have the review page and other within profile. And here we have the buy now page as well. So you just finished loading, and this is what we have. The idea for this project was gotten from another one of my projects, where I worked on an e-commerce application, and then I just had to use some tools within Figma, some plugins, to try to generate a Figma file. And this Figma file will just enable us to see what the particular page we're trying to build is going to look like. So it's not very fancy. It wasn't built from scratch. It was generated using some Figma plugins within Figma. So if you click right here, you can see you have this Coder AI design and website to Figma plugins right here. So I use these two plugins to actually generate a Figma file right here. So it's not all that fancy, but it's just good enough for us to be able to see what the page we're going to build is going to look like and all of that. All right. So right here is a home page, and we're going to be getting this data, the products, from our Supabase project. So that means that we're going to use Supabase, which is a backend as a service platform, to store the product images. And we're also going to use Supabase database to store our data. That way, it is just easy to fetch the data along with the images as well from our Supabase project. So we don't have to use dummy data in our NextJS project and later on change it to a dynamic data coming from our Supabase project. So we just save ourselves a whole lot of time. The next thing to do is to go over to Supabase, create a project right there. And if you don't have a Supabase account, you can always create one. It is super simple to do. And then after creating a Supabase account, you can sign in into your Supabase. For me, I already have a Supabase account, so I'm just going to sign in. All right, so right now I'm within my Supabase project. And if you look carefully, you can see I have two organizations right here. So if you don't have one, you can click on the plus button right here to create a new organization. And I'm going to go into the LDIX organization that I have here. And you can see some of the projects that I already have here. And I'm going to be using this one for this particular case. Currently, there is nothing in the database, no authentication requests for now, and there is nothing in the storage, and we've not made any real-time requests. So everything is just empty. So this is what your project, your Supabase project, is going to look like once you create them, once you create your organization, and then you create a project under that organization. So the next thing I'm going to do now is actually put some files inside of the storage. Some of the product images that we're going to be using for this project, I'm going to use the storage, the Supabase storage, to store those images. So you can go right here and then click on storage, and then you can create a bucket. We can call our bucket anything we like. So in this case, I'm just going to say LDIX store bucket. And then for now, I'm just going to make it a public bucket so that users can read objects within the public buckets without any authorization. And that's all. And I'm going to save or create. And now our bucket is created. Now in the future, you can actually stop this bucket from being public by clicking right here and editing the bucket. Now you can toggle this off and then save. And then you can click right here to add policies. So Supabase Storage and database work with policies. The policies determine who is able to access the data in the database or storage, who is able to manipulate the data, read data, delete data, update data, and so on and so forth. So right here, if you click on policies, click right here to create a new policy. And you always have a quick way to create this policy. So we can click on get started quickly, and then you can select a template from here to create a policy. So for example, maybe you just want to allow access to JPEG images inside of that folder, then you can use this one as a policy and use this template, and that's it. And your policy will be created for you. But for now, I don't want this bucket to have any policy. For now, I'm just going to make it a public bucket. So I'm going to toggle this back on. And of course, this will have a warning right here, but you can just ignore it for now. So I'm going to click save one more time. Yes, that is effected. And Supabase is a really awesome platform is a backend as a service platform. So we can have our database, we can have our storage, and we can even have some real-time capabilities right within Supabase. So now that we have this bucket, I can click on upload files right here to begin to upload files that we need for this project. So right within our LDIC store, public folder, and then go into the assets, and then select some of the images that we want to use in this project. So I'm going to do that right away. Now I've been able to upload about 5 images right here. So you have this laptop image, the Asus laptop image right here, and you have the Canon camera, Samsung, Sony earbuds, and Venue watch image as well. And the cool thing right here is that we have the link to this image as a string. So if I get to URL right here and try to open up the URL in a new tab, you can see the image loads. So that means our images are accessible and they are public at the moment because our bucket is public. But that's okay for now. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is now to create a database. We've been able to have a storage system right here within Supabase, and we have a bucket named LDIC store bucket, which has all of these product images. Now, if we want to create a database, we just come right here and click on database. And you can see it says there are no tables found in the schema public. So that means there are no tables found in our project yet. And now, in order to create a relation or a table in this instance, we are going to click on the tables right here, and then we can click on new table right here to create a new table, right? But I don't want to do it this way. I want to use SQL. And so if you want to use SQL code to create a new table, then you have this SQL editor right here. So we click on the SQL editor, and then we're able to write our SQL codes right here. Supabase is really awesome. We can just execute SQL codes right here to create anything, functions, triggers, tables, and so on and so forth. We can do all of that right within here, and we can even save those codes in snippets, in code snippets, as we're going to see shortly. So I already prepared some SQL codes to enable us to create a table that we need for this project. So right now you can see we have this SQL code to create the table LDIC users. And this LDIC users table is going to have an ID, full name, avatar URL, which would be the profile image, something like that. And then we're going to have the username, email, and created at and updated at, like that. And we even have this constraint. So we want the username to have a character length greater than or equal to 3. There are other SQL codes here, which we're going to see later on. For now, we're just good with knowing that we're trying to create this LDIC users table. We'll come back to the rest of this SQL code later on. So after this, now I can run, and now we have success, no rows written. So this is the message we get back whenever we run a SQL code in our Supabase successfully. Now if you go to the table editor, now you'll be able to see this LDIC users table right here. And you can see it has these columns or these fields: the ID, full name, avatar URL, username, email, created at, and updated at. And just right from here, we can even begin to insert rows and columns, or even import data from somewhere else inside of this table. And that's awesome. We can do that right here. So even if you're not a super tech-based user, you can always use Supabase to create table and insert data inside of your table. So now we have one table here, the LDIC users table. We also have our storage. Right now we're going to see 2 buckets right here. The first one we created, and another one that we created using the SQL code that I just ran. So right here you can see we have this LDIC store bucket and we have the avatars bucket. How come the avatars bucket is here? And that's because if you go back to the SQL editor and scroll down a bit, right here we use SQL code to create this avatar bucket. Initially we were able to create a bucket. The first bucket we created, which is this LDIC store bucket. Right from here by clicking on new bucket, but we're also able to create new bucket using SQL code. So I wanted to do that in order to show us that Supabase is really, really interesting. Now, if we go back to the SQL editor, you can see this was the code that ran and it created the avatars bucket. And if you look closely at the bucket right here, the avatars bucket, you can see it is not public, which means it has some policies enabled for it. So in Supabase, data is manipulated based on policies, and those policies determine what is accessible and what is not. So this avatars bucket, if we click right here, we'll be able to see some of the policies running this avatars bucket, and there are two, this one right here and this one right here. So we're having two policies right here. Anyone can upload an avatar, and avatar images are publicly accessible. Now let's go back to the SQL code, and you can see the names of those policies are right here. Avatar images are publicly accessible and anyone can upload an avatar. So these are the SQL code, and we're going to understand how this thing works in due time as we create more buckets or as we try to access or manipulate data inside of our database. For now, it is okay to know that we can use SQL code to create storage or even database in our Supabase project. And then we can define policies to actually determine who can have access to the storage or to the database. And that's it. So for now, we're just good with having these two buckets. The avatars bucket, which we use to store the avatar images of our users when they eventually sign up. And then we have this LDIC store bucket, which will be used to store product images. And then we also have our database right here. If we go to the table editor, we have our edX users table. Enough of this Supabase for now. Let's get back to our application right here. And you can see we're still having the basic UI provided by NextJS. So now it's time to start doing the fun part, which is actually spinning up our home page so that we can begin to see something that we're working with, right? So in order to do that, we need to come right here to the page right here, and we can actually take all of this code and then write our own codes to actually change the face of this project. And so now what do we need to do? Let's go back to our Figma file, and we can see what the home page looks like right here. If I can maximize this page a bit, you can see we have the navbar, then we have this big carousel, and then we have the products. So now let's go about setting up the navbar. So what we can do now is just to use the RFC to create a React functional component named page and save. So now we're just seeing this page on the screen. Now, since we need to bring in the navbar, so we have to, within our project folder, create a component, right? So let's go outside of the app, but within the root of our application. So let's create a folder. We're going to call it components. And within components, we're going to have a file, and we're going to name it navbar.tsx. So we can just type RAFC, bring in a React arrow functional component for us. And if you're typing the RFC and the RAFC and they're not bringing up this code for you, it must mean that you don't have some of the plugins that I'm working with inside of my VS Code. So you can go right here, and then you can search for some of these plugins, such as the ES7 React Redux React Native Snippets. And then you can also install the ESLint right here. And then going down, you can also install the prettier code formatter to help you format your code to make it look pretty when you save. And then you can also install the simple React snippets and the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, because we're going to be using Tailwind as well in this project. So once you install these plugins or extensions, then you should be good to go. And now we can save. So within our roots page right here, we can then import the navbar. And I have a short form way of importing components into my application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this page first of all, and then I'm going to create another div, or rather instead of creating this one here, I'm going to import the navbar coming from components right here. And once you click on enter or the tab key, then it gets imported automatically for us. So we can save, and then you can see we have navbar, and then below the navbar we can just have a heading H2 that says welcome home, and yes, our navbar is showing. So now is the time to go and work on the navbar so that it appears just like we want it to appear inside of our application. Within the navbar, I'm going to take away the div that we have here currently and then paste in a bunch of JSX that I prepared earlier on. So this will enable us to focus more on the function of the website. So we can just have a bunch of JSX coming in, prepared ahead of time, so we can cut some time and then be able to get quickly up to setting up the function of the website. Now we need to import some packages, like the link should be coming from next link. For the image to be coming from next image, and then for the assets, it will be coming from the assets file that we showed earlier on. That's it, and we can save. And now we have this navbar right here with the LD store, home, shop, about us, contact, and then with these icons, right? Now you can see if I stretch this is what we have, right? Both on a bigger size screen and then a smaller size screen as well. You can see it looks bad on the smaller size screen. So we're going to be adding some responsiveness to this navbar so that it shows well both on the large screen and the smaller screen. So what we're going to do is come right here to this div, the one housing all of these links, and then we're going to introduce this class name right here, maxmd, so that it's hidden on maxmd, that is smaller screens and below. So let me save that, and now you can see that those menus have disappeared. The home, shop, about us, contact, they're no longer there. But then if we were to maximize the screen a bit, they show up again, and if we minimize, then they are gone. And they show up because right here we have this div right here, another list, which is hidden throughout, but it shows up on screens MD and up. So on larger screens and up, then it's going to start showing, okay? And that's enough. But now those menus, when they disappear on smaller screens, we also need to show them, have a way to show them on smaller screens. So what we're going to do is that for the div right here, for the mobile view, we're also going to introduce another button that will show the hamburger button and the X button to always open and close the menu so that we can see the menu listed right there when we're on smaller screens, right? So in order to do that, I'm going to just write a component and then I'm going to name it hamx, and then we're going to pass some props to this hamx component so that with that props we'll determine whether we should show the hamburger icon or we show the X icon. And for us to do that, we need to introduce state. So right here at the top within the function, I'm going to introduce some state is open and set is open, like so, and the use state will be coming from React, and then initially to be set to false, like this. And then we can go back to the hamx component and then pass is open right here, and then set is open to be set is open, like so. So now we should go ahead to create this hamx component. We'll go to the components folder right here and then create a hamx component. For the hamx component, I'm going to paste in a bunch of JSX that are already prepared. But right here, you can see we're just importing a few packages. The image from NextJS or from next image, and then the React from React here, and then assets from the assets folder I showed you guys earlier on. And this hamx is accepting some params. The props will pass to it, right? The is open and set is open, which is within the parent component, the navbar component right here. So now we're using that to determine when to open and when to close the hamburger icon and show the X icon right here. If it's open is false, then we want to show this button with the image of an ham icon right here. And then if it's true, if it's open is true, then we want to show the X icon. So that's just what we're doing right here. And now I can save this one and then get back right here, and then we'll have to import the hamX component right within here and save. Okay, now we have some issues. Let's see what that is. The issue right here is that we're importing a component that needs useState, and that is the navbar component. We're importing useState right here. And if we're importing any of these hooks like the useState, the use effect, and so on and so forth, we need to make that component a client component. So that's why NextJS is complaining. So we just need to show the use client directive right here and save, and then the error will disappear. So now we have the hamburger icon, and when we click, it goes to X, and then when we click on X, it goes back to the hamburger icon. Super. And the next thing to do now is to make sure that when we click the hamburger icon, then we should show the menu icon somewhere on the screen. And then when we click on X, then we can just close off that menu. That's the next thing we need to do. Now we can scroll down within the navbar, and just before the closing nav, we can make some checks to see if it's open is true, and then paste in this bunch of JSX and save. So what we're doing here is just showing these many components that we have on the larger screen sizes when we're on smaller screen sizes. But then we'll show it when we click on the hamburger icon, and we're showing the home, the shop, about us, contact, and then we're also showing the favorites. So that's just what we're doing. And when we now click on this hamburger icon, you can see those menu show up. And then when we click on the X icon, the menu goes off, and that's what we have. And then we can always show the search icon, the cart icon, and the user icon right here. Now that the navbar is basically done, the next thing we're going to do is try to bring in the header slider. So if we go back to our Figma file, right here we have the header slider, this one here. So that's the next thing to actually implement on the website page. Now in order for us to do that, we can go to the page, to the root of our application, and instead of having this h2 right here, we can remove that, and then we can have a div right here, and then within the div we can have a component called header slider. And it's always a good practice to have a component starting with a capital letter. So we're going to go ahead and create this header slider component. Inside of our components folder, we're going to create a new file. I'm going to name it headerslider.tsx, and I've also prepared some JSX for the header slider, so we don't have to write everything, all of the JSX afresh. And I'm going to paste it right here. This header slider component is a client component, and you can see we have the use client directive right here, and we're importing the use state and use effect right here, and image from next image, and we're also importing the assets right here. The header slider component also has this slider data array, which itself has some objects. So these objects determine what we see on the screen, and the objects are just having the ID, the title, offer, button text 1, button text 2, and the source of the image right here. And then right in the JSX of the header slider, we are now mapping through the slider data, and then for each of the objects inside of the slider data, we're returning all of this right here. And then we're showing the title, we're showing the button text 1, we're showing that image right here as well. So I'm going to save this header slider component and then get back to the root of our application, and then I'm going to import the header slider like this, and that's all. So I'm going to click on save, and now when I click save, they all show up like this. And you must be wondering, where did I get this image from? Is it from the Supabase database? No, the images are coming from the assets file that we showed earlier on. You can see right here it says assets.header headphone image, assets header PlayStation image, and assets header MacBook image. So feel free to show any sort of image or even the text that you want to be able to show right here on the application. But you can see our application is beginning to take shape and it's already looking responsive, and this is cool. And now that we've gotten to this stage, let's try to adjust things a bit. If you look right here, you can see that this LD store is white in color, the text, just as we have on the Figma design, but I feel like changing things up a bit, like making it a different color. And then you can also look at the font that we're seeing currently. It's not exactly the kind of font that I want to use. It's not showing exactly how I want it. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, go to the globals.csx, and then I'm just going to delete every other thing that we have right here and leave the Tailwind import right here and save. And then we can go to the layout as well right here. And then I'm going to introduce this variable right here. And this outfit is going to be coming from the next font Google right here. And this is just a subset right here, the Latin subset. And then we're having this weight of 300, 400, and 500 just to adjust the font a little bit. And then we're also going to introduce it inside of the body as well. So we're going to have the variable right here. And then we're going to say outfit.class name, like so. And then I also want to give a general text color of text gray 700, like so. And then I'm going to save. And after this, I would like to open up the terminal and Ctrl+C to kill the server. And then I'm going to run the development server one more time just to start everything afresh. Yep. And then we can refresh right here. Yeah, this is better. So everything is up and running. So now after bringing the header slider right here, we can now start to bring in the products at this stage. But before we do that, I would like to commit our project on Git. So click right here, and then you can see we've made a whole lot of changes, right? So we'll click right here and say basic app structure, done, commit. And then we have not staged any commits, so we can just click on yes. So let's click on publish branch and allow. Click on continue, and then we'll be redirected back to VS Code. Yes, allow. And we're allowed to publish as private repository on GitHub or public repository. So I'm going to choose public repository so that you can have access to this later on. Or if I'm going to provide a private link to access the repository. Now we can enter a commit message. So with these changes in place, we're ready to go to the next thing, to bringing in the products into our application. And just now, I've noticed that I didn't show us the code that actually powers the carousel that makes it to scroll automatically. So if we go to the Explorer and go to the header slider component right here, you can see we have this use state, and then we also have the use effect right here. So we're using the set interval function, native function from JavaScript, to actually set the current slide state right here and move it to the next slide. And then we do that every 3000 milliseconds. That's every 3 seconds. And then after, we're returning the clear interval function right here, clearing the interval. And that's why the carousel is scrolling automatically. Also, we wanted to change the text color of the LD store. So let's get to the nav bar and then scroll up a bit. And right here for the link, we have the H1, and then we can just have a class name for the H1, and we can say text and give it a custom color of FCE3C7 and save. And then let's refresh the browser. Yes, the change has been effected. Now, in order to bring the products to our web page, we need Supabase dashboard or Supabase project right here. And then we need to create a products table and then populate that products table with some data. And then after populating the table with the data, then we need to go back to our NextJS application and get the types for the data. And then we can begin to create server actions to be able to fetch the data from our database into our NextJS application, and then we use JSX to display the data beautifully on our web page. And so for us to create the products table, then we can go to the SQL editor or the SQL editor. Right within here, we can run some SQL codes to create the products table and also implement policies for the products table. The policies will enable us to be able to create new products inside of the products table, that is, insert new rows inside of the products table. And we'll also be able to use the policy to be able to read the products from the products table, update the products, delete products, and so on and so forth. I have already prepared some SQL codes to create the products table along with the policies that will follow the products table. I'm just going to paste it right here. So here is a SQL code to create the products table right here. And you can see all of the fields that this products table has. It has an ID, author ID, sizes, color, styles, brand, image URL array, video URL array, and so on and so forth. And then we also have a constraint on this table. This table has category right here, and this category is going to be a foreign key to another table which we have not created at the moment. So we need to create that table. But then if you scroll down here, you can see that we have policies for the table. So we're saying that the table products should have row level security, RLS. So row level security talks about how the data in a particular table can be accessed or manipulated. So when row level security or RLS is enabled on any table, then you have to give or dictate how the data in that table is manipulated. That means we have to start creating policies to actually manipulate the table. In this case, I have the policy readable by everyone on the products table. And then we're saying that we want anyone to be able to read data from our products table. And that makes our products protected. Now, before we go ahead to run this query, let's go ahead to create the categories table, because the category right here within the products, the category field of the products references or is a foreign key to the categories table. Now I'm going to click on plus right here to create a new SQL code to create the categories table, and then we'll be able to create or run this SQL code successfully. And right here you can see that we have all of the code snippets we're creating. This was the first one we created right here, our first SQL code to create the LDIX users table. And Supabase has this AI assistant that actually walks through on the platform to help us along the way. So it has renamed our code snippet right here to what it does. It sensed that we're trying to create user profiles with RLS and auth synchronization, and so it just named it that. So for this one that we're using to create the products table, we can quickly rename it ourselves by right-clicking or control-click and then rename. And we can just say create products table. So you can rename the code snippets yourself or leave it to the AI assistant to rename it for you as well. Okay, now we've renamed it. We can click on plus right here to create a new code snippet. And then I'm going to paste in the code to actually create the categories table. And here is the code snippets to actually create the categories table. You can see the categories table just has an ID, name, created at, and updated at. And just like the products table, we're also enabling RLS, the row level security, which detects how data is accessed or manipulated for this table. And then we have a policy that says readable by everyone right here on the categories table, because it's for select. So select means to read data, and we're saying using true, which means that anybody can access this table. Anybody can read data from this table. Not delete, not update, but read data only. So anybody that tries to read the contents of this categories table and the products table as well will be able to do that. But if you try to delete data, if you try to update data, then you will not be able to do that until you create a policy that explicitly says that you can delete data or update data for that table. So now let's run the query for the categories table. Yes, success, no rows returned. And then we can quickly rename the snippets and rename. And then we can go over to the create products table and then run the query as well. Yes, success as well. Now I'm wondering why this query has not been renamed here. Let me try to do that one more time. Yes, create categories table. Okay, now it has been renamed successfully. You can just leave it like this. It's okay. Now that means if we go to our table editor, we should find the three tables that we have: the LDX users table, the categories table, and then the products table. Now it's time to insert data inside of the products table. Before that, let's look at some of the fields that we have. So for the author ID, we're going to have a user on our table. Right now on our application, we are yet to sign up a user, but if we go to our SQL code, you can see that inside of the products table code snippet, we have this author ID. So we want any products that exist for the application to have someone, an admin or so, that is creating that particular product. And so that means that user should be signed up on our application. But for now, we've not created a way for users to sign up on our website. So we'll do that in a few minutes. But for now, what we can do is to create a user, an admin user within our Supabase project. And you can see that this author ID is referencing auth.users table. This auth.users table is the users table created automatically by Supabase for us. When a new user signs up, Supabase automatically creates a row for that user on the auth.users table. And if we want to create a user automatically, we can go to this authentication. And now you can see that there is this users table. This is from Supabase directly. And what we can do is to add user by ourselves. So we can just say create new user, and we can just use an email. So in this case, I'm going to say dominicebere@gmail.com, and then no need for password and anything. And we're confirming the user automatically. So I'm going to click on create user. Okay, a password is required. So I'm just going to use my password and then create user. Now we have this user inside of the Supabase users table. So let's go back to our table editor, and we have sizes, we have colors, we have styles. These are just text, arrays of text. We have brand, we have the image URL, and so on and so forth. But now we also have category, and that means we need to first of all populate a data or some data inside of our categories table. Why are we doing all of this? Because this category table, as well as the author ID, they have or hold references to other tables. So we need to make sure that there are data in those tables before we're able to create a product. Otherwise, we will not be able to create products successfully. So let's go to the categories table, and then we need to insert a row. This one just has an ID, which will be given to us automatically by Supabase. And for the name for this category, I'm going to say gadgets or gadgets, and that's all. The created at and the updated at will be the value of now, the time at which we were creating this data. And that's all. And we can just click on save. Nice. So we now have a data inside of the categories table. We can even create more. So click on insert and insert a row. And I'm going to say something like headphones, just another category, and then click on save. Yeah. So for now, we can just have these two categories. So that means we are all set up to create the products right here. So let's click on insert and then begin to create a product. When we click on insert row, we're going to fill out these fields. For the ID, it will be generated automatically for us by Supabase. And for the author ID, remember, is a foreign key to the auth.users table. So we can just select a record from here and then select this one, since we just have one user that we created, the one with the email dominicebere@gmail.com. And for the image URL array, we're going to provide an array right here and open double quotation marks. Make sure you use double quotation marks, otherwise it's not going to work with the single quotes. And then I'm going to paste in the link to one of the images that we have in the storage. And then for the name, I'm just going to say wristwatch. And then category, we're going to select a record as well, because category is a foreign key to the categories table. And then I'm going to select the gadgets. And for the price, I'm going to say 1,000. And then for the quantity, I'm going to say 50. And then the below fields are optional. For sizes, we don't necessarily need to fill in the sizes, colors, styles, brand, and so on. Although if you have a brand, then you can just fill in the brand, but I don't need that. And for the video URL array, I don't need that as well. And for the description, I'm going to write a description about the product, about the wristwatch that I'm trying to create, like so. And make sure that you don't wrap it in any quotation marks at all. And then for discount, no discount for now. And for product shipping fee, I can just say 30. And then for offer price, I'm going to say 1,500. And for the created ads and updated ads, they're going to be provided to us automatically from Supabase. And location, I'm just going to say global and no product comment for now. And that's it. And then I'm going to save. Yes, we have successfully created a row in our products table. So what I'm going to do now is to go ahead and create more products inside of the products table. And in fact, I'm going to open up the storage in another tab, so we can just copy the images. So in our LDEX store bucket, I have already copied the link to this particular image, the first product that we created. And the next one I'm going to get is this Sunny earbuds. So I'm going to get the URL, it's copied, and then get back to creating more products. You don't have to watch me create all of these products, so I'm just going to hasten things up a bit. All right, now we're done with inserting up to 5 products inside of the products table. Now the next thing we need to do now is to go back to our VS Code and see how we can begin to fetch these products inside of our NextJS application. This is where we left off, and let's go to the home page. In our home page, we want to be able to fetch those products that we have inside of our database. And that means that we want to be able to interact with our Supabase project from within our Next.js project. So we want to do things like fetching of data, updating of data, deletion of data, and so on and so forth from within our Next.js application. Up until now, we'll just go straight to our Supabase project and write to our database and store objects directly inside of our storage and so on and so forth. But we can do all of that from within our Next.js application. Now, in order to do that, we need to turn to the Supabase docs on how to integrate Supabase inside of our Next.js application. So let's visit Supabase docs, and I'm going to close this one off and go to Supabase docs right here, click on docs, and then you can see there are different frameworks that work together with Supabase, and we have Next.js right here. And you can see we have some steps to follow in order to integrate Supabase from inside of our Next.js application. And it's under this framework quick starts. But if you scroll down a bit, you can see we have this web app demos. This demo right here actually demonstrates how to build a basic user management app. We can follow the steps outlined here to integrate Supabase inside of our Next.js application. So right here, the first thing to do is to create a new project in the Supabase dashboard and all of that. And we've done this one. And we have even set up database schema in our Supabase project. And so we don't need to do all of these other ones. And now that we've already created the database, it's time to talk about the API details. So we're going to be needing some API keys in order to hook into our Supabase project from within our Next.js project. And right here, you can see it says that we can get the URL from our API settings section of the project and the key from the API keys section of the project. So we're going to visit these sections later on to get our API keys and project URL. And the next step now is to initialize a NextJS application, which we have already done. And then the next thing is to install Supabase client library. So we need to copy this command right here and then go to our VS Code to install the package. I have already stopped my server right here. So let me clear the terminal and paste the command, and it's installing and done. And then we also need some environment variables. So those environment variables are the Supabase URL and the Supabase publishable key. We're going to get those later on, but for now we can just copy the environment variables and then create a .env.local file at the root of our project. So right within the root of our project, we're going to create a .env.local file and then paste the variables right here. And then later on, we're going to replace the dummy data right here with the real Supabase URL and the real Supabase publishable key from our Supabase project. And then the next thing is to do some app styling, but we're already using Tailwind CSS for our style, so we can skip this one. Now, we know that Supabase is a highly versatile framework and offers pre-rendering at build time, that is static site generation, and also the server side rendering, API routes and middleware edge functions and all of that. And in order to be able to work with all of that in our application, we need to install this package. And so let's copy this command right here and paste in our VS Code to install the package. And then scrolling down, we have the Supabase utilities, which talks about the different clients that exist in Supabase. So we have the client component client and the server component client. This client that we're talking about is a way to actually access Supabase. So the client component client is the one we use to access Supabase from within client components. So for example, if we come to the root of our application, to the home page right here, this is a server component. And so if we want to access Supabase, for example, we want to read data from the Supabase or delete data and stuff like that, we have to use the server component client because this is a server component. But if we want to access Supabase from within a client component, for example, the navbar is a client component because of this directive right here, then we want to use the client component client to access Supabase from within this navbar component. So now, what we need to do now is to create the files. And since we're using TypeScript, we're going to head over to TypeScript right here, and then we need to create these two files. So let's go over to our VS Code, and then in the root of our application, we're going to create a utils folder and then create a Supabase folder within the utils folder. And then within the Supabase folder, we're going to create two files. One is a client.ts and create another one, server.ts, like so. And then we need to copy the code for the client.ts and paste within the client.ts file, and then copy the one for the server.ts right here and paste within the server.ts file. So within the server.ts file, we're just importing this create server client from the Supabase SSR package we installed earlier. And then we're also importing cookies from next headers. And then we're exporting this create client function right here, which will be responsible, or which will enable us to make some calls to the database for fetching of data, deletion of data, and so on and so forth. And what this create client function is actually returning is this create server client right here, which is making use of our Supabase URL and publishable key to set cookies and get cookies as well, so that we'll make sure that the right person is actually making the right call to the Supabase project. And that's it. And so I'm going to save this file. And for the client.ts file, it is similar to the server.ts file, but much more simpler. And it is exporting the create client function as well. And then right here, we're just returning this create browser client, still coming from Supabase SSR package. And we're also going to be using the create client function right here to make calls to our Supabase project. So let's save this one. So now we have this create client for the client components client, and then we have this create client for the server component client. We're going to be making use of the two functions to make calls to our Supabase project. And so we can just save and then close the already saved files and scroll down. I think we already are done with the setup. And then we also have the NextJS middleware. So let's see how to set that up. So we're going to have two middleware.ts file within our NextJS application. This one will be at the root of our application, and this one will be within the Supabase folder. So let's copy this one and then head over to the utils folder and then Supabase, and then create a file, middleware.ts, and then paste everything right here. This middleware within the Supabase folder is just going to listen for calls to the Supabase projects, and it's also going to help us to update session of the user, and just basically make sure that everything is set right so that we don't expose our Supabase project to hackers and all of that. So we'll make sure that the right person is actually accessing the Supabase project. That's what these files are for. So I'm going to save this one as well. At the root of our project, I'm going to create a new file, and then it's going to be middleware.ts. So within this middleware.ts file, we're going to copy the codes that we have right here and paste right here. So this middleware is always running each time we try to visit a route in our NextJS application, and then you can see it returning this update session right here and passing the request to it, the request that we make. For example, when we visit a particular route, for example, we can visit the products route, we could visit the product details route, we could visit the about us route, and so on and so forth. And the update session is coming from the middleware right here, the one within the utils Supabase folder. So all these things are just there to make sure that we're making the right calls to our Supabase project and protecting us as well. So I'm just going to save this, and that should be it, and close the file as well. And let's go down and see if we have anything more to do. Okay, and that's it. Now is just to try to set up a login page and a sign up page and so on and so forth. So now for our .env.local file, we're just going to get this Supabase URL and the Supabase publishable key and put the right data here, and then we'll be good to go, and we'll go on to fetch the products from within our NextJS application. Now, in order to get these keys, what we can do is, let me expand this window a bit and then go to the home page for Supabase and go to our project dashboard, and then click right here on our projects, and we can click on this connect to actually see those keys that we need. Click on the app frameworks, and this is for Next.js. There are other frameworks as well, but we're working with Next.js. And right here you can see that for the .env.local file, we have the keys we need, so we can just copy this one. It's already populated for us with the correct data, so we can copy it and then paste right here, replacing what we had initially. And then you can notice that we also have some of those folders and files that we created earlier on for the utils Supabase server.ts and utils Supabase client.ts and even the utils Supabase middleware.ts. We already have these files, and that's it. So now we can close off, and let me minimize this a bit. And so now we're done with the .env.local file. We can close this one as well. So it means that we should now be able to fetch our products right within the root page here. We can write a function right here to fetch the products from the database, but it will be better, a whole lot better, to organize things a little bit more. So I'm going to go to our project folder, and within the utils folder, I'm going to create a folder. So I'm going to call it actions. And then within the actions, I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to call it products.action.ts. So within this particular file, we're going to write all the functions that are necessary to deal with products from our database. So if you want to delete product, we want to fetch product, we want to fetch products by ID, we want to update a product, and so on and so forth. All such functions will be within the products.action.ts file. And the sort of function that we'll be writing here will be server actions. So we're going to write the use server directive right here. This use server directive means that the functions will be writing inside of this file. There will be server actions. So let's export an async function, and we're going to call it fetch products. And since we're trying to fetch products here, Supabase already has some codes that we can actually use. Supabase is indeed a nice platform to learn, to scale, and do anything you want to do with your backend. So if we go right here to the API docs, we'll be able to see some of the tables that we already have. So for example, we have the categories, the LDIX users, and products. So since we're trying to deal with products, if we click here on products, then we can see some of the SQL codes to actually fetch data, or to delete data, or to update data, and so on and so forth. So right here you can see we have the code to actually select the author ID from the products table. If we wanted to get the sizes, then we can also use this one, and so on and so forth. So let's see if we can find the code that will enable us to fetch all of the products. We can use this code right here to actually fetch all the data, all the rows from our products table. Nice. And let me minimize this one. And so I'm going to copy this one and then paste right here. So you can see right here we're awaiting Supabase and we don't have it yet. So we need to declare Supabase within our function. So I'm going to say const Supabase, and it's going to be equals to create client that we created earlier on. And we're going to be selecting the one from the server, not the one from the client. So make sure you pay attention to that. And the reason is because we have this use server directive. So we are going to use the clients from the server file if we're within a server component, if we're within an API route, or if we're trying to use server action. So make sure to select this one, and it gets imported for us automatically right here. Okay, so let's delete this extra text here. And instead of using let right here, let's make this a const. And right here, let's see what we're having error on this one. Oh yes, we forgot to use await on the create client. So let's correct that. Yeah. And now we're fetching the products from our database with this code. And then in case there is error, so if error, you can just simply log the error to the console and then return an empty array. Otherwise, we want to return the products like so and save. So now we can go back to our page.tsx file, and then we can await on the function fetch products function, and then we can start it in a variable. So we're going to say const all products will be equals to this. And for now, what we can do is to log the products to the console and see what we get and save. So it's time to get back to our application right here, and let me start up the development server. So I'm going to clear things out a bit, and then npm run dev, and then we're going to refresh the page. So right here we're having some errors, and then it's about our project URL and the key. In order to debug this issue, let's go first of all to our environment variables. So right here we're having the Supabase URL and the Supabase unknown key. Okay, and then let's go to our Supabase right here. Let's go to the server and see. Okay, right here we're using the next public Supabase publishable key, but we don't have this key, and so that's why it threw the error. So what we're going to do is change this one to Supabase unknown key and not publishable key. And in fact, let's make sure it's the same thing we have inside of our environment variables. So we have next public Supabase unknown key. Yes, correct. And then next public Supabase URL. So this should solve it, and let's save. And then let's also check the clients.cs file and change this one to unknown key as well and save. And let's check our middleware.cs file and change this one as well to unknown key and save. So now the errors are gone. Super. And now let's open up our terminal to see the products that we've just fetched. So yes, right here within the terminal, we made a console.log statement to log all of the products right here. So we're getting our products now in our NextJS project. Now it's time to display the product right here on our page. So let me close off these files. And then since we're fetching the products and we're getting them right here, then we can now use some JSX to display the product. So we're going to map through the products and display them right here on our page. So right below the header slider, we're going to have a home products component that we're actually going to pass the products to. So let's go ahead and create it and then receive the props that we're passing here to it, the products props. So if we go back to our components right here, we can create a file and then we're going to name it homeproducts.css. So let's export a fat arrow function inside of the home products file. And we're going to be accepting the products props. And then let's export the home products function. Now we need to have a type for these products right here that we're accepting, and TypeScript is complaining at the moment that the products implicitly has an any type on it. So we need to fetch the type for the product. And that goes for any other sort of data that we have on our Supabase or that we're going to be using within our projects. For example, we could be working with favorite products, we could be working with user addresses, we could be working with orders, we could be working with products, and so on and so forth. We need to have the types for this sort of data. And one way to actually have types inside of our NextJS application for the data that we're working with is actually to define the types manually by ourselves. So for the products right here, we can go right at the top and define an interface and call it product props or product params. And then we can have the ID to be string, we can have title, description, and so on and so forth. And then we're going to give these products to be products params. But it's good to always organize things a bit. So what I'm going to do is go right to the root of our application and then create a file to have all our types for this project. So right within the root of our application, I'm going to create a shared.types.d.cs file. So this file is going to hold all of our types. And then I already prepared the types for this product, so I'm just going to paste it right here. And I called it product params. So it has the ID, which is a string, and author ID, sizes, color, styles, and so on and so forth. And then right here you have the category. Remember, the category is a foreign key to the categories table. So we don't just want to fetch the category ID, but we want to fetch the ID and the name. So then when we have a function to fetch products, the products that exist in our Supabase project, we're going to fetch it in such a way that the category will be populated as well. So I'm going to save this one. So back to the home products page, we can remove the product params that we have here and then make sure that it's coming from the shared.types file that we just defined, and it gets imported automatically right here for us. Now, what we're going to do is to map through the products right here and display the data in our JSX here. So I'm going to take away this div that we have currently and then paste in the JSX that are already prepared in advance. And what we're having here is an outer div, the containing div, and then we'll have a paragraph that says popular products. And then we have a div to contain the products, each of the products that we're going to have. And right here you can see we're mapping through the products, and then for each product inside of the products, we're going to display the product card, and we're passing product right here. So let's go ahead and create this product card. So go back to our file explorer, and within the components folder, we're going to have product card like so. And then let's export a fat arrow function like so. So this product that we're going to be passing to the product card will be of type product params. And then we're going to be returning some JSX right here. So let's see what we have. We just have an outer div, and then we're trying right here to display the image, the product image. And this image should be coming from next image, yes. And then we're also displaying the product name, product description. Right here, we just have a rating, a dummy rating, and then we have currency, price, and then we have the buy now button. So that's just what we're having for the product card. And then we need to export the product like so, and then save. So yes, our product card is ready. And then back to the home products, we're going to import the product card. Right here, we're having this error. So let's see why that is so. Okay, map does not exist on product params. So the product params is supposed to be an array. So let's make this an array of product params. Yep. And we can save. And then let's go to our page and make sure that we're getting this home products from the home products component. And for the products here, TypeScript is warning us that this product is having an any type on it. So that means if we go back to where we're having our fetch products, we need to make sure that the data we're returning here is of type product params. So right here, we can just return a promise like so. And this product params is coming from the shared.types file that we have. And we can save this one. And so right now we need to go back to our home products and redefine the props that we're passing to the home products component. So right here, I'm going to define a special interface, home products, and the home product type or interface is just having products. And this product is of type product params array. So what we can do now is to make sure that this product right here is coming from the home products params. And this should be home products params. So we need to rename things up a bit like so, and then we can save and save our page as well. And now we've run into some errors. So let's see why that is so. All right, so the thing is right here for our image, we're getting our image from our Supabase, like you can see here, but we need to have some configuration file in our next projects to say that images from this source is actually allowed. So we should go to our next.config.js, but I think we already have such file. We have it as next.config.ts since we're using TypeScript. So within the next config object, we're going to define the source for this image and tell NextJS to allow images or files from this source. Within the next config object, we're going to have images object like so. And within the images object, we're going to have remote patterns. Within the remote patterns, we're going to have this object right here. Protocol is HTTPS. Hostname will be the source of our images, which is the same thing we have right here. And then we have the path name as everything right here, this wildcard right here. So we're going to save this, and then we're going to save this file. And let me close all the files that we have opened. And let's try to restart the project one more time. So I'm going to exit, stop the development server, and then run npm run dev again to start up the development server one more time. And we still get the error. And the reason is because we're having this HTTPS together. So we're supposed to remove that and save, and now the error should be gone. Let's refresh the page. Yes, now our products are showing like this. So you can see we have the watch, we have the earbuds, we have the phone, the Samsung A20, we have the Canon camera, and we have our Asus laptop. Good. So now we're having our products displayed on the page. And the images seems to be large, and that's because I'm actually expanding the window, the browser window we have right here. So you can see now I've tried to minimize it a bit, and then it has gone into the normal size, and then we can see that our products are displayed perfectly well, and we can go with this. So let's expand and see. Yeah, this is a lot better, and we can try to put this popular product close to the products cards right here. It's all about our style, so we can do it anyhow we want, but I want to leave it like this for now. Now the next thing we want to do is to actually have our product details page, so that when a user clicks on the products, then it takes the user to the products details page to see more images for the products, to read more about the product, and to be able to purchase or add the product to cart. So let's do that next. The product details page is going to be a dynamic route, because the products that we have inside of our NextJS application have different IDs. So we want to display the details of that particular product based on the ID of the product. So what we can do now is go within our app folder, and then we can create a folder, and we can call it product. And then within the product, we're going to create another folder, But this time, this will be the dynamic one. This will be wrapped up inside of square braces, like so, the ID. We're wrapping the ID inside of the square braces to mean that the ID will be dynamic. That means it can change depending on the product that we're trying to view its details. Now within the ID, we're going to create a page.tsx file, like so. Now let's export a default async function and we name it product, like so. And this product is going to be receiving some parameters, which is just the ID of the product that we're trying to view the details. So it's going to be a promise, resolved to a promise. I will give the type right here. And so it's just going to be an ID of type string. And the ID is just the product ID. And then right within the function, we can just destructure the ID and await on params. It's going to be coming from the params. And then we can return some JSX, just a simple div. And then we can just display the ID like so, and we save. So now when we click on any of the products, we'll be sent to this page, to this dynamic route, and we're just displaying the ID for now, the ID of the particular product that we've just clicked. Right now, when we click on any of the products, nothing happens. And that means we need to go to the product card component and then make sure that we're routing to this page whenever a user clicks on the products. So let's go to our components and go to the product card component. In the product card component, we can change the outer div to become a link instead. And the link will be coming from next link, like so. And then we can pass on an href attribute. The advantage of using this link is that NextJS will prefetch the routes that we are navigating to, so that before we even click on the product, it already has information about the product that we want to view. And for the href, we're going to be passing the product and the product ID as well, which is dynamic. So we have product.id, like so. And we need to change this to become link as well. And save. Now let's click on any of the products and see what happens. Yes, we get sent to the product details page with the ID being displayed right here. And if we click on another product, like the pods, then you're seeing a different ID. So yes, it means that our code is working. And just now, I also increased the size of the browser. So let me take it back to its normal size. Yep, so it means that our code is working now and we're getting the ID of the products, right? Now let's get back to the product details page right here. And instead of just displaying the ID of each of the products, we're going to be displaying a more beautiful JSX to show the product's name, the product's price, category, and so on and so forth. Instead of just displaying the JSX right within the product route, let's have a product details component that we're going to be creating very soon. And then to that product details component, we're going to be passing product props like so. And now we need to fetch the product based on the ID and then pass that product as a prop right here. We can fetch the product within the product route here, but in order to organize things up a bit, let's go to the server action that we have for products that we created earlier on inside of the utils folder, and then actions and product action.ts. So right within the product action.ts, we're going to create a function to fetch a product by ID. And then we're going to be able to call that function within the product route right here. We're going to export an async function, call it fetch products by ID. And then we're going to await on create client. And then we're going to make a call to our Supabase like so. And then if there is any error, we're going to log the error to the console and return null. Otherwise, if there is no error, we're going to return product. So what I would like to do is to wrap all of this inside a try catch block. Then we're going to be catching any error like so, and then logging the error to the console. Now let's go back to our product route, and then we're going to make a fetch to that function. So we're going to await on fetch products by ID, and then we'll pass the ID of the product right here. And we can store this in a const like so. And the product details that we have here, we now have to create the component and then make sure it receives the product props. So let's go ahead and go to our components folder and then create a file. I'm going to call it product.tsx. And right here, we're going to export a fat arrow function. I'm going to be receiving the product, and that product will be of type product params. The product params is coming from the shared.types file. And then let's go ahead to export the product details function. So now let's return some JSX to display the product details. And we're going to have this JSX that I've prepared ahead of time. And right here, we're just importing the navbar. So we want to have a navbar on the product details page. So we get the navbar from the components folder. And then image will be coming from next image. And right here, you can see I'm just using these divs and the grid to organize the page to make it look beautiful and then to make it be responsive. And down in the description below, you're going to have a link that will take you to the code files that I've used in this project. So we're just using grid and we're using some margins and paddings and all of that to make our page beautiful. And we're displaying the image. That is the product image, the first image in the array, as meaning we have more than one image inside of the product image array. And then we're also displaying some star icons for the ratings. So let's get assets imported. Yeah, we're displaying a bunch of star icons, and then we're going to be having some description for the product, assuming we've written some description for the product. And then we're going to be having the product price and offer price and the product brand, assuming there is a brand for the product. And then we're going to loop through the colors array for the product and then display the colors. So that's just what we're doing right here. And if there is any comment on the product, we want to also display the product comments and the sizes. We'll map through the sizes array of the product and display the sizes. And we also have this add to cart button right here. And we also have the buy now button right here. And then we want to display some extra images for the products, as mean there are some extra images for the product. So we want to loop through that and display the extra images like so. So that's what we have here. And now I'm going to save the product details page and head back to the product route and import the product details like so. And then we're going to save. So what we've done essentially is to be able to first of all fetch the product by its ID. And when we're done fetching the product by the ID, we're passing that product as a props to the product details component right here. And then within the product details component, we're using the product that we received to display the details of the product, such as the images for the product, the name of the product, prices, and so on and so forth. Now let's go to our page and click on the watch, and yes, we get the display of the product. Very simple and neat. And you can see we also have the navbar right here. I have also noticed some things that we've omitted. For example, for the price of the products on the page, we don't have any currency associated with it. So if we scroll down to where we are displaying the product prices, you can see we're supposed to have a next public currency environment variable, and we have not created that. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it in my environment variable. So let's look at the environment variable right here. Yes, we don't have it. So right here, I'm going to paste it, and this could be any currency of your choice. For me, I'm going to use Naira. Feel free to use any currency. You can use dollars, you can use euros, you can use pounds. For this project, I'm just going to use Naira. That's because in this project, I'm going to be making use of Paystack for the payment. And Paystack is a payment system specifically for businesses operating in Africa. So even if you're a foreign investor and you want to collect funds or money from your customers or from a business that is located in Africa, Paystack is a robust solution for that. So I'm just going to use a capital letter N to mean Naira, which is the currency for Nigeria. And I'm going to save this. And as soon as I save, yeah, we have N showing up right there. I think we have 2 pages right here. So I'm just going to delete this one or close that tab. Yeah, so our currency is Naira. Feel free to customize this N to look as you want it to appear. All right, there seems to be a bit of spacing right here between the Naira and then the price. So let me correct that here and save. Yeah, so this is looking a lot better. Now if we go back to home and then click on any of these ones, yes, the products and the prices are displaying beautifully well. So our code is working as intended. This is awesome. Now that we've gotten to this stage, let's actually go back to our home page. And you can see we have a header, we have the header slider, and then the products. Right here, we have this see more button, but for the moment, we're not doing anything with it. So we can just as well remove this. We want to make this application as simple but classy. And let's close the tabs that we have opened inside of our VS Code. So close all the saved files. And then let's get back to our page right here, the root of our application, and then get into the home products. And then let's scroll down to remove the see more button for now. This is okay. We also need a footer. So we want to have our navbar and then we want to have a footer. So that means we should go into the components and create a new file. I will name it footer.tsx. And let's have a fat arrow function and export the function as default. And then we're going to be returning some JSX. And save. So now we have our footer. We're just displaying some bunch of text and having some links to home, about us, contact us, privacy policy, and so on and so forth. And now we can go to our page right here, have the footer at the bottom right here, and save. So yes, we're having our footer component right here, just this bunch of text and some links at the bottom. Right, this is looking so much better. So now that we're able to click and view the product details, it would be nice to be able to add the product to carts. It would be nice to be able to buy now, pay for products, and monitor orders, and so on and so forth. But before we're able to do that, it means that we should have a user signed in. So that means it's time for us to actually sign in a user into our application, and then also have some of the buttons right here enabled so that once the user clicks on the user's button, for example, the user can see his profile or have access to his profile. So let's see how we can begin to sign a user up in our application. And just before we start signing users over, let's commit our code so far to our GitHub repository. So for now, I'm just going to enter message, home page, and product details page, basically done, and commit. Yes, and let's sync these changes to our remote GitHub repository. And then I'm going to create another branch right here. And then I'm going to name it Authentication and then enter. And let's publish this branch. Yep. So right now we're working on the authentication branch, no longer the main branch. So, but later on, I'm going to merge everything into the main branch. Again, I'm going to leave a link to be able to access the codes that I've been working with for this project, so you can have access to it. Previously, we were able to create a user right within our application by going to the authentication section and then adding a user using this button. But that was just because I wanted a quick way for us to sign up a user to be able to create a products for our products table. But we can also create a user right within our NextJS application. So what we can do now is go to sign in providers. And right here, if you scroll down, you see that we have various ways of signing a user up on our platform if we're using Supabase as our backend service. So we can use email, phone, Web3 wallet, Apple, Android, Google, Discord, Facebook, and so on and so forth. For the sake of this project though, I'm just going to use the email, and you can see it's already enabled since we signed up a user using the add user button on the authentication, as we have it right here. Now, how do we begin to sign up a user from within our NextJS application? Let's again look at the user management web app demo for NextJS that we looked at initially. So right here, we have this set up a login page. And remember, this is under the web app demos for NextJS. And we're going to choose TypeScript instead. And basically what we have here is just an app login page file right here that enables the user to type in an email and then a password and two buttons for login or sign up right here. So we can have our own custom login page, but instead of using this kind of form on our Next.js application, I'm going to use a different method. So we're not going to sign up a user on our platform using a password, and then our login page or sign up page will be much more beautiful. So let's first of all design a login page in our Next.js application. Let me start by closing all of these files that we have, and then within our app folder, let's create a folder, a login route. So if the user visits /login, then the user will be shown a page to be able to sign up or sign in into the application. So this is our login route, and then within the login folder or login route, if you would, we're going to create a page.tsx like so. And here we're going to export a default function, login, like so. This should be default. And then we're going to return some JSX, and we have this JSX to help our users sign up in our application. So let's import some necessary packages. For link, we'll be having it from next link, and let's save this file. So we have right here a link that just takes the user to the home page. And then here we have an H1 prompting the user to provide an email. And then right here within this div, we have the input for the email. And then we have a button that says sign in. And we also have a prompt to the user saying, we'll sign you up if you don't have an account. So what this is doing is an all-in-one functionality. So we just want to have this login page right here to sign the user in. And if the user has not signed up on the application before, then the user will be automatically signed up. So that's what we want to do with the application. And if you notice as well, we just have an input for the email and there is no password. And that's because we just send a token to this email with which the user is going to use to confirm his or her sign up. So right here, we're not using a password like we have in the documentation. We're just going to use a token, send the user a token, and then the user will use the token to validate his or her sign up. And that's how it's going to be. And this is way much simpler, and our user will not have to worry about remembering the password or changing the password and all of that. So let's save this one and visit /login to see our login page. And we're having this error right here that says page could not be found. And looking at our page.tsx, I can actually see now that we named this file pages.tsx. So let's change that to page.tsx. And now our login page is showing up correctly. And as we go along in this video, you're going to notice that sometimes our fonts are larger, or sometimes the screen appears to be larger than it should be. And that's because I'm zooming in and zooming out. So I'm trying to reset what we're seeing so we can see everything clearly in the video. And here we have the input button, so we can type a mail to login, and then we just click on sign in. So let's assume that I put my email right here, Dominic@icloud.com, and then click on sign in. This button is doing nothing at the moment. So that means it's time for us to create a function that will enable us to sign in or sign up a user. The function we're going to write in a minute will be attached to an event handler on this particular button right here. And that means we're going to be having some sort of interactivity on this particular page. And in Next.js, whenever we're going to be having such interactivity, or whenever we want to use hooks, like the useState hook, the useEffect hook on a given page, it means that that page should actually be a client component. Currently, this page is a server component because there is no useClient directive. So what we're going to do in order to make this page a useClient component is to have the useClient directive right here. So with this right here, we'll be able to use hooks. We'll be able to have some interactivity on this page. We'll be able to have functions attached to this button, for example, and so on and so forth. But thinking about it now, I don't want to make this particular file a client component. Instead, I'm going to go right here into the components folder, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it loginuser.tsx. And right here, I'm going to create a fat arrow function, and I'm going to return some JSX like so, and then I'm going to export this as default. And I'm going to go back to the page.tsx and then copy all of the JSX that we have right here, take them out and return them right here. And then we need to import this link from next link and save. And we're going to mark this particular file as use client. So that means this is going to be a client component. So right here, we're going to have hooks. We're going to be able to have some interactivity and all of that. And let me save this file, and then we'll go to page.tsx, and then we can import the login user, and we'll save. Yeah, and everything is still as normal. So now we need to go into the login user component, and then we're going to create the function that will be able to use to sign in or sign up a user within the login user. So we're going to have a function called handle login. Let it be a fat arrow function like so, and then we're going to attach this handle login to the button right here. We're going to have the onClick event, and we'll call the handle login right here. Now going back to the handle login function, what are we going to do? First of all, we're going to grab the mail and do some check on the mail. So we're going to check the mail to make sure it's correct, and then we're going to proceed with login or sign up. And the next thing we're going to do is to pass the email to a server action function. So now let's go ahead to create that server action function that we're going to pass the email to, and that function will essentially make some requests to our Supabase project and try to sign up a user. So if we go to the utils folder right here, we have the actions folder, and within the actions folder, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it userauth.action. And just like before, we're going to mark this file with the use server directive, so that we're going to be having our various server action functions right here. So the first one we're going to be creating is a login function that is going to be having an email as a parameter, and right here we're also going to check that email. So we're going to check the email that has been passed to this function before we ever try to do anything with that email. So it's always good to do some sort of authentication, not just on the front end right here as we have it on the client side, but also on the server side. So you want to make sure that whatever is going to your back end is actually proper, so that you don't get into trouble, maybe someone trying to hack your server or your backend and all of that stuff. And then next thing to do is to sign the user up or log the user in, whichever case. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. So let's go back to the login user page, and then have a way to check the email and proceed with login or sign up. And so for the email, we're going to be getting it from state. So that means we should actually have a state right here called email and set email, and we'll be having the use state. I don't like to have it like this. Instead, I'm just going to say use state, and it gets imported automatically for us from React. And initially, it's just going to be an empty string. And if we scroll down here to the input, then we're going to have a controlled component. So whatever email that we'll be typing here will be saved in the email states that we're having right here. So that means we're going to attach the onChange handler, and then we use the set email to update the email state that we have here. So now, since we have a way to get our email, now let's have another function that will check the email and proceed with login or sign up. And for that, we're going to use Zod for validation. We know that Zod is a popular library, a popular way to actually make some validations with data and all of that. So let's go to Zod. So let's scroll down to see how to actually import or how to install Zod in our application. And for that, we're going to use this npm install command. So let's copy that and then head over to our terminal right here. I'm going to create a new terminal. We'll actually stop this one by pressing Ctrl+C on the keyboard. And then I'm going to paste that command to install Zod. Yes, Zod is installed. So I'm going to clear back the terminal. Now that we've installed the Zod, so let's go to our utils folder again. This folder is going to be having many of the functions, super good functions to run our application. So I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it Zod validations. And then within this folder, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it form validations.ts. We can scroll up to see how it was actually used right here. Everything was imported as Z from Zod, and you can see that Zod is a TypeScript first validation library, and using Zod we can define schemas to validate our data. We can validate just about any data, from a simple string to stuff like complex data from database and all of that. So to begin, we can actually import Z from Zod, like so. And then we can have this email validation schema. But instead of having z.string and all of that, we can just say z.email, like so. And then we can have a message in an object that should be displayed to the user if the user provides an email that is not valid. And of course, I imported this z from Zod this way. You can choose to import it the way they have right here. It's all going to be the same thing. It's going to work. That's fine. All right. I just love it this way. So I'm going to save this one, and we're going to use this email validation schema that we have right here to validate any email in our project, and we are exporting it as well. So let's close this file right here, and then within the login user.txx file, we're now going to call that email validation schema right here that we just defined .saveParse. So we're going to use the saveParse method right here, and we'll pass the email to it. And then let's store the result of this check in a variable. So I'm going to say const email check is equals this right here. And this saveParse method can return error or return success if everything goes well. So we're going to say if not email check.success, that means something went wrong with the email, or something is wrong with the email, or the email provided by the user is not valid. Then we want to alert the user that they have provided an invalid email. But instead of using an alert, I want to throw the toast. I want to use toast coming from React hot toast. And since this is not applying for us, it cannot find the name toast. It means we've not imported this toast right here. So let's open up the terminal and use npm install React hot toast like this. This is super handy if we want to throw some error or some success message to the user when they try to do some interactivity on our platform. Yes, it's installed, and that means now we can import this toast from React hot toast. Yeah, coming from React hot toast. So that's going to be toast.error, like so. And then we just return, because we don't want to do any other thing. We don't want to go to this function if the email provided by the user is faulty. But then if everything went on fine, that means the email check.success is true. Then we now want to call the server action function that we created right here. But it is a normal practice to actually pass data to a server action function as a form data. So we'll not just pass a string of email and all of that. Now let's have a try and catch block. Just in case there is any error, we're going to just error out and then tell the user that something went wrong and give the user the error message, like so. Or we can just even log it to the console instead of giving that to the user, like so. Now within the try catch block, we're going to have form data, create a variable. We're going to have const form data, which is going to be equals to new form data, and then we're going to append the email to that form data that we just created. And then we're going to call our login function from the utils action user auth action file that we created, and then we're going to pass the form data right here to that function, like so. This login function is going to be an async function, so let's have an await on it. And we can also store the result of calling this function in a variable just to know what happened on the back end and try to do something with it. So we can say const login user is equals await this login function. And because we are using await right here, we need to make this handle login function to be an async function as well. And then within the login function, we're passing this form data as argument. So let's go to the login function, and this is not going to be a string anymore. So we're going to have form data as form data. So we're going to be passing form data to it. And like I said before, we're going to check the email. So we're going to have a const email equals form data that gets email as string, and then we're going to call the email validation schema, use saveParse, pass that email to the email validation schema, and then we can store this in a const email validation is equals this right here, email validation schema user.save parse email. And so if it's not success, then we want to throw some error, or instead of throwing an error, we can log into the console so that we have some useful message on the console that something went wrong, and then we can just return, because we don't want to do anything if the email that has been passed to our backend or our server function is faulty. And if everything went on successfully, then we want to make a call to our Supabase backend to try to sign up or sign in the user. And that means right here within the login function, we can have const Supabase because create client coming from the Supabase server like so. And right after this check, then we can say supabase.auth.sign in with OTP, since we're going to be using OTP to sign the user up or in. And for the sign in with OTP function, we're going to be passing an object with an email on it, and the value of the email will be this email right here, the email that we just checked. And also to this object, we're going to pass the options object as well. And for the options, we're going to say should create user. So we're using this to say that if the email of the user does not exist in our Supabase project, that means it's a new user and a new email, then we want to automatically create a new user. So that's what this one is doing right here. That's it for this function. This should be here. And whenever we're using this sign in with OTP, it returns to us some data. So we can destructure that data right away by saying const, and we have the data, and we also have error. So we can get or destructure data and error from this sign in with OTP. And this data on its own, we can destructure session like so. There seems to be some trouble on this auth. Let's see what it says. Okay, it says that property auth does not exist on type promise, Supabase client, and all of that. Did you forget to use await? Let's see what the issue is. And yes, right here we're calling on Supabase and client here, so we're supposed to use await create client. That's what we had, the error on the auth. So yeah, so we're getting session from data, and we're also getting error, and all of this, we're returning this from the sign in with OTP API. This is what it returns to us. So now if there is any error, what do we want to do? We just want to log it to the console and log that error, and we can also revalidate path coming from next cache. We just want to revalidate the home route. Yeah, and then we can also redirect coming from next navigation to the home route as well. So yeah, this is what we want to do. So in the case that there's some form of error, then we want to revalidate path and redirect right away. But if there is no error, then we can just return the session like so, and we save our file. So this is our login server action. What we're trying to do again is to validate the user's email, and then we're trying to use a sign in with OTP API from Supabase to sign the user up or sign the user in. And if there is any error while trying to do that, we'll do all of this. Otherwise, we're trying to return a session. But what happens when trying to use a sign in with OTP API from Supabase is that the user will get an OTP, and that's all. The user is not going to get a session, because the user first of all needs to authenticate or validate his sign up or sign in with that OTP. So instead of returning session, we can just take this session out like so. So we're just only saying that if there is any error, then we want to revalidate path. And in fact, we don't even need to redirect. We can handle the error from the front end. So what we can return is an error object like so. If there is any error, then we want to return this error back to the user. And so we don't need this right here, and we can also take away this redirect and save. Now when we go back to our login user, here we're calling the login function, and then we're storing the result of this call in the login user const right here. And so we can run some check to see if there is any error, in which case we can just show the user that error, and instead of saying login user that error, we can just say something went wrong with signing in like so, and then we can return. But if there is no error, then what we can do is to direct the user to authenticate with the OTP like so. And just to know when the code gets here, we can actually say toast.success, check your mail for the login link. We want to have it like this first of all to see if Supabase sends us the OTP. Then once we are getting the OTP, then we can come back right here and find a way to handle the OTP so that the user can use that OTP to validate or authenticate the sign up, and then we'll get a session returned to the user. So let me save this, and then let's get back to our project right here, and I'm going to refresh this page, and then I'm going to try to sign up, and I'm going to provide my Gmail. Already we used this email to sign up before on the platform. So let's get back to Supabase and see, yes, we have this email. We can just try to delete this so we can sign the user up, this time from our NextJS application. But now there might be some issues I just recalled, because this user exists in our products table, if you recall. So let me go back to the products table, and you can see our products are gone. And that's because if we go back to our SQL editor and go to the create products table, we have this right here on delete cascade. So I forgot about that and went ahead to delete the user. So now that we've deleted the user, it means that we have to create a user again, and then after creating the user, we can create products one more time. And right here we have the on delete cascade, which means that if we delete a user just like we did just now from the table, then the products associated with that user would all be gone. So but what I wanted to do is to actually have a user. If I go back to the authentication, I'm going to create this user one more time and use a password. We're having this dominicebere@gmail.com. So I'm going to leave this user right here as an admin email, and then we're going to try to sign up a user with another email address. And any products that we want to create on our platform, we can just use this email or this user as the author. And I think we should first of all try to create a new user. Then after creating a new user, then we can come back to create our products again right here. So let's go back to our project, and instead of signing up with this Gmail, I'm going to sign up with my iCloud email like so, and then click on sign in, and nothing happens. And if we check our server, we're also not getting any error logged to the server and all of that. So let's see where that is coming from. And I can see right here we're running some email validation schema safe pass, and we're not passing this correctly, the email. If you go to the Zod documentation, you can see right here we're actually supposed to use an object like so. So instead of passing the email like this, we're supposed to do something like this. So email will be equals email like so. And we did not get any toast shown to us on our project because we're just returning directly right here. And this if is not inside of the try block. So actually we can try to move this if check inside of the try block like so and save. Yep. So now let's try to sign in one more time. We did not move this one. So let's take this one out and move it right here. Okay, this is proper now. So let's try to sign in again. And we're actually not seeing anything showing on the UI. We don't even know if the user is being signed in or if anything is happening. Let's open the console. And right here, I think this was before we got this invalid email format. And I think that's before we actually made this to be an object instead of just passing directly the email. But now we need to find a way to actually let this button change to have a loading state if we're trying to sign in the user, and to show us another thing if the user is done signing in and all of that. So for that, we're going to create a state. We're going to call it the loading state like so. And then for the button, you can scroll down right here and have a ternary operator, and we can say if loading is true, then we can say signing in like so. Otherwise, we're just going to say sign in like so. And right here for the try catch block, we can have a finally clause that just set loading to false and save. Yep. So let's try this one more time. And before we even try it out, let's check our Supabase, and let's go to the user. We'll go to the users table. So we'll go to authentication, and yes, we don't have that email yet. So let's try to sign up now. We just have the dominicebere@gmail.com right here. So let's try to sign up with the dominic@icloud.com and click on sign in. Okay, now nothing happened yet, so we did not see this UI change. Let's see why that is so. We're supposed to say signing in, like so, if loading is true. Otherwise, would have sign in, but nothing changed for the UI. So let's see our initial state for loading. Yes, it is false. And within handle login function, we need to set the loading to true. Yep, so that's why nothing changed on the screen. So now we're going to save and try to do this one more time. Yes, it changed signing in, and then it finished up and changed to sign in. It was very fast, so yeah. But now let's check our Supabase project to see if we get any user right here. I'm going to refresh, and we're not getting a user. So what I'm going to do is open up the server to see, and we seem to be getting this invalid email format. So there is an error with our email check right here. So what's happening right here is that when we click on sign in, you can see it changes quickly, but then we're not getting anything shown to us right here on our front end. And let me open up the server, and I can see that there is something wrong with the email right here. So we're having this message of invalid email format. So let's see where we're getting that from. It's definitely not from our front end right here. So let's go to our back end, and yes, right here we're having the invalid email format. Or yes, the reason is because we've also not changed the format right here. So we're going to have email to be email, like so, and save. Yep. So now that we've hooked this properly, everything should work as expected. So remember to wrap this up in an object. That's how Zod does it. And now, fingers crossed, let's try to sign in. Yes, we have the signing in, and it changes back to sign in. And yes, so now let's check our Supabase project to see if we get this email right there. And let me refresh. And yes, we get the dominic@icloud email right here. But if you scroll down here, you can see this says waiting for verification. And if you look on this one, on the first email we created right here instead of Supabase, the @gmail.com, you can see that it doesn't have such information right here waiting for verification, but it has for the new email that we just tried to sign up or sign in with. And the reason is because an OTP has been sent to this email, and we now need to validate the sign up, and then we'll have a session. So until we do that, it's going to remain waiting for verification. So now let's open up the email. Let me go get my email, and right here is my email, my iCloud email, and you can see we get this message right here. But instead of having the token, we're having this text is your token. So that means we didn't actually set things properly in our Supabase project. So now what we're going to do is to go back to Supabase and go find our project to see what we have right here. So here, let's click on the email and then click on confirm sign up. And you can see this is the template we're following, and that's what our user got right here. Confirm your sign up, follow this link to confirm your user. And instead we should change this, use this OTP, confirm your sign up. And for this token, instead of having it in this href, I'm going to take it out from here and then take it outside like this. And in fact, we don't need this a tag anymore because we're just going to show the user the token, and that's what we're going to do. And then we have to save this, save changes. Yep. And the good thing is that you can always try to spice up the kind of message body you send to your user and all of that. Okay, and we're going to have it like this, and then we're going to try to sign up the user one more time. So let me close this one and then go back to our project right here, and I'm going to click on sign in again, and hopefully we'll get another OTP to be able to sign up our user. So let me go fetch my email, and right here I'm checking my email, my junk mail, but I'm not getting any new one. So I suppose it's because we have this email already existing in our project. So I'm going to go back right here and go to users, and I'm going to try to delete this iCloud email. Yep, deleted. And so we can go back to try to sign up this user again. And remember, since we're using Supabase to send the user this OTP, there's going to be some limitations. So we probably cannot send more than 1 or 2 OTP within a minute or within 5 minutes, something like that. But let's try. So I'm going to click on sign in again, signing in, and yes, the email should have been sent to the user. And just thinking about it now, I think we should have a way to actually display to the user to check their email for the OTP right in the front end. So right here, just after we're done checking if the email is success, we can now say toast.success, and we can give a message to the user to please check your email for OTP, like so, and save. Right now, let's check our email, and yes, right here you can see, and we get this OTP right here. So that means Supabase is sending us this OTP and we're getting it correctly now. And how do we then use this OTP? So we now have to find a way for the user to use this OTP to authenticate his sign up or sign in. So we have to create another form or a different form for the user to paste or write this OTP and then confirm the sign up, at which point we're going to receive a session. So let's see how to do that next. Let me close the email window. And now what we're going to do is go back to our login user component right here. And then we're going to create a different form for the user to input the token and confirm the sign up. So in order to do that, right here where we're returning this JSX, we're going to have a ternary operator to either return this part of the UI that we're seeing for the user to input the email, or return a separate piece of UI for the user to input the token. And we're going to use state to achieve that. So let's go right up and introduce another state, and I'm going to call it token part, and initially it's going to be set to false. And right inside of the handle login function, after we're done checking the mail and then trying to log the user in, now if there is any error, then we're returning right here and giving a message to the user. Otherwise, it means that everything went successfully well, at which point we want to say set token part to be true. And if set token part is true, then we want to display a different piece of UI for the user to input that token. So right here we can say token part. If it's true, for now we just return an empty JSX like this. Otherwise, we want to return this one, the original piece of UI that we have, the one we're currently seeing. So what is this UI that we're going to return here for the token part? Well, I'm going to paste in a JSX, a bunch of JSX that are already prepared ahead of time. So let me paste the JSX right here and save. So what we're having here is that if the token part is true, that means token has been sent to the user's email. Then we want to display this bunch of JSX right here, which is just saying token from email as an H1. And we're also giving the user some hints to check the junk or spam mailbox just in case. And then we're having an input right here for the user to key in the OTP received. And then we have a button right here for the user to submit that OTP. And of course, we're using the loading state to say submitting if the token has been submitted, or to say submit if the user is here to click the button. And so that's what we have right here. And again, after saving this file, let's go back to our project and then see if our new user exists right here, and then we can try to delete this email. Let's try to delete this user so we can try to sign up. Yes, deleted. And now let's go back to our project and try to sign the user up again. So Dominic Ebere at iCloud.com, and click on sign in, and we get sent to this page, or we are shown this piece of UI to be able to key in the token and then let the user authenticate his sign up or sign in. But for some reasons, unable to see the toast.success message being shown on the screen. Maybe there is a problem with the toast package from React Hot Toast. But then we're getting this piece of UI for us to use for our token, and that's what really matters. Soon enough, we're going to be able to debug the reason we're not getting the toast message sent to the user. So now that we're showing this token part, let's see what we need to do. Right here we have the input, so let's go up right here and create another state. I'm going to call token, yes, and it's going to be an empty string initially. So that means right here for the input, we're going to have an onChange handler and set the token to whatever we're typing in right here. And then for the button as well, we're going to have onClick handler, and then we're going to have a function we're going to call like so. So let's go ahead to create this function as well. And just below the handle login function, we can collapse this so that we can see things properly. And I can even collapse this one so that everything is shown nicely. I'm going to have a const handle submit token like this. And within this function, we're going to have a way for the user to submit the token. We're going to have a try catch block just in case there is any error while trying to do anything. And then we're also going to have a finally clause right here. For the try catch block, we're going to have set loading to true. And in the finally block, we're going to set loading to false, like so. And then if there is any error, we want to log that error to the console right here. So within the try catch block, we're not going to call a function, a server action to verify the token like so. So let's save this first of all. So we saved and the browser refreshes, and now we're back to the start. But don't worry, after we're done setting things up, we can try to sign up afresh and see the whole process from the beginning again. So now let's go ahead to create this server action function to actually verify the token. So we'll go back to our user auth.action.ts file. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this login function right here. But instead of login, I'm going to call it verify token like so. And it's going to take form data as well. And then we're waiting on create client and assigning it to const Supabase. And then we're going to pass a bunch of things to this form data. So one thing will be the email and another thing will be the token. So I'm going to get token will be form data.get token. We're also going to try to validate this user email coming inside of our backend. It's always important to validate any sort of data coming to your API, to your backend API, so that you don't have some sort of data coming inside that you don't want. All right. And so we'll leave the email verification right here. If it's not success, then we want to log it to the console and then return. Otherwise, we're going to await supabase.auth. So instead of signing, we're now trying to verify the OTP, and the email will be email, and we don't need the options anymore. Instead, we're going to have token, which will be token trim. You can just trim it just in case there are extra spaces. And the type, instead of magic link, we're going to have email like so. And just in case there is any error, then we're also going to say got error verifying OTP, so we know where the error is coming from, and then we log that error, and we don't actually need to revalidate this path, and then we can just return error that message right here. Otherwise, if there is no error, it means that we're going to be getting a session. So that session will be coming from here as well. So we have data and session, and we can destructure the session from data as well, like so. So if there's error, we log the error to the console and return the error message. Otherwise, we can just return this session like so. So that means from our verify token function, we're either going to be returning an error message right here if there is an error. Otherwise, we're going to be returning a session. So we can save this, and then let's get back to our login user component. So right after setting loading to be true, we're going to create a form data like so and append the email and the token to the form data. And then we can call our server function, await verify token right here, and pass in the form data. And then we can store the result of this call, and we can take away this comment because we have just called the verify token function right here. And we know that this verify token function will either return us an error or is going to return a session to us right here, session or error. And so based on that, we can run some check to see what has happened. So if OTP verification.error, then we want to give a message to the user saying invalid token, please try again, and then we can return. Otherwise, we want to give a toast notification saying you are now logged in, and then we can now redirect the user to the home page. And in fact, we're going to say if OTP verification dot session, not user, then we want to give this toast message to the user, and then we also want to log that session to the console, and then we want to redirect using next navigation to the root of the application, that is to the home page, like so. Okay, so here we're getting that error does not exist on type session and all of that. And the reason is when we go back to our user auth.action, we should actually make sure that this similar to this one and objects like this, but instead of returning error.message, we're going to say error is null, and then session will be returned like this. So session will be returned, but error will be null. But when there is an error, then error.message will be returned, and definitely session will be null like this. And we can save, and the error disappears. So now will be a good time to try things all afresh, and also watch out for the toast notification. It seems not to be coming up right on the page, but let's make sure we are importing the toast from React hot toast, and make sure that we're using it properly in the handle login function, toast.success. We're also having toast.success right here for the handle submit token, and toast.error as well. So everything should display properly. And what I'm going to do is, after saving all of my files, let's open the terminal and kill this terminal by pressing Ctrl+C on the keyboard and clear, and then start up the local development server one more time, and then I'm going to refresh. Yes, so let's try to go to our Supabase project and make sure that we don't have the email we're going to use to sign up right there. So we'll refresh and we'll have the email. So let's delete that one. Yes, deleted. So let's go back to the project and try to sign up with that email and click on signing in, and yes, we get this page to impute our token. And let me check my mail if I get the token, and right here I get the token. So I'm going to type in the token right here as 808867 and submit. Yes, submitting, and we don't get the toast as well, but let's see what has happened. So let me open up the terminal, and there was no error whatsoever. And what are we doing after verifying the OTP? We're actually trying to log the session to the console, and we're also trying to give a toast message that says you are now logged in. Actually, this log right here is going to be within the client, so that means we should go to our browser's console right here, and right here you can see we get the session, and this is what it looks like. But normally I wouldn't even want to log this inside of my client, so I'm going to take away this console.log statement away from here. I don't want it to be shown inside of the client, so I'm going to instead go right here and log it within our server. So I'm going to say user session will be session like this and save. But if we get any error, we can log it to the client, but I don't want to log this session within the client, so I'm going to save. But at least now we know that we are getting this session, and we're also supposed to get redirected to the root of our application, but we did not get redirected to the root of our application. And the reason is because we use a redirect right here. I actually thought we're still within our server action, but this is a client component. For that matter, this is a client component. So let's use router instead. So we're going to make use of the use router from next navigation. So I'm going to have a const right here. Const router will be equals use router right here from next navigation. And then down here, instead of redirects, I'm going to say router.push to the home page. and save. Okay, we're having a message on the console. Let me see. All right, first of all, let me delete this redirect that we have right here and then save. And we're still having this error. And that's because this is coming from next router. This is supposed to be coming from next navigation. So let me delete this import statement right here and try to import that one more time. So instead of next router, should be next navigation, like so, and save. Now the error should disappear. And yes, we're back to this. So now let's try to sign the user up again. And I'm going to use the iCloud email and then click on signing in, and then we'll get to the token part. So now let's check the email one more time. And sure enough, instead of getting the confirm user sign up, we're getting a magic link. And why is that so? The reason is because already in the Supabase project, this email, the Dominic Ibere at iCloud email, already exists. So if I try to refresh this page, you'd see that it already exists. And in fact, it's been authenticated because we used that sign-in OTP from earlier on. But instead of having the confirm sign up, we're having a magic link. And the reason is because Supabase sees that this email existed already. And so it just sent a magic link to be able to log in since the user already existed. So we can just instead go back to our email, and then for the magic link right here, we can use the token. We can take away this anchor tag right here, and then we're going to use the token instead. So we can just click on this, yes, and we can say use this token to log in. Yeah, so this is for already existing user. So it's good that we also saw that Supabase was able to send this template instead, and we click on save changes. So that means Supabase can send a magic link or an OTP if the user already exists. Otherwise, if it's a first time user, a user that does not exist in the users table, then Supabase will use the confirm sign up right here instead. So but now that we've updated the template to actually use the token, that means whether we're signing in or signing up, we're going to get the token instead. So we're not going to use any magic link whatsoever. But if you want me to use magic link later on in another video, just let me know in the comment below, and we'll have the next project coming right up where we're going to see how to use the magic link and even use real-time capabilities from Supabase. So yeah, this is what we have, and I'm going to go back to the users, and I'm going to try to delete the Dominic Ibere at iCloud email, and we'll try to do the whole sign up again so that we can see how we get redirected to the home page. And go back right here, and I'm going to refresh. So now close the email, and then let's try to sign up with that user one more time and click on sign in, and yes, we get to this token part again. So let's open up the email and see, and sure enough, we get the email right here. So I'm going to impute the token 920379 and submit. So this time we should be sent to the root of our application. Yes, we get the root of our application, but this time we don't have our products anymore, and that's because remember we deleted the user from before, the user associated with the products we have and all of that. So we have to create products from afresh and then continue with our application. So what I'm going to do is quickly go to the Supabase project, and I'm going to go to the table editor and go to products, and right here I can start to insert new rows again. So right here I'm going to select an author. This is a foreign key to the users table, auth.users table. And now we should have about 2 users, but instead I'm going to select the one with the Gmail right here. So I'm going to select this user. That's the user I want to use as an admin for this product that I'm creating. And I'm quickly going to create all the products, new products like we had initially, and then we'll continue right from here. Now I've created about 5 products just like we had initially inside of the products table. And that means if we go back to our application right here, we now have our products back right here. We can see the Samsung phone, the Sony earbuds, the wristwatch, the camera, and the Asus laptop. Very cool. And if we click into one of the products, we'll be able to see the product detail from where we'll be able to add to cart, and to buy now. This is awesome. And since we have implemented the functionality of allowing a user to sign up or sign in into our application, it's high time I got you back to the SQL code that we have right in our Supabase project, the one I showed you guys earlier on and promised to come back to it later on. Under the SQL editor, and if we go to the user profiles with RLS and auth synchronization snippets, we're going to see the SQL code that we ran earlier on to be able to create the LDIX users table. And we talked about this table and talked about some of the policies that are under this table, one of which is readable by everyone. But then scrolling down, we're going to see a function that we wrote here, handling new user function, right inside of our project. So what this is doing here is that anytime we create a new user, or anytime a new user signs up on our application, we are actually adding some rows of data into the LDIX users table, which is our custom table. And we're getting the ID, we're getting the email, and we're getting the avatar URL from the users table that we've been seeing all along, and then populating the LDIX users table with those data right here. And right here, we're saying that if the avatar URL coming from the users table is null, then we're just going to insert some dummy avatar URL right here. And I have stored this avatar URL right inside of my Supabase project. You can have your own avatar URL stored inside of the storage, and then you can copy the URL of that avatar and paste it right here, or replace it with this one that I have right here. And that's it. So this function, the handling new user function right here, is just inserting some bunch of data inside of the LDIX users table. And we have a trigger to listen for when a user is verified. Remember when we signed up a user and then we had to verify a user by allowing the user to use the token sent to the user's email. So as soon as the user uses that token and verify his or her sign up, then this function runs. This trigger right here, the auth user verified trigger, calls the handling new user function we have right here, which now adds some data into the LDIX users table. So if you go to the table editor and go to the LDIX users table, then you'll be able to see that we have two users present in this LDIX users table. You can see we have full name, null, we have avatar URL populated right here, we have username set to null, and we have the email, one for the dominiciberi@gmail.com, which is like the admin account for this project. And then the other one is dominiciberi@icloud, the one we've been using to test sign in and sign up on our project. And we also have the created at, and we have the updated at, and just these columns right for this LDIX users table. So that's what we're doing. And the data we have right inside of this table was populated as soon as we signed up the user. So the user we have inside of our users table, this one right here, given to us by Supabase directly, will be fetched and then used to populate the LDIX users table that we have right here. And this is possible because of the SQL codes that we have here, the function, and the trigger that we have right inside of this SQL code. And again, I'm going to make this SQL code available for us so that we can have access to them and use it to test things out. And we also have some other functions or trigger. For example, we have this trigger on LDIX users email update. So this is for when the user updates his email. As soon as a user updates his email, then this trigger will go off and call this function, the updating of user email function, which is right here. And what this updating of user email function is doing is to update the auth.users table. So you know how we have our custom table, the LDIX users table, which is our custom table. So sometimes the user may want to update his email. And so once the user updates that email, we also want to update that same email on the users table, the users table provided to us by Supabase. And I think I've explained at this point all the functions and triggers Oh yeah, and right here we have code snippet creating our avatar storage, the storage bucket for our avatars, for the user's avatars. And we also have policies for that avatar such that the avatar bucket is publicly accessible, and then anyone can upload an avatar to that bucket, to the avatars bucket. So we have, instead of our storage, as we saw earlier on, the avatars bucket and the LDIX bucket. So you can see right here under the avatars bucket, there are two policies. So yeah, that's it. The point is that Supabase allows us to use SQL codes to have functions and triggers to actually do things or run some functions or execute some code for us automatically inside of our Supabase project. And this is really, really awesome. And the Supabase dashboard right here is all very user friendly. Once you start to use them, you just get stuck using them. It's so nice, so easy to understand. And we'll continue to make projects using Supabase as our backend. Supabase is an awesome backend as a service platform. And so now that we're done explaining what codes we have inside of the code snippet inside of our SQL editor, we can actually go back to our application right here. And now that we're able to sign in a user or sign up a user on our platform, it's time to actually implement this user icon right here. I'm going to minimize the browser's window one more time, and then close the email window. The user icon is inside of the navbar component. So let's go to the navbar, and then just below this div right here, we're going to have a div that we're going to use to display some user information, such as the user email. And of course, we're going to replace this one later, but we just want to show it on the screen for now. But now the question is, how do we even know within our application that a user is signed in? And then how do we extract the user's information, such as the user's email, and display it right here? Well, let's go to the Supabase documentation, and let me expand this window a bit. So you can see we've been using web app demo for NextJS. And if we scroll up a bit, then we have this middleware, NextJS middleware that we set up at the beginning of this video. And we know that middleware in our application will run whenever we try to visit a particular route. So for example, whenever we try to go to the home route, then this middleware will run first of all and perform some checks and all of that. And I can prove that. So when I minimize this window again and go to our NextJS application, open up the terminal, and then I'm going to try to visit the home route and click enter. Okay, I think we're displaying some products right here inside of the root of our application. So let me go to the page right here, and yes, we're logging this to the console. So I'm going to take this one out first of all, and then save. And then let's go to the middleware that we set up right here. And inside of the middleware, I'm going to just log something to the console. Middleware executed, like so. So now you'd see that after saving this, you can see middleware executed has been displayed right here. And then if you try to visit any route, let me try refreshing this page. Yes, it gets logged to the console again. So it means that middleware will always run each time we try to visit a particular route. So now if we go back to the documentation that we were checking out earlier on, then you see that our middleware is calling this update session function right here. And this update session function is written inside of the middleware for Supabase, the one saved inside of the utils, Supabase and middleware.ts. So right here, we're having some information data set inside of cookies, and then we're also trying to get those information data. And what this code is actually doing essentially is basically to update session. So it's setting the session, and we also try to get the session whenever called upon. And right here, we're having a call to supabase.auth.getUser. And this call right here returns the user. So it means that whenever we sign up our user on the application, then the application knows that the user has signed up or signed in inside of the application. So this code inside of the Supabase middleware helps to keep track of that. And then we're making a call to the supabase.auth.getUser to return the user that has been signed in inside of our application. And then we're just returning the Supabase response right here. And you can see the Supabase response is being set right here in this code. So our application definitely knows if a user is signed in inside of the application. And in fact, if we go to the root of our application and then try to call this code right here from within our root of our application, we're going to get the user's information since we have a user signed up currently inside of our application. So if I come right here and then create a Supabase client, you can await on it. And then this create client should be coming from the util Supabase server, because we're right here inside of a server component. And since we're calling await right here, it means we have to make this function an async function like so. And then we can now say await Supabase .auth.get session, or instead we can use .get user like so, and we can even store it in a const user logged in, and then we can log that user to the console like so. So when we save now and check our server console, okay, we're getting that user right here. You can see this is the user's email, and this was when that user was confirmed, that is after authenticating his sign up using the OTP and everything. You can also have some user metadata and all of that, and there is no error. Okay, so it means you're getting that user, and that means a user is signed in into application. And also, instead of even using Supabase.auth.get user, we can also do Supabase.auth.get session like so, and then save. So as soon as we save and then scroll down, you can see we also have the session. This is session now, no longer the user. So yeah, we're at least getting something about the user. We can get the user session, we can get the user itself. But now let's go back to the documentation that we have right here and see what Supabase says. So if we scroll up a bit, you can see right here, Supabase says, always use Supabase.auth.get user to protect pages and user data. So it means that whenever we want to get some information about the user in order to determine where the user should go, or if the user should access a particular page in our application and all of that, then we should use Supabase.auth.get user. And it says never trust Supabase.auth.get session inside of server code such as middleware. And that's why if you look carefully inside of our middleware right here, you can see the call that was made was Supabase.auth.get user. If we can go to the middleware for Supabase right here, you'd see that we're having a call to the Supabase.auth.get user, not Supabase.auth.get session. So that's an important thing to note down. And it also says that we can trust get user because it sends a request to the Supabase auth server every time to revalidate the auth token. So it means that whatever we want to do, we should just get user, especially if we're going to be working inside of a server environment, such as our middleware, such as server components and all of that. We should always use get user. We can also use get session, but never inside of server code. That's the most important thing. So let me minimize my window one more time and then get back to our application. And right now, instead of using get session, I'm going to get back to get user like so, because we know we're inside a server environment and it is safe to get user, and we save. So now, how do we now get this user information and then display it right here? If we still go back to the documentation right here and scroll down a bit, you can see we have the page to log in a user, which we also have in our application, though a little bit more refined. We can keep scrolling right here and you can see we have this account form.tsx. Let me expand this window a bit, and this is a client component, and you can see that this account form function right here accepts the user right here. So let's see where the user was passed to this account form client component. Right here, instead of a server component, we're having this account form right here, and the user was passed right here to the account form, and the user was gotten from calling the Supabase.auth.get user. So that means that within a server component or a server page, we can make a call to the Supabase.auth.get user and then pass that user to any client component where we need to use the user. So that means if we get back to our application, it means that we can accept inside of the navbar component, the user. So let's go to the page right here. We call the navbar right here. So we can say user is equals user right here. So how do we get this user? Instead of saying user logged in, I'm going to destructure user from data. So we can have data and destructure user from that data. And let me take away this console.log statement right here. And now we're passing the user right here. So let's go back to the navbar, and navbar is getting the user. User is of type user coming from Supabase types. And it could also be null, like so, just as we have it inside of the account form, like so. So now it's time to get this user and do something with it. So we can say right down there where we're having the user email, we can just have user dot, and then we have user.email right here, and we can save this page as well. So that means if we go back to our application right here, you can see my email is now being displayed. Awesome. So it means that we now have a way to get information about the user. And remember, this information about the user is coming from the auth.users table. It is not from our LDIX table. So now it means that wherever we want to use this user information, then we can just make a call like this one, and then get the user, and then pass that user to whatever component, especially the client component that wants to make use of that user data. And now the issue that comes around is that whenever we want to make use of this user information, it means that we always have to make this call right here, a call to the get user function, and then pass down the user and all of that. So it means that wherever we have our navbar, and if you go right here and search navbar to see where we have navbar, or where we're calling navbar, you can see we imported navbar right inside of the root of our application, but we also have navbar inside of our product details right here. Of course, there is now a red line because we also need to pass the user right here to the navbar. So it means that wherever we are going to make use of the user information, we also have to make this kind of call. We need to call all of this and then pass down the user. So it means that we also need to go to the server component where this product details page or component was used, and then make a call to the Supabase client and get the user, and then pass the user as well to the product details component. So we're going to be doing this every time or anywhere that we need to make use of the user's information, and this can be boring and repetitive. And you know, in coding, we have to try to not repeat ourselves as much as we can. So what I'm going to do instead is to find a central place, a central code where we can call this code and then store it in state somewhere, and then any page, any client component where we want to make use of that user information, we can just make use of the user information. So we just call once and then make use of the user information. So what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to take away this code right here, and of course take this one away as well. And now we don't need to pass this user anymore. And then we can go to the navbar and then delete this user we're accepting right here. Get this one out as well. And then right here, we're going to get this one out as well and just say user email. So we know what we're supposed to put right here, and save this one as well. And yeah, so what we're going to do now is find the central place where we're going to call the get user function from Supabase, and we're going to be able to get the user information in any client's component that we have. So I'm going to close all these pages, and what I'm going to do for that is to create a folder within the root of our application, and I'm going to call it context, like so. And then within this context, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it app context.tsx and save. So within this app context, we're going to create all of the codes that we need to get the user from Supabase, and then we'll not be able to access the user information anywhere else. We need, saving us repetitive coding and all of that. This is going to be a use client component. So let's have the use client directive right here. And then by the name of this file, we already know that we're going to be using the create context API and the use context API from React. So let me have a const app context, which will be equals create context API coming from React right here. Initially, this is going to be undefined, like so. And then let's export an app context provider, which will be equals a fat arrow function like so. And this app context provider is going to be accepting some props, children, and this children is of type react.react node. We can import react from here .react node like so. And what this means is that later on we're going to use this app context provider inside of our root layout to wrap all the components, which will be termed as children, so that whatever value we want to provide via this app context provider can be accessible from those components or pages that are wrapped within the app context provider. For now, I'm just going to return as JSX app context dot provider like so, and we're putting the children inside of the app context dot provider. And again, these children represents the other pages that we have inside of our project, such as the roots page that we're seeing currently, such as the product details page, and any other page for that matter that we have inside of our project. So now, what do we want to provide through this app context provider? We're going to have some states. We're going to be having session, set session, and instead of react.useState, we're going to be having useState like so, coming from React like so. And initially it's going to be null. The value of session is null. And of course, this session is going to be of type session, coming from Supabase. Remember, it's capital letter S coming from Supabase. So let's import this one right here, session or null like so. Now the next thing we're going to do after declaring this state right here is to have a use effect. We can have some function calls to fetch the user session or the user data and store it inside of this session state right here. So inside of the use effect, we're going to have a fat arrow function like so, and then we're going to have an empty dependency array just like this. Within the use effect, we're going to be having const Supabase. So we want to use the Supabase client, and it's going to be equals create client, and this time this client is going to be coming from the utils Supabase client. Why? Because we're within a client component. So I'm going to import this one from client like so, and then I'm going to have a function fetch session function like so. And if you noticed, I'm having a state for session, not user, and the reason is because I'm going to be making use of the supabase.auth.getSession and not getUser. And why is that so again? Because we're within a client component. If you go back to the documentation that we saw earlier on, just right here, you can see Supabase says never trust supabase.auth.getSession inside of server code. But this is not a server code. This is a client component, so it is safe to use a session. Although we can also use the supabase.auth.getUser, but I prefer to use the supabase.auth.getSession since we're within a client component. So remember again, never trust supabase.auth.getSession inside of server code. So since we're inside a client code, that is a client component, we're good to go. So now I'm going to have this function, and within the function, I'm going to have this call to supabase.auth.getSession like so. We're getting data and destructuring session from data. We can also have error if something went wrong with trying to get this session. So now we're going to say if error, if there is any error, or if not session, then what we want to do, first of all, we can have a console.log statement that says no active session found, and then we can return. Otherwise, if there was a session, then what we want to do is first of all have a console.log statement as well that says active session found, and we can log that session to the console, and then we can set session to the session right here. So at the end of defining this function, we can now call the function right here, and you can see as the Copilot is completing or suggesting some code to me. So that's super awesome. You can also try to enable Copilot in your Visual Studio Code. If you're using Visual Studio Code, most of the time you have a pop-up box that prompts you to enable Copilot, auto completion, and all of that. So you can just click on accept to be able to use Copilot. And also we have an API that can help us to detect when a user signs in or when a user signs out of our application. So if, for example, a user signs out, maybe we want to set the session back to null. So right here, I'm going to have the code right here, and the API is supabase.auth.onAuthStateChange. So this API right here helps us to detect when a user signs in or signs out. So you can detect some event in our application. So in the case that the event is signed in, we want to log this to the console, and you can even log the session.user right here. And I can even say user.email like so. And if the user is signed out, in case that the event is signed out, we want to say to the console user signed out, and then we are setting the session to null, and we can handle any other logic here if needed. And of course, we're getting the event and session right here from the on/off state change right here. So this is from Supabase, and we're calling this API right inside of our use effects, so everything runs correctly. And now let's see what we're having this red line here. Cannot find name use effect, so that means we did not import the use effect from React, so do well to import that. So after the call to the use effect that we have right here, what we need to do is now pass some value to the app context.provider. And what value do we want to pass? We want to pass session and set session as value to the app context.provider, so that we'll be able to access the session and the set session from anywhere within our application. So what I'm going to do is come right here, and I'm going to have session, and we're also going to pass the set session just in case we need to call the set session somewhere as well. And right here, instead of having this empty object, I'm going to have value like so. Let's see why we're having this red line. So yeah, we need to define our types properly for the app context right here. So let's scroll up right here where we have the app context. The app context is going to be of type app context params or undefined like so. And so let's go ahead to create this app context params. I'm going to have an interface app context param like so, and you can see Copilot just completed this code for me. So session will be of type session, which is coming from Supabase or null, right? And set session will be of this type as well. Or if we want to have it more simply, we can say will be of type this sort of arrow function. So this is the same thing with what we had earlier on, but just in a more exquisite way of JavaScript. All right, so we can have it like this, where we're going to be having session, which is of type section from Supabase or null, and then this function is not returning anything, so we're having void right here. So this looks good. Now the next thing that we're going to do is now to go to the root of our application right here. Scroll down, inside of the app we have the root layout right here. So we want to import the app context provider right here and wrap all of the components, other components that we want to be able to access the session and the set session value from. So now what we can do is take these children out and then have the app context provider like so, and wrap the children back in. And now I just remembered the reason we're not able to have those toast notifications shown on our screen. That's because we also need to wrap the toaster component inside of our root layout as well. So we can have toaster coming from React hot toast right here. So once we do this, it means that we'll now be able to use the toast.success, toast.error inside of our application. And so you can see that if we don't wrap this toaster right here inside of our root layout, we will not be able to use the React hot toast in our application because they don't know where they're supposed to be used. So that's the same thing for the app context provider. Now that we have the app context provider and we have the children right within the app context provider, it means that we'll be able to access the session right here and the set session from within any of our application. So now we can save this, and we also have this one saved, and we can go ahead to go back to our navbar and then try to access the session from within our navbar now that we have things set up correctly. But there is something that we also need to do before we start accessing the session and set session from our application. Sometimes we might try to use session or set session in pages that we're not allowed to use. That means pages not wrapped inside of this app context provider. And in that case, we're going to throw up an error if we try to use a session and the set session value from within pages that are not permitted for them to be using. So in that case, we're going to have this use app context like so. So what this code is doing right here is that we define a context and we set it to use context. We're passing the app context as a value to it. And so we're saying if not context, then we are going to throw this error right here. Otherwise, we're returning this context, okay? And that means if we want to use the session and set session from any of our pages, we are just going to make a call to this use app context. This can be confusing a little bit if you've not used the use context and the create context API before, but let me try to explain this again. This use app context right here is so that we'll be able to use the set session and the session from any other page. So if, for example, we go to the navbar component, which is right here, where we're trying to use the session and the set session. So if we come right here, you can say const session is equals use app context, and this use app context is going to be coming from our context file that we have right here. Okay, so you can see now we have session and we also have the set session like so. So what this code is doing right here is so that we'll be able to have access to the session and set session right here. But then if we try to use the session or set session in a page not wrapped inside of the layout, then we're going to throw some error. And in this our case, this shouldn't happen since right inside of the layout, we are having children wrapped inside of the app context provider, and there is nothing else outside of this app context provider, of course, aside from the body and the HTML. So every other thing is within the app context provider. So yeah, this is what we're going to have. And for now, I can just do without the set session, and then I can go down to where we have the user email and we can delete this, and instead we're going to have session.user and then we have .email like so. So we can save this file and we can save this one as well, and yes, we have access to the email. So we've done a lot of work just to be able to have access to the user email, or at least be able to tell when the user is signed in or signed out of our application. And this is very good. We've taken this pain to do all of this, creating context and using the context. And this is so that we don't have repetitive codes everywhere, calling supabase.auth.getUser or supabase.auth.getSession and all of that. Now we know that we're able to get our session from somewhere, a central place, and we can get it from any part of our application. This is awesome. So now that we have things set up correctly, I'm going to close the app context file, close the layout file. Now we want to go to this button and have an on-click handler for this button like so. So we're going to write a function or pass a function to this on-click handler so that whenever we click the user icon right here, the information of the user is going to be displayed. And of course, if the user is not signed in, then we're going to have a message right there to say sign in. And for that, we're going to be making use of states. So let's go up and have a new state. I'm going to call it user open and then set user open. And at the beginning, it's going to be false. And then we're going to write a function and I'm going to call it check-in. This is going to be a fat arrow function. And then right inside of this check-in function, I'm just going to call set user open the previous value like so. So it's going to take prev, and then we're going to have or return the opposite of the previous value of user open, just like this. And then we can go down to this button and we're just going to pass the check-in function like so. And then right here where we're displaying the user's email in this div, I'm going to take it out and I'm going to have to check if the user is open. That means if user open is true, then we want to return some JSX, and this is the JSX that we're returning. So if user is open, we want to check if session is also available. If session is available, then we want to display the session.user.email. Otherwise, we want to have a message right here or a link to say sign in. This is going to be login instead, since we have a /login route. Yep. And then also, we're also going to say if there is session, then we want to have some links right here for the user to visit the profile, and for the user to see his orders, and for the user to see his reviews and all of that. So I'm going to save this. And once I save, you see the email disappears. But now when we click on this user button, nothing happens. And that's because we probably attached this check-in function to the mobile view of our application. So if I minimize this window and click on the user icon right here, you can see it's showing. So we only attached this check-in function for the user icon that's available for the mobile view. So we want to attach that as well for the large screen view. And you can see now that we're on the larger screen. When I scroll up, I can't take this div being displayed right here anymore. So let me minimize back and then click back on the user icon. So we'll have to fix that as well. But first of all, let's try to attach the check-in function to the user icon right here for the large screen view. So I'm going to copy this and then find the user icon right here for the large screen view. You can see this is for the mobile view. So let me come right here and then I'm going to have the function as well and save. So now when I click right here, yes, it shows up. You can see the user email, you can see my profile, my orders, and my reviews and all of that. So we can click back here to have it disappear. And of course, if we sign out of our application, we're not going to be able to see those information. We're just going to see a button or a link to go and sign in inside of the application. This is nice. And right now, whenever we click on the user icon and then we scroll up and down the page or even try to resize the browser window, it stays there. So later on, we're going to have a way to actually make this thing we're seeing right here, the user's information or the links right here, to disappear whenever we scroll on the page or whenever we resize the page or click outside of the page. That's going to provide much more classic user experience for the user. But right now, our user icon button is working. We can see the user's email and some links for the user to visit. And then I think we can also have a sign out button right there so that the user can sign out as well, he or she likes. So let's do that. And I'm going to go below the div right here, just after the review. I can copy this one and duplicate that. But right here, instead of even having a link, we can make that to be a button. And then this button is going to have an on-click handler. And then we'll be having the handle sign out function passed to it like this. And then within the button, we're just going to have sign out like so. So now it means that we have to create this handle sign out function right here. So let me go up and then just like the const check-in that we have above, I'm going to have const handle sign out. And this handle sign out is going to be calling a function, our server action, that will help us to sign out a user. In this case, we're not going to be making an API fetch like this, like an API route. Instead, we're going to be using a server function. So within the handle sign out function, we're going to be awaiting sign out function, which is going to be a server action like so. And then after this, we can just redirect to the home page after sign out. So now let's go ahead to create this sign out function. So we'll go to the utils folder right here, and then go to actions and go to the user auth.action.ts file. So right here, I'm going to export the sign out function like so. And of course, we'll be having the create client, and this one is from the create client server. And then we're going to be signing the user out like this. If there is any error, we can just log it to the console like so, and then return the error message. And then we can also revalidate the path. So you can see Copilot just completed this code for me. Awesome. It just knows what I have in mind exactly. So I'm going to save this user auth.action.ts file. And then right here, I'm going to go back and make sure that the sign out function is coming from the utils folder, actions, user auth.actions.ts file right here. And then for us to be able to redirect, I'm going to be making use of the use router from NextJS. So right here, I'm going to be having const router will be equals use router. It's coming from next navigation and not next router. And then I can say router.push and go to the home page like so. After signing out right here, we can also set the session to be null. But I think if we go to the use app context right here and expand this use effect, you can see we have this on auth state change, which is take an event and a session, and it's going to determine for us if we sign out, then it's going to set this session to null right here. So we might not have any need to do that right here. So we can just save, and let me close this one and close this one as well. And now let's try things out. So let's click on the user icon, and then we'll have the sign out. Yep. You can just click on the sign out and see what happens. Okay, we click on the sign out and something seems to be happening behind the scene, but we don't know what it is. So first of all, let me go to my server. Okay, and I don't get any console.log statements that shows that something went wrong. But let me refresh this page and see, and click on the user icon right here, and you can see we just see sign in. So what happened? When we signed out, everything was still showing. The user's information was still showing. So there's definitely something wrong. And I think the reason is because somehow our application still determined that session was still on. So I'm going to try to set this session manually again right here, set it to null. Of course, this set session will be coming from our use app context right here. Yep, and save. So now we can try to sign in again. Yep, we'll sign in with our email, click on sign in, and now we're getting that toast notification right here. Check your email for the login link or whatever. So let's get our email and check the token. Yes, right here we get the token as 361142, and we can submit. Yeah, you can see we get the notification you're now logged in. And so if we click right here, we're still getting this signed in even though we're logged in. So let me refresh and click right here, and it comes out. So there is still something we need to do after signing in, but let's test the sign out for now. Click on sign out. Yes, after sign out we just have sign in, and that's cool. But when we sign in, we're still seeing sign in instead of having the user's information. So that means we need to revalidate the home page somewhere after signing in. So let's do that. I'm going to close the mail windows, and then let's go to the code where we're calling the sign in function instead of the user authored action.cs. Right here we're having login. So you can see right here if everything went on fine. We're not doing anything, we're just checking if there is an error, then we're just going to revalidate path and return the error message and all of that. But we did not revalidate path after signing in successfully. So let's copy this and paste it right here and save. So yeah, so next time now when we sign in, everything should work as expected. And I've also noticed that one of the reasons we're not getting this sign in and sign out displayed whenever we click on the user icon is because of the way we're handling the session that we have inside of the use app context and what we're trying to do whenever we validate the user's token. If we go to our use app context or our app context file right here, you can see we have this auth state change, which is supposed to be detecting whenever we sign in right here or sign out, and then set that session. But somehow it is not doing that appropriately. So that's why even when we sign in, we'll still get this sign in button. So let me go right here and in fact go to the login user where we are validating the OTP, and just right here we can set that session. The session should be coming from our app context file. So let's go right here, and then we can have const set session coming from use app context. And of course, we're going to import this one. And right here, we can have set session, and then we're going to get the session from OTP verification.session like so. Because remember, this OTP verification is just awaiting on verified token, and our verified token right here is actually returning a session right here. So we can get that session immediately and then set it, and then use set session to have the session available already. So I'm going to save this, and one more time I'm going to try to sign in, and hopefully this time when we click on the sign in button and try to sign in with the email, we're going to get the OTP and be able to use that OTP to sign in. So if I enter the token 556441 and submit, yes, we're now logged in. And if I click right here, yes, we're getting the user's information instead of the sign in. And of course, if we sign out, we'll get sign in button instead. So that's awesome. Now I can go ahead to close the email windows. Now that we're done with the functionality of the user signing in and signing out of the application, what do you say is a good time to implement one of the most important parts of this tutorial, if not the most important part? And that will have to do with payments, integrating a payment solution inside of our NextJS application. So right now, if I click on one of the products and get to the product details page, this is what we see. And we have the buy now button and we have the add to cart button. So what we want to do now is to be able to implement the buy now button so that users are able to pay for their products. So far, we've implemented a lot of pages in our NextJS application. And let me expand this window a bit and then go to the Figma file that we saw earlier on. You can see this is what we have for the product details. If I zoom in a bit, here we're showing the brand, colors, category, and then we're even showing sizes depending on the kind of products that we're actually viewing. And then we have the add to cart and then the buy now button right here. But if we go to our NextJS application, you can see we just have brand and category. And yes, this category is not showing at the moment. We're going to fix that later on. But then you can see there is no sizes at all because this kind of product does not require sizes. But then if we go to our product details page inside of the components, product details, and if we scroll down a bit, you can see right here we are displaying colors. That's if the product colors exist. And right here we're also having the category name, but for some reason this category name is not showing at the moment, but we're going to fix that pretty soon. So yeah, this is what we have. And if we go back to our Figma file, whenever we click on the buy now button, the user is supposed to be taken to the buy now page. Let me zoom in a bit. And right here on the buy now page, the user can select an address and then use a promo code if available. And then the user has this button to be able to go back to the previous page to keep shopping. And down here we have some featured products. So now let's see how we can actually correct this category. Let's make it to show right on the product details page, and then we go ahead to create the buy now page as well. Let's go to the product route, the product details route. So if we go to our app right here, and we have this, the dynamic product route, and you can see this is what we're calling the product details component, and we're fetching product, of course, and then passing it to the product. So what do you say we actually log this product to the console to see what we're doing right here? So I'm going to take away the comment and then have a log statement right here that logs the product and save. So now when we visit our terminal, you can see right here the category is showing as the ID. So let's go to the fetch products by ID. So we can come right here to the select, and then we can actually try to fetch the category name instead of just getting the ID. And we can do that by saying category will be coming from the categories table, which of course shares a special relationship, FK category, like so. And then we just want to get everything from that row. So what this is doing right here is go to our Paystack and try to visit the SQL part right here and go to product table. You can see we have category, of course, and then look at the constraints we're having here, FK category. So that's just what we have right here as well, FK category. So this is the foreign key constraints. This is the constraint that we're having on this products table. So we're saying that we want to go into that categories table and then fetch everything. That means we want to fetch the ID, fetch the name, created that, and updated that. And so that's what we're having, the star or asterisk right here. If we wanted just the name, then we could just have name and save. So now when we save and get back to our NextJS application and refresh this page, now you can see headphones now shows up. And if you look at the log statement right here, you can see that the category is now having name headphones. If we wanted to return everything, then we can just have asterisk, and that means that the ID, the name, created that and updated that will be returned, but we just want the name only. So that's why we're having name right here. So this is just a special code, a special way to have or to fetch data from another table when working with Supabase. So yeah, that is fixed now, and I can minimize my window one more time. And now we can remove the log statement that we have inside of the dynamic product route and save. So yeah, everything is showing up correctly. Now it's time to implement the buy now page. So in order for us to do that, we can go right here, and within the app folder, we can create a new folder. I'm going to call it buy now. The buy now is going to have a dynamic route. So let's create that. I'm going to call this route product ID. And within the product ID, I'm going to create a file or a page.tsx. So let's export a default function, but instead of calling product, I'm going to call this buy now page. And then I'm just going to return a simple JSX for now that says buy now page. So this is the page that we want to visit whenever the user clicks on the buy now button right here. And inside of this buy now folder, I also want to have some special files, some special NextJS files. So I'm going to have loading.tsx. I'm also going to have a special layout for this buy now as well. So let me create buy now layout.tsx like so. And now within the buy now layout, I'm going to have this code right here. And what we're doing is just awaiting on the create client, of course, coming from Supabase server, the server component client right here. And then we're checking if there is a user. And if there is a user, we want to show the page. That means we want this page right here to show. But if there is no user, then we want to redirect the user to go and log in first of all. So that's what this layout is doing. And then for the loading, we just want to have some loading indicator. You know how sometimes when you visit a particular website and it takes some time for the page to load. So we want to show something to tell the user that this page is loading, something like that. So that's what we want to do inside of the loading.tsx. And for that, we're just going to have this code right here. So we're exporting loading, and what loading is returning is just a bunch of JSX that is going to spin around, just like a UI. They can spin around to indicate that something is loading. In this case, that the page is loading. So let's go ahead and save the page and save this one as well and save the layout. So now when we click on buy now, we should be able to go to that page, but no, not yet. So that means we should go to the product details component and then hook up the button properly so that whenever we click the buy now button, we're taken to this page right here, to the buy now page. And the product details component is right here. So you can press command and click, and here we are. So let's find the buy now button. It is right here. So what we can do actually is to have an on-click handler for this button so that we're able to visit the buy now page. And of course, there are many ways to implement this. We can use a link instead. The benefit of using a link right here instead of a button is that NextJS is going to prefetch that our dynamic route. Remember, when we click on this button, we want to go to the buy now page, which is actually a dynamic route, this route right here. And so if we provide the ID and everything to the link href, then NextJS is going to prefetch that link so that by the time we click on the button to go and visit that page, it is almost ready. And if it is taking time to actually load, or if there is some slow network or some problems like that, then the loading right here is going to show instead. So that's the benefit of using a link. So if we go back right here, we can actually make this to become a link, and of course make this one to become a link. And this link should of course be coming from Next.js. So do well to import that from next link actually. And of course we need to pass the href attribute like so. And I'm going to make this a template string. So we're going to be going to the buy now slash and concatenate the dynamic route. And the value right here should be the product ID. So we're going to have product.id like so. And then we can save. So now if we go right here and click on buy now, okay. So that means we should add a forward slash here. I missed that. And save. And now let's go back, click on buy now, and yes, we'll get to our buy now page. But definitely if there is some slow network or something like that, then we should see some loading indicator right here. But at least now we know that we're able to visit the buy now page. So let's go ahead and close some of these pages that we don't need so we can have a clean working slate. And then we can begin to flesh out the buy now page right here. And since this is a dynamic route, we can actually try to extract that params, which is the product ID that we're getting right here. So we can have params, but instead of just having it like this, it's going to be a promise. So we're going to have promise and we're going to get the product ID like this. And then we can go ahead to await on that. So we can have await params. And of course, we're going to destructure the product ID from that params like so. And then we can use this product ID that we're destructuring from params to fetch the product. So we can have an await on fetch product by ID, and then we'll pass the product ID like so. Of course, we can store this in a const product. So now we should go ahead and then flesh out this fetch products by ID function. Oh, and it seems we already have the function. So let's go and see how it was defined. Oh, we have it. We did this ahead of time. So this is good. So it is going to go to the products and then fetch products by the ID. Okay, that's nice. So what we can do now is instead of returning a simple JSX like that, we can return like so. And to this buy now page, we can now pass products as props. So now it's time to go ahead and create this buy now page inside of our components folder. So let's go to the file explorer and then go to the components. And then within components, we're going to create a new file. I'm going to call it buy now page.tsx like so. And this is going to be a client component. So I'm going to have the use client directive like so. And then I'm going to have const buy now page for getting the product. And then we're just going to return some bunch of JSX like so. And this product is not going to be of type any. Instead, it's going to be of type products params, and then we can go ahead and export this buy now page as default. And we can actually try to have product.id or product.name so that we're sure that we're getting this product correctly. And let's see what we have in the red line. And this is saying that products of type any is not assignable to type, intrinsic attributes, and all of this. Okay. And now looking at this, I can see that the name of our page right here, the buy now page, is the same name as the components that we created right here. So there must be some conflicts. So that's why we're having this issue. So in order to fix that, I can have this one as buy now like so, just buy now. And then now this buy now page should be imported because I can see right here it is not imported. So we can go ahead to import that and the error is gone. So we can save this one and save this one as well. And yeah, that should fix it. And you can see automatically the name of the product that we're trying to view appears right here, Sunny Airbag, because we're just displaying the product name. And that means that we're getting the product correctly now. And you can imagine, or you would have asked that why don't we just show all of the information right here so that when the user clicks on buy now, then the user just buys it out directly. But we just want to go to a separate page, which is this one right here, the buy now route right here, which is calling on the buy now page component and then passing the product right there so that we can show more information about the product that the user wants to buy. And we can show information such as the quantity of the product that the user wants to buy. And we can even allow the user to use a coupon and make some other kind of selections for that particular product before the user will now be able to buy now. And that is what we're seeing right here. If we go to the Figma file that we have here, you can see when the user clicks on buy now, the user should be shown here. And you can see the user can adjust the quantity, the user can select his address and everything, and will now be able to pay now. The user will also be able to see the shipping fee, see the total cost, and all of this information, and then the user will be able to pay. So that's what we want to do, and that's why we're taking this time to direct the user to another page when he clicks on the buy now button. Simple, right? If you notice, you would have seen that loading indicator right there. So that means our buy now page is working as expected. So now let's go ahead and instead of just showing a simple product name right here, we can go ahead to show much more information and all of that. So in order not to waste the time, I already have some JSX prepared. So what I'm going to do is just take this one out right here, and then I'm going to paste the bunch of JSX already prepared. And here is the JSX. Of course, we need to import some files and some packages that we're using and even declare some states inside of this file. So let's see. Right here we have image. This image should be coming from next link or next image rather. So we should import that, and then assets as well. We should import assets. And let's see what we have to import as well. This is drop down state. We're going to declare the state and user addresses, state, and yes. So now we need to have some state within this buy now page. So let's have the first one is drop down, set is drop down, but instead of react.useState, I'm going to have useState coming from React, and then it's going to have a default value of false like this. And then second state will be the user addresses. So let's have const user addresses, and Copilot just gave me a bunch of dummy addresses like so. And these addresses is an array of objects of addresses. So the object will be having address, city, state, and zip code for that particular address. Yes. And then we also need to have a state for quantity. So I'm going to have const quantity and then set quantity, and the value will be 1. So this is what we're going to have. And as soon as I save, we should see everything displayed. But instead, we're getting this error that we're not using the use client directive. But I think we are at the top right here. Oh, there is a space right here. So let me get rid of that space and save. And now everything should show fine. So let's see what we have right here in the JSX. We're just displaying the JSX to show the image of the product, a smaller version of the product image. And we're having the product name, the cost of the price of the product, and then quantity as well. And we have these two buttons to increase or decrease the quantity. We also have this button for the user to continue shopping. And then we have on the right here an order summary from where the user is supposed to select his address and also use a promo code if available. And then the user will be able to see the shipping fee and then the total cost. And then there is supposed to be a button displayed right here for the user to pay. But because the user has no address selected, then the user will not be able to make any payment. So that's what we're having right here. And we just have this bunch of simple JSX to display all of this. So now let's start to flesh out the function one after the other. What do you say? We first of all deal with the increasing and decreasing of the quantity. So in order for us to do that, if we scroll down a bit, we should find the place where we have the decrease and increasing of quantity. Let's say, yes, right here. First of all, this value is set to 1, but instead we should be using the state to have the value. So we're going to have quantity. So this is going to be a controlled form or a controlled input, if you like. And right here, we have the button to decrease the quantity, and here we have the button to increase the quantity as well. So let's have an on-click handler for the decrease button icon. So we're going to have on-click like so, but instead of having just this empty arrow function, we're going to have decrease quantity or decrease QTY like so. And then we can go ahead to create this function. We can also add a function for the increase button. So we can have that as increase QTY. So now let's go ahead and create these two functions. Just below the addresses, I've just collapsed this one so we can have some space. We're going to have const increase QTY, and then we're just going to set quantity to previous quantity plus 1. Very simple. And I'm going to collapse this one as well. And then for the decrease QTY function, we're going to check if the quantity is greater than 1, because we don't want to have minus values for the quantities, right? So we want to check, first of all, if the value of the quantity is greater than 1, then we want to decrease. Otherwise, we don't want to do anything. We just maybe return or give some feedback to the user. So we can say if quantity is equals 1, and we can just say toast. I want to give some toast to the user and say quantity cannot be less than 1, and then return. Otherwise, it means that we can set quantity to previous quantity minus 1, like so. That's what we're going to do, and we can save this one. And I'm going to take this quantity right here to be above the functions that I just declared, just for organizational purposes as well. Yes. And so now if we try to click this button, you can say we're increasing the quantity. And if we click on the decrease quantity, yes, it can no longer go down because quantity cannot be less than one. This is awesome. And then the next thing we need to do is to implement the chevron icon right here so that the user can see his list of addresses and select the address to which he wants the product to be sent to him. So let's go down as well and see where we have that chevron icon for the address collapsing. It should be on the order summary. So we have select address right here. And you can see when it's drop down is true, then we want to rotate the icon like so, 0. But if it's false, then we want to rotate it 90. That means we want the chevron icon to rotate 90 degrees. And that means we need to attach an on-click handler for this button right here. So let's go ahead and attach an on-click handler, and then we can just simply set is drop down, and we're going to get the prev and then just return the opposite of prev like so. And since we're calling this inside here directly, let's have this away and have a fat arrow function and then call this like so, and we can save. And so now when we click on this chevron icon, then you can see the addresses show up like this, and you can see the addresses are just from the array of addresses that we have right here, the New York and then Los Angeles like so. So this is good. And of course, the user can go ahead to click on add new address to be able to add a new address. And of course, we can click right here to collapse the address. And so now we have the shipping fee displayed and the total cost based on the quantity. But you can see if I decrease this quantity, it doesn't actually reflect on the total cost right here. And if we scroll down to where we have the total cost, right here, you can see we're just displaying the price, not the total cost based on the quantity. So we need to get this off and instead have total cost, which is going to be a state that we're going to create as well. So for this total cost, let's go up and create a new state. And I'm going to call it total cost and set total cost. And initially, it's going to just be the product.price. And so let's save that. Now we can adjust the total cost when we increase the quantity or decrease the quantity. And to be smart, instead of going inside of the increase QTY function to set the total cost and also do the same inside of the decrease QTY, I'm just going to use a use effect that can actually detect when the quantity changes. And if the quantity changes, then we want to call one given function to reflect the total cost. And for the sake of this video, I want to keep my shipping fee constant regardless of the quantity that the user is going to choose. This is so that we can encourage the user to buy more, because if they're going to buy more and then the shipping fee is constant or is the same thing, then they're going to feel happy and they might want to buy more. So we want to keep the shipping fee constant and only adjust the total cost. So right here, I'm going to have the use effect coming from React, and you can see it seems Copilot actually knows what I want to do. Right here within the use effect, it is calling the set total cost, and then it's setting it to product.price multiply by the quantity. And we're having quantity and product.price inside of the dependency array. So which means that when the quantity or the price changes, then we want to calculate the total cost. So we can save this one. And now when we go here and increase the quantity, you can see it increases to 65,000, 97,500, and so on and so forth. And also when we decrease it, it reflects. And if we try to go below 1, then we have this toast notification right here. So yeah, everything is set up properly. Now, the next thing we need to do is to implement the functionality of the user selecting an address. You can see when we click on this one, the first address, nothing happens. When we click on the second one, nothing actually happens. And of course, the user can click right here to select or add a new address for the delivery. So all this we need to implement now. And let's scroll down to where we have the address selection. And if we scroll down, you can see here we're having the user addresses.map. We're mapping through the user addresses, the dummy data we have currently, and then we are displaying the addresses like so. And then we have this one right here to add a new address, but they're all doing nothing at the moment. So what do we want to do when a user clicks on any of the addresses? What we want to do is to set a state for that selected address. So it means we can go up right here and add another state. And I'm going to call it selected address. And then within the use effect, I'm going to call set selected address and then set it to the first user address in the array. Now that we saved, we should have the address selected to the first address in the user addresses array, but nothing like that is being indicated right here. So that means we need to scroll down and show the address that is being selected. So if we go down here to the other summary part, this span is having select address, but we want to have some ternary operator to actually check if an address has been selected, just like this. So if there is selected address, then we want to show that selected address dot address and then dot city and then dot state. Otherwise, we want to display select address instead. So let's save this. And as soon as we save, you can see the address changes. So of course, if the user wants to choose another address, he can click right here and then he can choose any of these other addresses. But when the user tries to choose another address, nothing happens. So that means we need to implement the functionality of when the user clicks on any of the addresses right here, then that should become the selected address. And that means we can attach an onClick handler to this li. So if I come right here and have the onClick handler, I'm going to pass it a fat arrow function, and then I'm going to pass it a function handle address select. And then to this handle select function, I'm going to pass the address to it like this. And so now we can go ahead and create this handle select function. So if I scroll up, and then just after the decrease quantity function, I'm going to have const handle address select, which will be taking the address of this format. And then we're going to set selected address to the address and then set is drop down to false. And let me collapse this function as well. And then we seem to be getting this red line. Let's see why that is so. Okay, it is saying passing error, declaration or statement expected. So that means we're missing a curly braces ending somewhere in our code. So let's find out where that is and fix it. Oh, and I can see after this use effect right here, we're having this extra closing curly brace. So let me remove that, and yes, that solves it. Now we're getting this complaint here that user addresses needs to be part of the dependency array. So what I'm going to do is include it right here. And then we need to make this user address to be stored in state. So I'm going to take this array away. And now we're going to have user addresses, set user addresses, and then we can paste the array right back. We need to have a type for this array. So let's come right here. I'm going to have the object. Address is going to be of type string, city string, state and zip will be string as well, array. Very soon, we're going to make these user addresses to be coming from our database. And also we're going to implement the add new address button right here so that user will be able to add new addresses in case they don't have already existing addresses. So I'm going to collapse this so we can have some space to work with. And for now, TypeScript will be complaining that this set user addresses has not been used. Let's not worry about that for now. By the time we fetch the address from the database, then we can set it directly to the user addresses state. And we're going to be using the set user addresses right here to set the state. So at that time, we will not have this complaint anymore. So yeah, this is good. Now, the next thing we need to do is now to have a button right here that we can click on for the user to pay. At the moment, we're having this please select an address to continue notification right here so that the user knows that he needs to select an address before he's able to continue the payment. So let's scroll down. Right here, we have the button. But what we need actually is to have a ternary operator that actually shows this prompt if the user has not selected an address, or show a pay now button if the user has an address selected. So in that case, what I'm going to do is take this one away and open curly braces. And I'm going to say selected address. So if there is a selected address, then we want to show this. Otherwise, we want to have that button right here. And now looking at it, instead of having a button to show the prompt message, I'm going to have paragraph instead. And now what do we want to show if there is a selected address? We're going to have a button, and this button can say pay now, and we save. So as soon as we save, you can see we now have this pay now button right here. So right on the button, we can have class name property, and then we can have DG of black, maybe text of white, and text center. Yes, we can also have padding, and then we can have align center. This is looking much better. And what happens when we click on the Pay Now button? Well, we want to use Paystack to integrate payment into our application. So whenever we click on Pay Now button, then we call on the Paystack API to initiate payment. And that means this is a very good time to introduce Paystack, what we have been waiting for. So we are right here now. We're going to talk about Paystack and see how to integrate Paystack into our NextJS application. And in order to start, I'm going to expand this window a bit. And then I'm going to close some of this. Yeah, I think this is okay because we're still making use of the Supabase dashboard. We still have our Figma file, and we have our project right here, and we have the documentation from Next.js. So let's open up a new tab and go to paystack.com. And finally, here we are on the official website from Paystack. Paystack is indeed the modern online and offline payments for Africa. And what that means is that with Paystack, your businesses can get paid by anyone, anywhere in the world. Getting paid shouldn't be hard, right? You build your applications, you put it out there. Just use Paystack and your users will pay you successfully. And you can see that it has this seamless payment experience and phenomenal transaction success rates. One thing I also love about Paystack is that it has well-documented APIs for developers. So you just need to spend a bit of time around the documentations and APIs, and then you already know how to use it. It is that easy. And Paystack also allows you to protect your customers with advanced fraud detection. And it gives you the ability to have reporting for accounting so they can manage your payments and see where your money is going, where the debits are going, credits is coming from, and so on and so forth. And Paystack is trusted by over 200,000 businesses and counting. Now, to get started with implementing or integrating Paystack into our Next.js application, let's go right here to where we have the developers and go to documentation. This is where we have the documentation for how we can quickly integrate Paystack into our application. And we have links for how to accept payments, send money, identify customers, and even other ways to use Paystack. And if we scroll down here, we have demos that we can explore. So if you're using Android or Vue, you can explore these demos. We also have links to show how to accept payments, how to do recurring charges, and we have some bunch of developer tools. But we can click right here where it says accept payments. And we can see right here the various ways to get started accepting payments from our applications. So we can use the API, we can use client library, the pop-up.js, we can use SDKs. Although there are various ways to get started accepting payments with Paystack, there are three basic processes involved. One is to initialize a transaction. And for us to initialize a transaction, we have to make a call to this backend API provided to us by Paystack, the one we can see right here. And to this backend API, we can pass the authorization header to make sure that the transaction was being initiated from our application. And then we can pass the users or customers' email and the amount and some other bunch of data that we're going to see very soon. So that is it for the initializing a transaction, just to make a call to this API right here. Now, the second thing is to complete a transaction. So once a transaction has been initialized, the user sees a pop-up on the browser. So on that pop-up, the user can put his card details or select a payment method to use and then pay. The last one is to verify transaction status. So once the user now pays, we need to have a way to verify that that user actually has paid and paid the right amount. And right here, you can see that Paystack says that when verifying the status of a transaction, you should also verify the amount to ensure it matches the value of the service you're delivering. So we have to make sure that the amount paid by the customer matches the amount that the customer should actually be paying. Only after then, we should now go ahead to deliver value to the customer. So what I'm going to do in this video is to show you how to walk through this so that you learn how to use Paystack in your Next.js application without any hassle. So let's remember the three processes involved: initializing the transaction, completing the transaction, and verifying the transaction status, at which point we can then go ahead to deliver value to the customer. We're just going to keep this window open right here. And I'm going to open up another window to have access to the API. So I'll still go on to visit paystack.com and then go to developers, documentation, and then click on this API. This API, if we can zoom in a bit, shows us some of the HTTP methods that are actually supported. And of course, all the methods that we need are supported: the post, get, put, and delete. And then if we keep on scrolling, you can see we have the sort of data structure that we should have when making a request or when getting responses from Paystack. So we have the status, message, and data. This status holds a Boolean value of true or false, and message is just a string, and then this data is just an object. And this right here is a meta object, which can hold some other data such as total, skipped, per page, and all of that. And then we have supported currency, which we can include if we're trying to make a request. So we can have an amount, we can also have currency. But in order to see more of that, let's actually go to the transaction right here. And on the transaction, you can see we have that first step that we need to take: initialize a transaction. And for us to initialize a transaction from within our Next.js application, we need to have an API endpoint. And we're going to make a call to that API endpoint whenever we want to initialize a transaction. And of course, within that API endpoint, we're going to be calling this api.paystack.co/transaction/initialize, and then pass along the authorization, the content type, and data as well. This one is actually written in curl, but maybe right here we can select Node. The important thing to note is that we're making a call instead of our backend API to this api.paystack.co/transaction/initialize, and it's going to be a post request. And then we're going to pass the authorization to the header and then the content type as well. And in fact, I think it's a good thing to actually get started and explain things as we go on. So for that, I'm going to minimize this window again, and then let's go to our Explorer. And then within the app folder, I'm going to create a folder and I'm going to call it API. And now within API folder, I'm going to create another folder that I'm going to call payment. And then within the payment folder, I'm going to create a file that I'm going to call route.ts. This is a recommended way of creating API endpoints inside of our Next.js application. And then we can have another folder inside of that API, and then we can go ahead to create this route.ts file, which is a special naming convention by Next.js to show that this is going to be an API endpoint. So inside of this route.ts file, we're going to be having functions to handle our post request, get request, delete request, put request, and so on and so forth. So inside of this route.ts file, let's export a function and a sync function. And we're just going to call it posts, which takes in a request like so. And then we can have try catch block. You can get an error just in case there is any error. And we can just log that error to the console. And then we can return a next response coming from next server. So make sure to import it right here. .json, and then we're going to have the error inside of that JSON body. Of course, we should move this down right here, and then we can have a finally clause, and we can log payment API requests processed like so. Now within the try block, we can just log payment API request received, get the request body, and log it to the console as well. I think the Copilot is trying to complete some code for me, but I don't need this one, so let me take it out. Yeah, so this is what we're going to have. So what this is doing is that whenever there is a post request to this API route, that is to our API/payment route, and is a post request, then we want to try to log this to the console and get the request.json and then log it to the console. And if there is any error, we want to log that there is a payment API error, and then we want to return a next response.json. And after this, we can now go to our buy now page, the one we have right here, and try to call this payment route whenever we click on the pay now button. And to this pay now button, I can attach an on-click handler. And to this on-click handler, I'm going to attach a pay now function, which we're going to create now. So let me copy this and scroll up. Let me collapse this a bit so we can have some space. And just after the handle address selects function, I'm going to have const pay now, which will be an async function. And within the pay now function, I'm going to have a try catch block as well. It's always a good practice to wrap up your code inside of try catch block just in case there are errors, so you can monitor or know where the error actually occurred. And then have the catch block, get the error, and log all of this to the console. This is actually going to be logged inside of our client or browser. So I'm going to have it like so. And then we can also attach a finally block if there is any need to do that. So maybe, for example, we want to stop a loading indicator or something like that. But for now, we can just simply log payment processed. And now within the try block, we're going to await, and then we're going to make a call to this payment route that we just created. So we're going to have await fetch, and we're making a fetch call to this API/payment. And to this body, we can have the method as post, and we can have the headers as content type application JSON. And then to the body, this is where we're now going to pass all the things that we need to pass to the API endpoint. So for example, we want to pass the user's or the customer's email address. We want to also pass the total costs of the product that the customer is trying to buy. So right here, I can say email. And where do we get this email from? I think we can get it from the user or from the session. So right here, let's get that session. So I'm going to say const session will be coming from, or use app context, coming from our context/app context. So now that we have the session, we can scroll down, and email will be coming from session.user.email. And the amount is going to be total cost, just like we have right here, multiplied by 100. For now, we don't need to pass any metadata. So we're stringifying the email and the amount, and we're giving all of that to the body. So here, we've been able to create the API/payment route, and then we're calling it right here from within our buy now page to process a payment request. So let's save this one, and let's go to our route. And if everything goes on successfully, we should get the request to this route. And when we get the request, we are waiting the request.json, and then we are logging it to the console right inside of our server. This is a server environment. So we can save this as well, open up our console. So hopefully now when we click on the pay now, yes, we're getting this logged to the console. So you can see we're able to extract the email, which is dominiciberi@icloud.com. We're also able to extract the amount. But also, we're also having this error that is saying no response is returned from route handler. So that means that we did not return any response. So within our try block, we need to return a next response.json if everything goes well. And we can just say message payment processed successfully. So that's what we need to do and save. And also, I noticed that the amount added 2 more zeros, and that's because we're actually multiplying the total cost by 100. So now let's remove this right here. So hopefully when we click on the pay now button again, yes, we're still getting the email, and now we're getting the correct amount as 32,500. And you can see we also get this log to the console, payment API request processed. And that's what we're logging to the console. I'm going to close off the console. And so what that means now is that whenever we click on the pay now button, a request is sent to our /API/payment route, which is right here, to process the payment. And what is that Paystack API that we need to call? Let me maximize the window a bit and go back to the Paystack documentation. So right here, we need to make a call to the api.paystack.co/transaction/initialize. That's the Paystack API that we need to call from within our route handler. And in fact, instead of having this request body like so, we can destructure all the things that will be coming from it. For example, we can get the email and then we can get the amount. We can now remove this log statement. After getting the email and the amount, we can now await a fetch call to the Paystack API endpoint, paystack.co/transaction/initialize API endpoint to initialize the payment. And then we can pass an object as well. So this object is going to have the method, which is going to be a post, because right here on the Paystack documentation, you can see that the method is post. And then we also have the headers right here. So let's go ahead and finish that up. We're going to have method as post, and then headers, and then the body will be JSON.stringify the email and the amount like so. Make sure that the fetch call to the Paystack API endpoint is correct and that the method is post, and also the headers. So you can see right here, the headers is going to be this bearer and then the secret key. And we can actually store it in an environment variable. So that means we should go to env.local and then we need to create that environment variable. I'm going to copy the Paystack secret key. In fact, this is on our back end. This is on the server. We might not necessarily need to store this Paystack secret key in our .env.local file. So in fact, I'm going to close this. And then what I'm going to do is directly type in the Paystack secret key instead of storing it inside of our .env file. Now the question is, where do we get this secret key? In order to get the secret key, we need to create an account on Paystack. Very, very important. So let me maximize the window one more time. And we need to go right here and you can log in or create a new account if you don't already have an account on Paystack, which is an awesome platform for collecting payments. So after creating an account on Paystack, now you can log in. And so let me quickly log in. And right here, I'm logged in. And once you log in, this is the page you're going to see, the Paystack dashboard. And right here, you can see all of your transactions that have occurred, all of your customers, all of your refunds, payouts, disputes, and so on and so forth. Now I'm going to scroll down and go to settings. Now, when you get to settings, you can go to the API keys and webhooks. And for the API keys and webhooks, you can see we have this right here, API configuration for text mode. Right here, we also have the secret key, the test secret key. So if you're testing things out to know how Paystack works and all of that, this is the API keys or configuration keys that you should be using. Don't use this live one right here. So I'm going to copy the text secret key. And also make sure that you don't expose the secret key inside of your front end. This is very, very bad to do. And you can expose your account or your Paystack account to a whole lot of bad things. And if you go to the API documentation right here, Paystack says never call the Paystack API directly from the front end to avoid exposing your secret key on the front end. So that means on the front end, never ever call or use the test secret key. Never do that. Never use the test secret key on the front end. So right now I've copied the secret key, minimize the window one more time. And then right here, I'm going to paste the secret key I just copied like so. And the reason I am pasting this right here inside of my code is that I'm within the route.ts file, which is in a server environment. So this runs on the back end in a server environment. So this is not on the front end. Because of that, I can paste the secret key right here, but never ever do that inside of your front end, such as going to the buy now page or any page or file that is not a server component in your NextJS application. This right here is safe. So I'm going to save this. And of course, we can store the result of this fetch in const response like so. And then instead of just returning blindly in NextJS response, we can check if the response was okay or not. So right here, you can have if not response that okay, And we're logging all of this to the console if the response was not okay. And then we're going to return this next response.json, having the error as this and the status as this right here. But what if the response was okay? Then we want to await on response.json, and then we can store it instead of const results. And then we want to return next response.json and pass the result right here. And in fact, just to see what the result looks like, you can have a console.log statement saying Paystack initialization result and have the result right here. So we can see it inside of our server console. And now we can save. So let's go back to the Paystack documentation and see what we've done so far. If we go back right here, you can see we're done right here with initializing a transaction. And we just passed the amount and email. But of course, we can pass some other optional data as well, such as the currency, such as the callback URL, and such as plan, invoice limits, and even the metadata, and so on and so forth. The two most important data that should be passed are amount and the email, the customer email. This callback URL is the URL address that the customer will get back to after making payment. And from there, we can handle the verifying the payment that the user has made to make sure that it is the right amount and the email is also the right email. So now if I'm to minimize the window one more time, can go to our application, and now hopefully when I click on pay now and open up the console, we're getting the Paystack initialization result. And this is what result looks like. We're having a status of true, we're having a message authorization URL created, and then we're having this as the authorization URL, which is checkout.paystack.com, and having this code appended to it. This is the access code, and it also has a reference. So it means that everything is going on well, and the payment API request is being processed. How awesome. This worked right off the first time. But now the thing is that after clicking on the pay now button, the payment is being initialized because we're getting a status of true and all this message and data. But then we're not being pushed to the next page where the user can now input the card details and other information required for payment. And the reason is because we've not redirected the user to this authorization URL. So let's do that. Now, if we go back to the buy now page, we are waiting the fetch to this /API/payment route. We need to store this in a const result. And this result is supposed to return to us the data that we have right here if everything goes on well. And we've seen what that result looks like. It looks like an object with status, message, and a data object as well. So right back here, after calling this API/payment route and storing the result inside of const result, we then want to say if result.status, which means if everything went on well, then we want to redirect the user to the page to complete the payment. So in the case that the result was true, they will want to use router to redirect the user to complete the payment. And we're going to use the use router. So let's come right here and have const router coming from use router. So make sure that this use router is coming from next navigation and not next router. And then within the if block, we can now say router.push result.data.authorization URL. So right here, TypeScript is complaining that data does not exist on type response. And that's because if we go back to our route, this result is supposed to be of a certain data type, which we're going to define right here. So if we go above and then have interface of Paystack response, it's going to be having status, which is going to be a string, and data, which is going to be having access code. And let's see what else we need to add. And also have the authorization URL, which is going to be a string, and reference of string as well. And we also need to have the message, which is going to be string as well. So this is what the Paystack response is going to look like, the response we're getting. And then we're going to have the results to be of type Paystack response. Now, if we go back to the buy now page, we can have the const Paystack results will be equals result.json, like so. And so we're saying if result.status, if it's true, then we want to say router to push. I'm going to have Paystack result.data.authorization URL. So we want to go to the authorization URL that we have right here. This is where the user or the customer will be able to complete the purchase or payment. All right. So I'm going to close this one off and now I can save. So this time, hopefully, when we click on pay now, we should be taken to the payment page. Yes, loading. This is the payment page where the user can now choose to pay with Zap or choose to pay with card or choose to pay with transfer, bank, USSD, and a whole bunch of other options available. And we can always increase the number of options that we have here. If we go to our Paystack dashboard, we can add more options that we want to use. But now, if you look carefully, you can see we're having the customer email right here, and then the amount to pay. We know that this amount to pay is not correct, and that was the reason we had to multiply it by 100 initially. So we need to go back and multiply this by 100. And why are we doing this? If we go back to the Paystack documentation right here under accept payments, you can see it says that data.amount. This indicates the price of your product or service in the lower denomination of your currency. And since I am accepting Naira, currently our application is using Naira, which is a Nigerian currency. And the lower denomination of Naira is Kobo. And in order to get Naira, we have to multiply by 100. That's the reason we're multiplying by 100. So yeah, make sure you do that so that you collect the right amount. So what I'm going to do now is to have this saved and I can go back and then try to click on payment one more time. And now it is showing the correct amount, which is 32,500. So yeah, this is the completion stage. We have done the initialization stage, which took us to this page to complete the transaction. So now the user or customer can actually select a preferred way of paying, whether transfer, card, and so on and so forth. And this is text case. So that's why we're seeing success, bank, authentication, and declined. But I'm just going to click on success and then pay 32,500. And now payment is successful. So now that we've paid successfully, how do we actually go ahead to verify this payment? Because remember, that is the last step. We have been able to initialize the transaction and then we're taken to this page to complete the transaction. The last thing we now need to do is to verify the transaction. And that means we need to verify that the amount paid was the right amount. Now, in order to find out how to verify if this payment was actually made successfully, we can expand the window right here and then visit the payment documentation one more time. I think it's right here. And if we scroll down a bit under verify transaction, and we know that if the transaction is successful, then Paystack will redirect the user back to a callback URL that we're going to set. The reference of that transaction will be appended to the URL. So what that means is that if we go back to our route right here where we're calling the Paystack API, we can actually include a callback URL. So let's go to the body and we're going to have callback URL set to our localhost port 3000/verify payment, like so. And what we're trying to do is that once the payment is successful, then we want Paystack to redirect the customer back to this URL that we have specified right here. In the future, when we launch this application, it's no longer going to be localhost port 3000. We're going to change this to the name of our domain. For example, it could be ldixstore.dev/verify payment. So now let's go ahead and create this verify payment page. So I'm going to go to the Explorer and within the app folder, I'm going to create, as always, a new folder. I'm going to call it verify payment. And within verify payment, I'm going to have a file page.tsx. Right here, I'm going to export a default async function, and then we can just return a very simple JSX that says verifying payment. Now going back to the Paystack documentation, Paystack is going to append the transaction reference when it redirects the customer to this particular page. And then we can now retrieve that reference from the URL parameter and then use it to confirm the payment status. So in order to test that we're actually going to come to this page, let me come right here and save, and then go back to our application and go back a bit and try to pay one more time and see if we get redirected to this verify payment page. Choose success and pay, payment successful, and then yes, we get redirected to this page. How simple is that? Remember, this is the first time we're doing this, so sometimes it's going to look as though it's a long process, but once you get the hang of it, everything is just simple. We're going to initialize the payment and then complete the payment, and then we get sent to this page or the callback URL that we're going to be specifying right here. Very cool. If you look at the URL above, you can see that we have this reference appended. And so we're going to find a way to extract this reference and then use it to verify the payment right inside of this verifying payments page. So let me minimize this one more time. Let's go to the verify payment page. And the reference that we're trying to extract from the URL is a search parameter. And in fact, there are about two search parameters in this URL. The first one is the trxref, which is right here. And the second one is the reference, but we're just interested in the reference. In order to extract the reference from within our verify payment page, we can come right here and pass the search params props. In NextJS applications, search params is available in page components, and it gives us access to the search parameters that are available in a given URL. For example, the trxref and the reference that we're trying to deal with currently. So we can use the search params available in all page components in Next.js to access them. And so this search params resolves to a promise, and the promise is an object of key, which is of type string, and the value is also a string. So for example, reference right here is a string and the value is a string. The same thing with the trxref and its own value as well. So now within the function body, we can just await on search params. We can destructure the search parameters or the data stored inside of the search params. We can do that by saying const reference will be equals awaiting the search params. And we can actually display the reference on our browser. So when we save, we should be able to see the reference displayed right here. So let me zoom in a bit. This is the reference that we're working with. And in fact, I'm going to say something like for reference with an ID of, and then having the reference like this so that we can see that this is indeed the reference. So now that we've been able to extract the reference search parameter from our URL, we can now go ahead to call the API to verify that transaction. If you go to the documentation that we have right here and scroll down a bit, you can see where we have the verify transaction. And then we need to make a call to this api.paystack.co/transaction/verify and then append that reference right here. And this is going to be a GET request. So we can go back to our VS Code and then try to call this API right here directly within our verify payment page, since this is a server component. Remember, if we're going to call this API, we need to give it the authorization header and with the bearer secret key. And remember, like I said initially, we shouldn't expose or use the secret key in a client component. We should only use it in a server environment. And our page right here is a server environment. So it is safe to actually call the API right here directly. So within our verify payment page, we can have const response will be equals await a fetch to the api.paystack.co/transaction/verify/ and then we append the reference right here. And this is a GET request with the headers having the authorization and the content type. And then we can come right here and have const results will be awaiting response.json. And we can then log it to the console. So that means if we open up our console, you can see we have logged that result to our console, and we have all of this information similar to what we have on the Paystack documentation, the sort of response that we're supposed to receive. So if you scroll down, you can see we have similar thing right here. We have a status of true, we have message verification is successful, we have the date that this transaction took place, and some other information. And what I've just shown you is the best way to actually process payment using Paystack, because you're able to get access to all the information about this transaction. There are other methods to initiate payments or collect payments using Paystack inside of your applications. But this method that I've used right here, the method of using the API calls, gives you access to all the things you ever need, including the user information, the information concerning the card that the user used, for example, the expiry date of that card, the bank that the card belongs to, the type of card it is, if it's Visa or Masters, and so on and so forth. And you even have access to the customer ID, the first name, the last name, the email of the customer, and so on and so forth. And that is why I have used this time to explain all this to us, so that we'll have the best way of making or initiating payment using Paystack. So I'm going to close off the console. Although we're able to call the Paystack API directly within our verified payment page, since this is a server environment, but I would like to show you another way to do it, just like we did with the API route. So instead of having this fetch call right here, I can take all of this away, and then I can go to the Explorer, and right within the API, I can create another folder and I call it verified payment. And then within the verified payment, I'm going to create a dynamic route. So I'm going to create another folder and then call it reference. This is because our verified payment API route is going to be having or receiving a dynamic parameter. And that dynamic parameter is the reference. So whenever we make a call to this verified payment API route, we're going to be passing along the reference. And so now within the reference, I can now create a file, route.cs. So now we have two API routes. One is the payment route and one is the verified payment. And the code that we're going to be having inside of the verified payment is going to be similar to what we have inside of the payment route right here. So what I'm going to do is just copy all of this, and then within the route that is within the reference, I'm going to be pasting all of that right here. And so what we can do is just adjust things a bit. First of all, this is going to be a GET request. And then we're going to be making a call to api.paystack.co/transaction/verify, and then /reference. We're going to be having the reference right here. And for this reference, we're going to be getting it just like we did before inside of our verified payment page. We're going to be getting it from the params props. So now we can come right here and attach the params as a props. The params is a promise that resolves to this object right here, where reference is of type string. And what we can do now is to await on the params by saying const reference is equals await params. So that reference is what we're passing right here. And method is going to be get instead of post. And there is no need for a body inside of a get request. So we can just delete the body. After making a call to this api.paystack.co/transaction/verify and then appending the reference. If the response was not okay, we want to log this to the console, failed verifying transaction from Paystack, like so. We also can change this to verify, and you can see Copilot is suggesting all of this for me. At some point, it might become annoying. So if it's annoying for you, you can always disable Copilot in your code. But it's suggesting that I change this to verify. And now, if the response was okay instead, then we want to await response.json. But this Paystack response is not going to look exactly as it does right here. Instead, it's going to look like this. It's going to have an ID, domain, status, reference, receipt number, and so on and so forth. That's what we're going to be getting instead. So what do? Instead of having all of this, we can just delete this right here. And since all of this, they're just too long to write out, I can actually say any. Let me see if TypeScript is going to complain. And of course, it complains that unexpected any specify a different type. So what I'm going to do is delete the any, and then I will turn to ChatGPT to make the interface for me So I'm going to copy this and then head over to ChatGPT. And I can say, get the interface of this data type for me, and then paste all that we copied just now. And right here, ChatGPT gives me what the interface should look like. And you can see it really did a good job of getting all of this for me. So what I'm going to do is copy the code, and right here, I'm going to replace that with all of this. And in order to have a cleaner code, I'm going to collapse what we have currently, like so. So the most important interface that we should pay attention is the verification response, which is of type status of Boolean, message of string, and data of transaction data. So that transaction data is right here. And we also have the transaction log, which itself was used inside of the transaction data. So everything was defined correctly. And we have the transaction log defined here. We also have the log history, which was used inside of the transaction log. So everything is in order. So let's go ahead and copy this verification response and make it to be the kind of response that we're supposed to be getting instead of Paystack response we had initially. We can go ahead to delete the email and amount and save this. So let's take a look at the get function one more time. We're extracting the reference right here, and we're passing it to the paystack.co/transaction/verify API, which is a get request with the headers given as well. And we're saying if the response is not okay, we're going to do all of this. But if the response was okay, we're going to await on response.json, and this type is verification response. And instead of initialization, we're going to have verification. We can return that as next response.json. If there is any error, I can say payment API error and return an error object like this. And finally, we can say payment verified, and then we can save. So we can go back to our verify payment page, and we can then await a fetch to the API/verify payment. This one we have right here. And then we go ahead and pass the reference like so. So we're still doing what we did initially, but much more cleaner, and is more in line with what we've been doing so far by defining API routes. One for the payment initialization, and the second one to verify payment. This is much more better. You can close this one. So sometimes you get that file when you make some changes in your NextJS application, but you can just close it off. So yeah, we have all that we need. I'm going to close down the route and go back to our NextJS application. And then I'm going to refresh this page one more time. So if everything went on fine, then we should have the same thing right here. So yes, we're getting everything right here. So what I've done is to show you the two ways you can do it. The first way was very okay, but I don't like things cluttered up a bit. And since we've been using the routes to make an API call to our Paystack APIs, I decided to change it to fit more of that process. Now that we have the payment verification result from Paystack, we know that we have the amount and then the user's email address inside of that result. So if we open up the console and look at the data object right here, you can see we have the amount. And if we scroll down to where we have the customer object, you'd also find out that we have the customer's email address. So if the email and the amount right here inside of the Paystack payment verification result matches the email and the amount that we had initially just before the user clicked on the Pay Now button, that means that the payment is correct, and then we can go ahead to provide value to the customer. Now the question is, how do we get the amount and then the user's email address that was provided just before the user clicked on the Pay Now button? What do I mean? Now let's go back to the home page and let me reset the zoom. If we click on this Sunny Ebard and click on the Buy Now, so right here we have the Pay Now button. So we need to get the email address and then the total cost or the total amount that the user is going to pay right here. We need to store it somewhere. And then we're now going to compare that email address of the user and the amount that was available right here with the email address and the amount that we have right here from Paystack. That's how we're going to do this verification. So now that means that we somehow need to store the email address and the amount right here in local storage or with Zustand, or store it somewhere so that we can later on access it and then make the comparison. So that means if we go back to our Buy Now page right here, we have our Pay Now function, which is called whenever the user clicks on the Pay Now button. And so after initializing the payment, and checking that the result.status is true. We then want to store the payment information right here just before we push that user to the paystack.data.authorization URL. And you can see Copilot is actually guessing what I'm trying to do right here. It knows that I want to store the user email and that I want to store the amount. So for now, I'm going to use local storage to store the payment information. So I'm going to say local storage.set item, and then within the set item, I'm going to use a key payment information. And I'm going to have JSON.stringify, and I'll stringify the values that we need to store. So within the object, I'm going to have amount is going to be total cost, and then user email is going to be session.user.email. And we store this under the key payment information, and we can save. And so that means if we go to the verify payment page, we can have access to the payment information stored inside of the local storage. But this is a server component, and we cannot access local storage inside of a server component. So what we need to do is to create a separate client component inside of our components folder, and then we can import that component right here. So instead of having this like this, I'm going to remove this one, and then I'm going to have verify pay self-closing component like this. And Copilot is suggesting that I pass the reference to it, so I'm just going to pass the reference as well. So now we need to create this verify pay client component, and then we can use it to verify the payment. So let's go to our Explorer and go to the components folder and create a new file we're going to call verifypay.tsx. And this is going to be a client component. So let's have the use client directive. And then we're going to export const verify pay and just have this simple JSX right here. So Copilot suggested I have verifying payment and then payment reference like this. So now let's go back to the verify payment page and import this verify pay properly coming from our components folder, and we can save. So if we go back to the verify pay client component, we can then run some logic right inside of this component to try to verify the payment. We can go back to the verify payment page, and in addition to the reference, we can also pass the amount and the email address of the customer coming from the Paystack verification result. So right here, I can say amount will be results.data.amount, and then we're going to have email to the results.data or results.customer.email, like so. And in fact, let me verify that that is how we need to get the customer email. So let me open up the console and see where we have the customer data or customer object, customer.email. All right. Now let's go back to the verify pay and receive all of this. So we can have reference, we can have the amount, and we can also have the email like so. And the reference is a string, the amount is a number, and email is a string as well. And we can also display the amount and the email right here and save. So let's go back to the verify pay client component, and we can have a use effect that checks the amount and the email right here and compares it to the amount and the email that we're having inside of our local storage. So within the function body, I'm going to have a use effect. And then within the use effect, we can get the amount and the email that we stored inside of our local storage. So I'm going to say const payment info is equals local storage.get item payment info like this. And then we can just try to parse the local storage.get item by saying json.parse local storage.get item payment info. And let's try to log the payment info to the console to make sure that we're getting the right payment info or we're getting anything at all. So we'll log this to the console and save. So let's try to initiate another payment and see if we'll get anything logged to the console. This time it will be logged to the client. So we're going to check our browser. So let's try to initiate this payment. Click on pay now and choose success, pay now. Payment is successful. And we got an error here. Cannot read properties of undefined email. Okay, now let's go to the verify payments. And the reason we're getting this error is because we have the email instead of data. So we're going to say result.data.customer and then save. So we're getting the payment and we're getting the customer. But remember, there are two extra zeros right here. So when we want to do the comparison, then we're going to make sure to remove those two zeros. And we can quickly inspect our console to see that we have this logged in, the retrieved payment information that we'll have right here on the verify pay client component. Yes, the amount and the user email. And if we check our local storage as well, we're having that stored here. Cool. And so that means that within the use effect, we can now find a way to compare the amount and the user email we stored in our local storage with the amount and email we have coming from the Paystack verification results. So instead of having the console.log statement right here, I can check if payment info.amount is not equals amount divided by 100, or if payment info.user email is not equals to email, then we want to give a toast notification to the user. So we can say toast coming from React Hot Toast. Make sure to import that .error, and we can just say payment verification error. Else we can just give toast.success payment verified successfully. And after verifying the payment, we can then have a way to create an order and store it inside of the database. And we can redirect the user to the order page and save. And you just saw that we had the payment verified successfully notification right here. If I refresh this browser, you would still see that notification come up again. Very good. So that means we're verifying our payment, after which we can now create the order and store the order inside of our database and now redirect the user to the order page. And when we're creating an order for a product, we need to store the user's information, the product information, and the user address or the customer's address. So that means we can actually go to the buy now. Right here, we're still using the dummy data, the address dummy data right here. So now it means it's time to actually go to our Supabase dashboard and create the schema for addresses so that users will be able to create their own addresses and will have the addresses stored in the database. And when a user is trying to pay for a particular product, they're able to select or create a new address. And then by the time they're done making the payment and we're verifying the payment, we can now use that address along with the user's information, such as the user's name and also the product information, and create an order and store it inside of the database. And another thing we need to do is to go to the buy now page and clear whatever we have inside of our local storage just before the user clicks on the pay now button. So inside of the use effect within the buy now page, we can have local storage.remove item payment information so that we don't compare the old or previous information stored inside of the local storage. So yeah, we've done a whole lot of work. We're almost near the end of this tutorial. The last thing we need to do now is to be able to have a way for the user to create an address, install the user's address inside of the database, and also be able to create an order for the product that the user has bought. And to start, I'm going to close all of the tabs that we have opened inside of our VS Code, and then close some of the tabs we don't need on our browser. And now we can go to our dashboard. Let me maximize the window size a bit. And I'm going to click on the SQL editor and then click on the plus icon to create a new code snippet. Now I'm going to paste in the SQL code that will enable us to create a new address table. And this address table is going to have an ID, which will be generated automatically for us by Supabase. And then we're going to be storing the user ID, title of the address, region, address, the state, city, phone, country code, flag. And then we're also going to be enabling the is default functionality. So if the user has a lot of addresses, we want the user to be able to set a particular address as default. We're also having the created at timestamp, which will tell us when this address was created. And now we're having a constraint on this address table. We know that our user ID is going to reference the auth.users table. So we're saying that whenever the user is deleted, we also want to delete the address. We don't want to keep the address of a user that has been deleted from the table. And we're also enabling row level security. This is very important so that we can determine how data is managed or manipulated on the address table. And after enabling the row level security, we're now having policies that can govern the table. The first policy we have is readable by user for select or read operation. So only users that are authenticated will be able to view their own addresses. We're also having another policy for inserts, which is saying that only users that are authenticated will be able to insert or create a data inside of the address table. And lastly, we're having users can update their own data for updates on the address table. And we're saying that only users that are authenticated will be able to update their own address. All these policies are just saying that only users, authenticated users, will be able to manipulate their own address. They won't be able to manipulate other users' addresses. That's what the auth.uid equals user ID actually means right here. And in the future, if we want to create more policies for the address table, we can go to the table editor directly and add more policies. So I'm going to run this code, and yes, we get success, no rows returned. And that means if we go to the table editor, we should be able to see the address table, the categories, LDIX users, and products table. Now let's go back to the SQL editor and create the others table as well. Click on the plus icon and create a new snippet. And before we go ahead to create this new snippet, let's save the query we created initially for the address table. So I'm going to rename query, and I'm going to say rename with Supabase AI, rename. Good. Now we can go ahead to create the others table. Now let me paste the code for the others table. And here is a SQL code to create the others table. It's going to have an ID, and then we'll have the user ID, the user's email, product name, product category, the amount paid, the quantity, image URL for the product. And it's also going to be having a status. This status can either be processing, completed, cancelled, shipped, delivered, returned, waiting, or reviewed. If it's not any of this, then there's going to be a problem creating the orders. So that's why we're having a check constraint here. And then the orders can have a size, just in case it's a kind of product that should have a size, and a color. And then we also now have the region, the state, the city, the address, and the phone for that particular order, including the country code created at and the updated at timestamps. And this orders table is having a constraint of fk_user, which is making sure that the user ID that we have right here is referencing the auth.users table. And then we have role level security enabled as well. And we're having that for select or read. We're also having for insert, and we're also having for update, and then finally delete. So all these policies are just making sure that only the users can perform the CRUD operation on the orders table. And I'm going to rename this query create orders table. I think this is simpler. And I'm going to also rename the address snippet as well, create address table. I think the Supabase AI did a good job of renaming the snippets, but I think it's just too long. So I want to rename them myself and also allow the names to be consistent with what I had initially, like the create categories table, create products table. And now I can go ahead and run this code snippet. Okay, right here we have an error at line 25. So let's see where that is. Oh, we have a comma here. And I'm going to run again. And this time we should get success, no rows returned. Yes, we get it. And now we can go to the table editor to make sure that we now have our orders table, address table, and all the other tables we created initially. And if we click into the address table, you can see all the fields available, the ID, the user ID, title, region, address, and so on. The same thing for the orders table. We have the ID, user email, product name, product category, amount paid, and so on and so forth. So now that we have all the tables that we need currently, I can minimize the window one more time, go to application and go to the home page and click on any of the products like the Samsung X23 and buy now. Right here, we should be able to create a new address. So let's go back to the buy now page and then make sure that the user is able to create an address and remove the dummy address data that we have currently. So if I go to the Explorer, we have the buy now page right here, and we're importing the buy now page client component. So let's go into that one. Right here, we're using the address dummy data. So what I'm going to do is delete the dummy data and delete the type that we have here. We're going to generate a new type for the address, and it's going to be of type address params, an array of address params. So let's go ahead to create this address params. I'm going to copy the name and then go to our Explorer and go to the shared.types file right here. At the moment, inside of this file, we only have the interface for the product params. So let's create another one for the address params. So I'm going to export interface address params, and we can use ChatGPT just like before to quickly generate the address params. So if I go back to my dashboard and visit the SQL editor, let me maximize the window a bit and go to the address table. I can copy all of these and then head over to ChatGPT And right here, I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate an interface or a type of that address. So it does, and I'm going to copy this one and then replace all we have right here. But this should be address params. And let's do the same for the others as well. So I'm going to come right here, copy all of this, and ask ChatGPT to do the same for this. So let me copy this and then come right here and paste. And I'm going to rename this one to other params and save. So now we're having the interface for other params, and we're also having the interface for the address params. Now I'm going to close this one and close ChatGPT. And now that we created the types for the address and the others, something just came to mind. We're also supposed to save the payment reference on the others table. So since we already created the table using the SQL code right here, what we can do is to go to the table editor and then go to the others table and then click on insert and insert a column. And that column name will be reference Paystack. And then it's going to be of type text. And then we're going to save. And if we scroll down, we'll see that's reference Paystack. And now I can quickly go back to the others types. And I'm going to add it right here. Reference Paystack. It's going to be of type string. And then I'm going to save. So what I've just done is to show you how to insert a new column into your table. You can click on insert and then choose insert column. So now let's go back to our app and minimize the window a bit. And now we can close this. And for this address params, we can import it from the shared types file. Now we have type for the address, but we don't have any address as of now. So what we can do is go back to our Supabase dashboard and insert a row into the address table for a particular user. And then we can fetch that address and populate it right here. And then we can find a way for the user to now create new addresses. Currently, we don't have any address stored inside of the address table. So if we go right here and expand the window a bit, go inside of the address table, we can actually insert a row inside of the address table and then fetch it inside of our application. And later on, we're going to give the user the ability to add an address right from the application. So for now, let's go to insert and insert a row. For the ID, it's going to be generated automatically for us. And then for the user ID, remember, is going to be a foreign key to the auth.users table. So let's select the user with the dominicebere@icloud.com. This one right here. And then title, this is going to be a home address. And for the region, the default is Nigeria. So I'm going to leave it as that. And for the address, I'm going to provide an address. And for the state, I'm going to choose Lagos. And for the city, have Ikeja. And for the phone, I'm going to have, and then country code will be +234. And for the flag, I'm going to paste in a flag right here, the Nigerian flag. And its default is false. And then we can leave this for the creator that and save. And now we have data inside of our address table. So it means now if we go back to our application and let me minimize this a bit, we can fetch that particular address and display it right here. And in order to fetch the address, we need to fetch it in a server component. So let's go to the page server component where we are calling the buy now page. And right here, we're going to fetch the address and then pass it as a prop to the buy now page. So just below here, where we're fetching the product by ID, we can await fetch addresses. This function is going to enable us to fetch all the addresses that belongs to a particular user. And let's store it in a const addresses. Now let's go ahead and create the fetch addresses function. It's going to be a server action. So let's go to Explorer and scroll down to where we have the utils folder and go to actions. And within the actions folder, I'm going to create a file that will handle all the functions, all the server action functions that we're going to be using to manipulate the addresses. So within here, create a new file, address.actions.cs, and I'm going to have a directive that says use server. So this will mean that any function that we have right inside of this file is going to be a server action. So the first one I'm going to create is fetch addresses, and we're waiting on create client. So let's import that. It's coming from the Supabase/server because we're within the server environment. And then redirect is going to be coming from next navigation. And so what we're doing here is we're checking if a user is logged in. And we're doing that by awaiting a call to supabase.auth.getUser. And then we're getting that user's ID. So if there is no user ID, they'll want to redirect the user to login. Otherwise, we're going to reach out to the address and then select everything where the user ID is the same as the user ID right here. And we're ordering by created that. But if there is any error, then we want to log that error to the console. And we can even throw an error. Otherwise, we're going to return the addresses. So that's what we're doing in this function. And so I'm going to save that and then go back right here. And now the fetch addresses, we can get it from the util/actions, and we can then pass it as a props to the buy now page. I'm going to say addresses will be equals addresses. And now within the buy now page, we can accept the addresses. So let's come here. In addition to the product, we're going to get the addresses, and the addresses is of type address params array. And now within the use effect, we're going to remove this code right here. And then we're going to check if there is addresses. Then we're going to set the user addresses to this. And then we can also try to get the user's default address by filtering through the addresses and return where its default is true. And then set the selected address to that default address. And now TypeScript is complaining that the property zip is missing in address params, but required somewhere. So let's go to the select set address. Okay, right here we can remove these types, and instead we can have address params. We can add addresses to the dependency array. And now let's scroll to where we have the handle address select. Have the address that we're passing to the handle address select function to be of type address params. So let's remove this one and have address params, and all the errors are gone. So now we can save. And if we click on the select address, we don't have the new address we added to our database showing right here. And so let's go right here and save this file as well. And as soon as we save, that address appears right here. So we can actually click on right here to select the address. And now it means it's also time for us to enable the user to add a new address by clicking on the add new address button. So if we go back to the buy now page and scroll down to where we have the add new address, it is right here. And instead of having this as an li, I'm going to make it a link instead. From next link with the href attributes of address. We want to go to the address route whenever we click on the add new address. So let's go to our Explorer and create the address route. Within the app folder, I'm going to create a folder address, and then create a page.tsx file. Here I'm going to export an async function, and then I'm going to return some simple JSX. Now let's go back to our buy now page and save as well. And when we click on the add new address, we were taken to the address route, but it says this page could not be found. So let's see why that is so. And I can see that we named this as pages.tsx instead of page.tsx. Let's rename that and save. And we're getting this error about the default export in the address route. Let's make this a default async function. And yes, we get our page normally. Now, instead of the JSX, instead of just returning this address page, we can have a React fragment like so, and we can have the navbar. And just below the navbar, we're going to have a component that will enable the user to create or add a new address. And I'm going to call it new address. And this new address is going to be a client component. So let's go to our components folder and create a new file, new address.tsx. Now within this new address, I'm going to paste all the code that we need to be able to add a new address. This is what we're going to have. This new address is a client component. And just before I explain what we have right here, I'm going to go back to the address route and then import the new address and save. And then let me save this one as well. So now we have a way for the user to add an address. And what we're having inside of this new address file is quite simple. First of all, it is a client component. And then we have the router coming from next navigation so that we can go back to the previous page after the user is done adding an address. And here we have the user address details state to help us get the inputs that the user is going to provide. So we have the region, the title, address, state, city, phone, flag, and country code. And then we have a loading state to help us show an indicator when the address has been saved to the database. And then we'll have an open region state as well, which is going to help us to toggle this on and off. And then we'll have the selected region right here, which is going to help us to keep track of the region that has been selected by the user. And we're having the region ref to enable us to know when we click inside of the div containing the region. And for now, this is the region that we have, just Nigeria and Ghana. In the future, on your own personal code, you can add as many regions as possible. As I mean, you're going to serve your customers in Nigeria, in Ghana, in the US, and maybe other countries as well. So you can just have them as objects instead of the array. And here we keep track of what fields the user has chosen and determine if it is time for the user to save the address. So if the user has not selected a region or provided a title or an address or a state and so on and so forth, then we don't want the user to save that address. So we use it to disable this save address button. And then this is the function that will be handling the saving of the address. So when the user has provided all the necessary details, this function is going to handle the saving of the address when the user finally clicks on the save address button right here. And of course, if the address was saved successfully, then we want to give a toast notification to the user saying address saved successfully. And then we'll now say router.back to go back to the previous page to continue checkout. And then setting loading to false. And then we have a use effect right here. This use effect is checking for when a user clicks outside of the page after clicking on the select region button. So for example, if I click right here and I click outside here, you see that the box closes, right? That's what this handle click outside is doing right here. And if I click right here as well and scroll, it also disappears. So that's what we're doing inside of the use effect. And we're using the add event listener to listen for some of the activities that might be going on the page. So for example, if we have this opened and we try to resize, you see, it closes, right? That's what we're doing inside of this use effect, just to have a very good user experience. And right here, we're returning this bunch of JSX showing all that we're seeing on the page with this fine graphic image right here. So now for the user to create an address, the user should be able to provide a title, for example, office, and then provide the full address, for example, 89 Doha Drive, and then the name of the state, we can say Lagos, and then the city could be Ikeja. And now you can see there are prompts already telling the user to select a region above. So it means the user should come here and select Nigeria, after which he'll be able to provide a phone number. And the phone number is going to also appear here so that the user knows that he is imputing the correct phone number in the right format. And after that, you can see now our save address button is now enabled. That means we can actually save this address. And when we click on the save address button, the handle address function that we have right here will fire and try to save the address. So if you scroll down to where we have the save address button, you see that we have the onClick handler right here, which is handling the save address. Let's go to the handle address function and see what we're doing when the user finally clicks on the save address. Right here, we're checking that the user has provided all the fields necessary. Otherwise, we'll just return. In the case that the user has provided the necessary fields, then we want to call a function to save the address to the database and then show the user some notification that the address was saved properly. And then we want to clear the user address details state and then finally get back to the previous page. But in case there was any error, then we want to catch that error and log it to the console and then finally set loading to false. So that means if we save this new address file and then click on save address, you see we get the prompt address saved successfully and we get back to the previous page, which is a buy now page right here. But of course, if you click right here, you see that we don't have any other new address, just the previous one we added initially. And that's because we did not actually save the address to the database. So that means we can click on this add new address one more time. And now after the user is done inputting all the fields, we want to actually call a function right here, a server action function to save our address to the database. So let's do that. So just below the comment, I'm going to await save address db, which would be a server action function that we're going to create to save the address to the database. So now let's go to the server action file for the address and create create this save address DB function. So if I go to the Explorer and go to where we have utils folder, the action, and we have address.actions.ts, and below the previous function we created, I'm going to create a new function like so. This is the save address DB function. And we're going to be passing this some data that is of type address DB params. So let's go up right here and create that interface, address DB params. And what we're doing here is awaiting on the create client, and then we're checking to get the user. We want to check in that the user is right inside of our application. And so we're trying to get that user's ID. And if there is no user ID, it means that there is no user that is currently logged in. Then we want to redirect the user to the login route to log in. Otherwise, we log whatever has been passed to the function to the console, which is the form data we're getting right here. We want to await Supabase.from address and then insert all of this data for the user. And you can see we're providing the user ID, the region, the title, address, state, city, country code, the flag, and then the phone. And so if there is any error while trying to do this, we want to log the error to the console and want to revalidate the path coming from next cache. We'll revalidate the address path and return success false. Otherwise, we also want to log this to the console and revalidate the address path and then return success of true. So it means that this save address DB is returning an object which has success either true or false. So I'm going to save this. And now within the buy now page where we have the function to save the address, or it's not in the buy now page, it's actually inside of the address. If I can find that, the new address right here. So we can import the save address DB, and then we're going to pass the user address details like this. And we can store the result of calling this save address DB function by saying const save results. And then we can say if save result.success is false, then we want to give some error notification to the user saying your address was not safe. Please try again, and then return. But if everything went on fine instead, it means the user is going to get a success notification saying address saved successfully. And then we clear the input forms and then get back to the previous page, and then we can save. So now let's try to fill in these forms and try to save an address to the database. I'm going to have an office as a title and Doha Drive, block 56. And for the state, I'm going to have Lagos. For the city, it's going to be Ikeja. And then I can select a phone number. And I can't because I need to have a region first of all. So let me select Nigeria as the region. And of course, I can always change the region. You can see that it changes to Ghana flag. And if I click on Nigeria, it changes to the Nigerian flag. This is so that the user is only able to select a region and forces the user to have the country code right here so that the user knows that he's supposed to provide a phone number for that country. Now I can provide the phone number and then save address. And we were redirected to sign in actually. And that's because we're not signed in into our application. So now is a good time to actually test the signing in again after a long time. So I'm going to select this email and then click on sign in. Now we need to check the email for the OTP 514743 and submit. We're not logged in, so let's try to check out one more time. Click on the Samsung S23, click on buy now, and then click here to select an address. Add new address instead. So let's do that one more time. Title is going to be an office. Address is going to be Doha Drive, block 56. It's going to be Lagos. And city is going to be Lagos or Ikeja. And then phone number. Oh, we need to select a region. I keep missing that. Select this. And then save address. Address saved successfully. And you can see now we're now taking back right here. So that means if you click on the select address, we now have two addresses right here. The first one we had initially, and the second one we just created. So we can save this one. And now we can go on to pay. That's cool. So that means we're now having the functionality of the user creating a new address and selecting an address. But we also want the user to have the default address selected. And very soon, we're going to have the functionality of allowing the user to make an address a default address. So that by the time we come to the buy now page right here, that default address will be selected automatically. And then the user can click on here to change the address. And I think we should actually implement that feature right away. So if we go to the address route, currently we just have the navbar and the new address showing up here. But just below that, we can have an address card component that can display all of the addresses of the user. So let's click on right here to go to that page. Let's go to the add new address. And right now we're having the navbar and the add new address. So below the adding of the new address, we can show all of the user addresses. Now, since this is a server component, we can actually make a call to Supabase to fetch the user addresses like so. So first of all, we are going to await on create client coming from util/supabase/server. And then redirect is going to be coming from next navigation. So we want to check first of all that a user is logged in. Otherwise, we're going to redirect the user to the login route. But if there is a user, then we want to await supabase.from address, get all of the addresses where the user ID is user.id. And we're ordering by created at. And so with this data, we can now loop through the data and display all of the user addresses. And if we want, we can actually log the data to the console to see what we get and save. So let's visit our console and you can see we're getting the user addresses and it's an array of address objects right here. So we can loop through this array and display the user addresses. So below the new address, we're going to check if data.length is greater than 0. So if there is data and that data.length is greater than 0, then we want to show all of this. I'm going to say my address and then loop through the data and display it using an address card that we're going to create very soon. So right here, we're mapping through the data and getting each of the address objects, which is of type address params. We should import that. And then using the address card to display the addresses. So let's go ahead and create this address card inside of the components folder. So if I go to the Explorer and go to the components, create a new file, address card.tsx. This is going to be a client component. So let me have the use client directive. And then we're going to have all of this code right here. The address card is just a very simple client component. We're going to be passing the address right here to this component. So for each of the address that is passed to it, then we're going to display the region for the address of the address, the state of the address, the city of the address, the country code and phone number, and all of that. So let me save this and then get right here and import the address card component and save as well. So now you can see we have the two addresses that we created for the user. And we're letting the user know that they cannot change their email address for some reason. And that's okay. So within this address card, we're having a way for the user to manage address and also make a given address a default. So for now, we don't have the manage address route. So I'm going to just take this one away. But for the making of the address a default address, here we're checking if the address is already a default address. And if it's not, then we're going to show the text make default. Otherwise, we're going to display default address. So that means within this onClick handler for the make default button, we should have a function that we can call in order to make a given address a default address. This function, we're going to call it handle make default address. And so let's go above and create the function. So const handle make default address. And here we're going to be awaiting on a server action function to actually make default address. And we're going to call that function make default address. So let's go ahead and create this server action function. So if we go to the utils folder and inside of the actions folder, we have the address.actions.ts. So below this one, we're going to have this function right here, make default address, which is going to accept the address ID of the address and check if there is a user currently logged in. If not, we'll direct the user to the login route. But if there is a user logged in, then we can update that address and set its default to become true, where the ID of the address is equal to the address ID and the user underscore ID is equals user ID. And if there is any error, we can log it to the console and return false. Otherwise, we want to revalidate the address path and we can save. So if we go back to the address card, we need to pass an address ID right here. And we also need to import the function. So let's import that and then pass the address.id. And we know that this make default address is going to return true, right? If we go back to the address.actions.ts file, you can see we're returning true or false, depending on if the address was made a default successfully or not. So we can actually store the result of that in a const by saying const default success, and then we want to run a check to see what default success is. And we're going to say if default success, that means if it was true, then we want to give a toast notification, toast.success, address set as default successfully. Else, we want to say toast.error, failed to set address as default, and we can save. So let's try to click on this button to make this one a default address. Yes, and we get the notification address set as default successfully, and you can now see it has changed to default address. And one last thing that I want to show you concerning this address is that we can also go to our Supabase dashboard and write a trigger that listens for when an address is made a default and make sure that other addresses change to false. So we can go to our SQL editor right here and create a new snippet. And right here, I'm going to write a SQL query to make sure that the is default field of the other addresses are set to false when a particular address is default field has been set to true. So this is what we're going to have. And I'm going to rename this query trigger for address. And right here, we're having a function, enforce single default address function, which is returning a trigger. And what is it doing? It is setting the is default field of the address to become false for a particular user. And is doing this, is updating this on the address where the new that is default has been set to true. So what this is doing is just that whenever we make the is default field of a particular address to be true, we want to make sure that the other addresses has their is default field set to false. And now I can run this. Yes, success, no rows returned. So this is just an extra check to make sure that things run smoothly. So let's go back to our app. And now if we go back and refresh this page, you see that Doha Drive will still be there as the default address. So it's been selected automatically. And that's why we're having this code right here, setting the address to the default address after getting which of the addresses is the default. And at the same time, we're also getting all of the addresses and displaying them right here. So the next thing will be now that after paying and verifying the payment and all of that, then we want to create the order for that particular product that the user has purchased. And for us to be able to create the order successfully, we need to store some details concerning the product. And so if you look at our pay now function right here, you can see we're storing some things inside of the local storage. For now, we're just storing the amount, which is total cost, and then we're also storing the user's email. And I just noticed that for this amount, we're just writing the total cost, but we did not include the shipping fee. So I think we can just include it right here by saying product shipping fee. Instead of this object, we're also going to add other fields that we need when we eventually want to create the order for the product. And if we go to our Supabase dashboard and go to the orders table, you can see we need the user ID, we need the user email, product name, amounts paid, and so on. So now let's add all the necessary fields required so that by the time we pay now and verify the payment, then we'll be able to make the order. So let me go back to the Paystack dashboard. We're going to have an ID, but that will be generated automatically by Supabase, but we need to know the user ID. So we can come right here and I can just say user ID, and that will be the session.user.id. The next is the email. We're already getting the user email. The next is product name. So let's get the product name. Now we need the category. So let's get the product category. And next we need the amount paid. We already have the amount right here. The quantity bought. Now we need also the image URL. So I'm going to say image. So we have product.image URL and then the first image. And then status, we can choose that one later on. For size, color, we don't need that for now because our products are just gadgets. So they don't have size or color for now. And we did not include that in the product's details as well. So we can just leave those ones. And then the region, state, city, address, phone, and all of that stuff, they're going to be under the selected address. So let's have full address fields, and it's going to be selected address. So from this selected address, we're going to be getting the region, the state, the city, the address, the phone, the country code, and all of that stuff. And that's all that we need. So we're going to stringify all this and store it inside of the local storage so that by the time we're done paying, we'll have access to all the things that we need. So this is cool. And I'm going to save this one. And so let's go back to our application and try to pay now. And I think it's time to actually close all of the pages that we have right here. So I'm going to close all of the pages, and Paystack is trying to verify that we're human. So let's do that verification quickly. After clicking on the pay 90,000, we're going to come to the verify pay route. So let me visit that right away. Inside of the app folder, we have the verify payment. So let me choose success and pay 90,000 naira, and payment is successful. And right here, we're having this payment verification error. And I think one of the reasons is because of the object we have stored currently inside of our local storage. So if I go to verify pay, so you can see we got this payment verification error right here. So what we can do is to inspect our local storage to see what we have currently. So if I go to inspect and go to application, this is what we have. Right here, we're having the amount as 93,000, but then I think we paid 90,000. So there's been a mismatch somewhere. So let's fix that first. And if we go to the buy now page or the buy now client component, right here, we're saying that the amount is total cost plus the product shipping fee. But then right here for the amount that we're actually sending to Paystack for payment, we're only passing the total cost. So right here, I'm going to say plus product.shipping fee and multiply by 100 as well and save. So we were receiving that error because the payment amount did not match. We're going to try this again now that we've done the correction. So let me go back home. Maybe later on we can have a link right here that can take us back to the home page instead of going to the address bar right here all the time. So let's try to buy this Samsung S23 one more time and click on buy now. Yes, now it's 93,000 naira. So I think the verification is going to be successful this time. So you see how good it is to always verify the payment, because initially we had 90,000 naira. Meanwhile, we were storing the total cost and the shipping fee here, making 93,000 naira. So it's good we did that before time. So let's click on pay now or pay 93,000 naira. And payment successful and payment verified successfully. That is nice. So that means our payment has been verified, and then we can go ahead and use all of the data we stored inside of the local storage to create the order. And let me close this one and go to the verify pay component. Right here, we have the comments to create an order and send the order to the database and then redirect the user to the order page. So let's delete this one and get the item stored inside of the local storage. So I'm going to say local storage.get item payment information, and we can store this inside of a const local storage items. Let's parse this local storage item. In case there is no payment information inside of the local storage, then we're going to be passing this empty object as string. And then we're going to create another const other items, and we'll set it to be an object. And within the other items object, we're going to be passing all the fields that we need in order to make an order. First of all, I'm going to pass the user ID, and that will be coming from local storage items.user ID. And in order to be sure, let me inspect the local storage to see how we stored the object. So if I go to the application, right here we have the payment information. And next we're going to get the amount, and that will be set to local storage items.amount. And user email, we're going to be having product name, which will be set to local storage items.product name. We're going to be having quantity, which will be set to local storage items.quantity. Let's see what we have here. We've used the user ID, the user email, the quantity, the product name, and product category. So let's pass the product category as well. And that will be set to local storage items.product category. And let's get the product image as well. But instead of product image, what we have is local storage items.image. And then let's get the address. The address we're going to be passing here is the full address since it's an object. So we're going to be getting the address as local storage items.full address fields. And then lastly, let's pass the reference. So I'm going to say payment reference, and we'll just simply pass the reference. Yeah, so these are all the items or the fields that we need in order to create an order item. So after getting this object, now we can go ahead and await a function, a server action function that we're going to be calling create order. And to this create order function, we're going to be passing the order items like so. Now let's go ahead and create this function. So let's go to the Explorer and go to the utils. And within the utils, we go to the actions folder. Already we have files for the address, for the product, and user authentication. Now let's add one more file instead of the actions. And we're going to name it order.actions.ts. This file will be used to create all of the server actions that we need in order to work with orders. So let's create it. And then I'm going to have the use server directive. And let's export our first server action as an async function. Create order. And let's get the argument for this function as order items, which is going to be of type order items params. Remember, it's not order params, but order items params. This is because it's just the data type for the parameters that will be passing to the create order function. So we can go right here and create the interface order items params. And in fact, we can go back to the verify pay and copy all of this, come right here and paste them in. And then having this one as string, this one as number. And let me go ahead and deal with all of this one. And here, this is what the interface looks like. And right here, I can see we're having the user ID inside of the address object. And we're also having the user ID here. So what I'm going to do is to take this one away. And let me close off the console on the browser. And right here, instead of the create order function, we can try to await on Supabase to get the currently logged in user. So we are waiting on create client, and this create client should be coming from the Supabase server. And then we're waiting on auth.getUser and getting the user ID. And since we're getting the user ID here, I don't think it's necessary to get the user ID from the other items params. I'm going to delete this one because this is our backend and we want to make sure that we get the user from our backend. It is much safer to do that since we're about to create this order and store it inside of our database for the user. And so I can check that if no user, they want to throw an error. Ideally, this shouldn't happen, but we just want to put it here in case. But if there is a user, they want to go ahead and try to insert or create the order. So we're going to say await supabase.from orders, insert, and then we're going to supply all the fields necessary to create an order or insert an order inside of the orders table. So let's go back to our Supabase dashboard and go to the table and then go to the orders table right here and see all the fields that we need. So first of all, we have an ID and that will be supplied automatically by Supabase. Then secondly, we need the user ID, which will be equals to user ID. And then next we need the user email. And then that will be coming from order items.user email, amount, and product name. So product name is going to be product name underscore name. And then let's get the product category will be equals order items.product category. I'm just taking my time to make sure that we supply the right fields written and spelled correctly. Otherwise, there will be an error. So let's get the amount paid, or the amount, we already have it here. So that's supposed to be amount paid. And then let's get the quantity bought. That'll be equals order items.quantity. And then let's get the image URL. That'll be order items.product image. And then let's get the status. Status can be processing. Remember that there are specific keywords that we're supposed to use for the status, and processing is one of them. And the next will be size. That is optional. We don't need size. We don't need color. Then region. So let's get region, and that will be order items.address.region. And then we have state and city. And then let's get the address, yes, and phone. And let's get the country code as well. And the created at and updated at will be supplied automatically. And then the last one will be reference Paystack. So let's change this one to reference Paystack. And aside getting the error, we can also get the data and we can rename it as order data. And the reason we're passing this data is so that we can get the ID of the order. So right here, we can just do .select. But since we have row level security enabled for the orders table, only the user with this particular ID will be able to insert this data. So we should come right here and say dot equals and say where user ID equals user ID. So this is to make sure that only the currently signed in user is able to insert data inside of the table for his own order. And if there is any error, then we want to log that error to the console. Otherwise, we're going to return order data.id if there is order data, like so, and then save. So within this function, all we're trying to return is just the order ID that has just been created. And we can delete this, imported mistakenly. So we can go back to our verify pay. So since we're using an await here, it means that all of this needs to go inside of an async function. So I'm going to take this one out and then have an async function defined, const make order, and then paste in everything right here. And then we can come right here. If there is an error while verifying the payments, after the toast.error, we want to return. So after that, we can come right here and call the make order function and then save. And now we get back to our create next app. It's possible the order has been created already. So let's go to Paystack dashboard and refresh. And you see that we have 2 orders already inside of the orders table. And they're exactly the same thing, the same order. And that's because we saved our page twice. So it's created the order twice. You can see the same amount, the same product category, the same quantity bought and everything. So this is not supposed to happen. And it's happening because each time we refresh the page, the payment is verified and then the order gets created. So if we come right here and refresh this page, we'll see that 3 orders now exist. Yeah, we have 3 orders. So how do we stop this from happening? Well, we can stop this by comparing the reference that we have for the particular order that we want to store. If you come right here, you can see that the references are the same. So that means we're creating orders for the same payment. And so what we can do is go back to this page right here, and we can try to fetch an order that exists inside of our database based on this reference. If a reference is returned, it means that the order has already been created and then we don't need to create that order anymore. So right before here, where we are verifying the payment, we can go down below and create const order exists and set it equals to await check order. This check order is going to be a server action function that we're going to be creating soon. But to this check order, we're going to be passing the reference. And so let's go ahead and create this check order function. So I'm going to copy this and then go to the utils folder and the actions folder, and then go to the other actions. Let me collapse this so we can have some space. And I'm going to create another function. So export async function, check order, and it's going to be getting the reference, which is string. Right here, I'm going to copy some of the codes that we have inside of the create order function. So I'm going to get all of this and then paste them right here. And then we're going to await on supabase.from orders. And then we select the reference paystack where the user ID is equals user ID. So we're just getting only the reference paystack. And right here, we can store this in const data error. And we can rename this data to reference from paystack. And we're going to say if error, then console.log the error, and then return. Otherwise, we want to return the reference from paystack. Oh, and of course, we also have to say dot equals. So we want to make sure that is where the reference paystack is equals to the reference that we're passing right here. We're going to save this. So our check order function will be returning to us the reference from paystack. And that's what we're going to be checking right here when we import the check order function. So we're going to say if order exists, then we can just return. Otherwise, it will go ahead to try to verify the payment and then create the order for that product. And so we can save this one, and hopefully now when we go back to our app, you can see it doesn't return anything, and that's because we're returning nothing. So what we can actually do, instead of returning like this, we can just say redirect from next navigation. Right here, we can redirect the user to a page that will tell them that the order has already been made. But for now, we can just redirect home like so. So let me save this again And you can see we get back to the home page. And that's because the order already exists. And let me get back to Paystack dashboard and try to delete 2 of the orders that we made. So these things happen in real world, and you can see a lot of orders have been made already since we've been saving our work on VS Code. So it's been saving and orders have been created, and you can see it's all of the same orders. But now I'm going to delete all of them and keep just one. So delete 4 rows, and they've been deleted. But if we go back right here and try to buy another product, so let me try to buy this Asus laptop and click on buy now, pay now, and then choose success and pay the money. Yes, payment successful. And we get directed just here immediately. I'm not sure the payment was verified. So let's check the Paystack dashboard and refresh. And so the order was not created. And I think it's because of the way we're checking this order exists. So we want to make sure we say if order exists, end, then check order exists. If the length is greater than 0, like this, then we should redirect to the home page. This is better because sometimes when we pass the reference and the order does not exist, it means that the length is 0. Nothing was returned. It's going to be undefined or null. But we want to check it this way. So if it exists, then we want to check that the length is greater than 0, in which case it means that there is a reference or that the reference already exists in our database. And so we can just redirect the user to the home page. And of course, if we go to our database here and refresh, you see that we just have that same one order in our database. But now if we go back to our NextJS app and of course save this page and then click on the Asus laptop one more time and then click on buy now, pay now, and then choose success and pay 3,000. Payment successful, and then we're also verified. But now if we refresh this page and try to run the whole thing again, then we'll get redirected to the home page. So let me do that and we'll get redirected here. So this is cool. And this is also important so that a user does not come right here and try to visit an order that has been verified before. In which case, you're going to be having multiple orders in your database for an order that you've already fulfilled or that the user has already paid before, and then you have to fulfill that order so many times. The next set of things that we need to do is to be able to direct the user to the order page to view a particular order, and also have a page that the users can use to view all of the orders and view the order status as well. And so in order to do that, I can go back to the verify pay right here where we're making the order. After we're done making the order, we want to redirect the user to view that order. And we know that our create order function right here, the server action that we have right here, is returning to us an ID, the order ID. So if we click into the create order and scroll down, you can see we're returning the order ID. So we'll go back to verify pay, and then we can store the value of the create order function in a const order ID. And then we can navigate the user to the order page using the order ID. And we can use the use router from next navigation to do that. So if I scroll up right here, we can say const router will be equals use router coming from next navigation. And then we can say router the replace. So we want to use replace to replace the current route. So where do we want to go? We want to go to the order/order ID. We're going to use a template string right here, and then we'll have /order/the order ID. So that means we should go ahead and create this order route. This order route is going to be a dynamic route because it's going to be receiving different order ID based on the order that the user wants to view. So we'll go right here to Explorer, and right within the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder and call it order. And then within the order folder, I'm going to create another folder. This is going to be dynamic. So I'm going to say order ID. And then within the order ID, I'm going to create the page.csx file. So let's export a default async function order. And then we can return a simple JSX for now that says order page. So let's get the params, the dynamic params, which is going to resolve to a promise where the order ID is a string. The order ID, as we have it right here, is going to be the same name that we have right here instead of the square braces. And since the params is resolving to a promise, then we can await on the params like so. And we can destructure the order ID from the param. So we can say something like const order ID will be equals await params. And we can actually try to display it right here by saying order ID and save. Now we can go back to the verify pay client component. After we're done verifying the payment and then creating the order, we can then direct the user to see the order. Now we can save this file. In order to test things out, let's actually pay for this Sunny Airbird. Buy now, pay now. We can choose success and then pay 35,900. Payment is successful and payment verified as well. So let's see if we get directed to the order route. Yes, we're able to come to the order route right here. And you can see that the order ID is appended as well. And we're displaying it on our page. So this is good. And that means that we can go to the order page and then we can fetch the details for that order and display it beautifully in the JSX here. And then just below here, we're going to be having await fetch order by ID, and then we'll pass the order ID to it. This function is going to help us to fetch an order by its ID. So let's go ahead and copy it. And we can create that function to be able to fetch an order by its ID. So just below the check order function, I'm going to export an async function, fetch order by ID. And of course, we're going to be awaiting create client. And then we want to get the user first of all. And let me click on the check order so we can copy some code that we already have here. I'm going to copy all of this. And if you notice, I always do this inside of the server action, just in case the user is not signed in and then trying to access or make a call to our server action functions. And so I'm going to come right here and paste all of that. Right here, we're making sure that the user is logged in. And if there is no user, they want to throw an error. But in case there is a user, then we want to await on Supabase from orders, and we want to select everything where the ID is equals to the order ID, and the user is the same as the user logged in. And we're doing this because, of course, on the order table, row level security is enabled. And so for a user to be able to fetch data from the order table, the user has to be signed in and authenticated on our platform. And then we can check if there is any error. If there is error, then we can log the error to the console. Otherwise, we can return the order data like so. So our fetch order by ID function is returning order data. And right here, we're returning .single instead of .select. And this means that it's just going to return the order object to us instead of returning an array of the object. Now we can go ahead and save this file and then go back to our order page. And we can actually import this function correctly. And we can store this in its own const, order data. And then we can now have order data.product name and save. So let's see if we get the product name here. And we do, we have Sunny Airbird right here. So that means we're getting our order correctly. And so the next thing we need to do is to have very beautiful JSX right here to now display the order details. So what I'm going to do is, instead of having this boring thing here, I'm going to remove this one. And then I'm going to have a client component to display all of the order data correctly. So I'm going to call that order page and then pass the order data to it. And that means you can go ahead and create this order page client component. So let me copy this one and then head over to the Explorer and then go to the components folder and create a file, orderpage.tsx, like this. Now this is going to be a client component, so I'm going to have the use client directive right here. And in the usual fashion, I'm going to have this as a const order page and then export it as default. And then let's get the order data that will pass to it. And this order data is going to be of type order params. So within the function body, we're going to be returning some JSX to now display all of the order data. And I think it's going to be boring watching me write all of the JSX. So what I'm going to do is to copy and paste JSX right here so that we can save ourselves a whole bunch of time. So let me go ahead and paste the code. And here is the JSX that we're going to be returning. The image is going to be coming from next image. So let's import that. And now we can save. And let's go to the order page right here and make sure we import that correctly from the components folder and save as well. And yes, this is our order details page. Currently, we're just showing the product image, product name, the amount that was paid, the region, the state, and the city. And I think we can show more details about this order, such as the order status. So we can scroll down a bit and let's copy this table row and paste it right here. So instead of city, we're going to have phone. And so we're going to change this to order data.phone. But also we need to attach the country code. So let's have order data.country code and save. And one last thing we can do is also add the order status so that the user can view the status of the order, such as processing, shipped, delivered, completed, and so on and so forth. So just below this div, after the table, I'm going to have another div and have a paragraph within the div. Then I'm going to say order status. I'm going to have order data.status and save as well. And now we have it like this. We can also add some stylings. So I'm going to have class name and have a margin top of 6, just like this. So this is just good enough for what we want. Now, this page is for the user to be able to view the details of a particular order, but we need to show the user all the orders that he has made on our platform. And then when he clicks on a particular order, he's going to come to this order details page. So what we're going to do is go back to the Explorer, and then within the app folder, we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it orders. And we're going to create the page.tsx like so. Now, as usual, we're going to export a default async function and call it orders. And we're going to return a simple JSX that says all of your orders. And that means that within these orders, we should have a function to fetch all of the user's orders. And so within the function body, I'm going to await a function, fetch user orders. So let's go ahead and create this function to be able to fetch all of the orders for that particular user. So I'm going to copy these and go to the order.action.ts. And just as before, I'm going to collapse this one and then export another async function. And we await on create client. And like before, I'm going to copy the codes that we have right here. And so I'm just going to copy this. So at this point, you can see this is just repetitive, but it's important we do this inside of each of the server action, because server actions are just like the API routes that we create. It's just a modern way to actually create API routes. So let's make sure that we do the basic checks that we need to do inside of each of those functions. So below here, I'm going to paste this. In case there is no user, I'm going to throw this error right here. And then let me copy this function that we have right here as well. So I'm going to copy this one, and then down here, I'm going to paste all of this. But in this case, we don't need to check the order ID because we're fetching all of the user's order. Instead of single, we're going to have select like so. And then if there is any error, we're going to say error fetching user orders. And instead of order data here, I'm going to have all user orders, and make sure to correct it here as well. And now we can save. So the fetch user orders is going to return to us an array of the order objects. So let's go back right here and import this correctly. And then we can store this instead of const user orders. And just like before again, I'm going to take away this JSX. And instead, I'm going to be having a custom component called users order. And we're going to be passing the user orders right here. So let's go ahead and create this component, which is going to be a client component. So we'll go back to the Explorer, just like before, and then go to the components folder, and then create the user orders.tsx. This should be user orders like this. And let's make sure to correct that here as well. User orders. Yeah. So now this is going to be a client component. So let's have the use client directive right here. We're going to have const user orders like so. But instead of any, this is going to be order params array. So let's go ahead and export this function. We can return some JSX. And just like before, I'm going to paste in the bunch of JSX to display all of the user orders. So let me do that now. And right here, this is the JSX that we're going to be having. Import the image from next image. And then let's import link from next link. And we can save. And what we're trying to do here is that we're looping through the user orders, all of the user orders, and then we're displaying the image of the product name, the region, state, country, the amount paid, the date the order was created, and we're having a delete button to be able to delete the order. We're also having a link right here for the user to review the product, and we'll now have a link as well for the user to view more of the order details. So we can just have it like this. Very simple. And now we can go right here and import the user orders. And right now, TypeScript is complaining that this user orders is actually of type any or null. So let's go back to this function, to the fetch user orders function right here. And then we're going to have it as a promise, which means that where we're catching the error, we can just simply return an empty array. And I see that we did not import this other param, so let's import it right here. And yes, we're good to go. So we can save now and save this one as well. And that means that when we visit the /orders route, we're going to see all of the users' orders. So let's go to the browser and have /orders. And yes, this is what we get. All of the things that we've been buying for this particular user. We get the Samsung, we get the Asus laptop, we get the Venus watch, we get the Sony earbud. And you can see they're displayed beautifully well like this. We can see the order status, we can see the amount paid, we can see the date, and all of this information. This is awesome. And then we can click on view. And once we click on view, then we should be taken to the page to view the details or more details for that particular order. If we click on this one, we're going to be taken to the page to view more details for this order. So this is awesome. And we've been able to do this in a very simple but elegant way. And of course, we can always expand on this and add more details or remove some details as we want. One thing we also need to add is a review button right here so that a user can review the product he has purchased. So if we go to the user orders component right here, let's scroll down to where we have the view button. Right here, we have some other buttons such as the delete button, but we're not showing that because the order status is still processing. So you can see we are making some checks here to say if the order status is completed or if the order status is cancelled. Then we want to have this delete right here. And right here, we're also checking to make sure that the order status is neither reviewed, processing, nor completed. In which case, we're going to have this button showing up, the review product button. But right now, the review product button and the delete button are not showing because the order status is still processing, right? We don't want the user to delete an order that is still processing. And we also don't want to allow the user to review a product that is still processing. But right now, we need to find a way to display the review button so we can implement the functionality. And so for now, in order to have the review product button and the delete button show up, we can go to our Supabase dashboard and change one of the orders status. So we can change a particular order status to completed so that we're able to review that product. So let's go where we have status and change one of these to completed, like so. And if we now go back to our application and refresh, right now you see that delete and review product buttons are now showing up for this particular product for the Samsung S23 that was purchased by the user. So let's go ahead and try to see how we can implement the review product functionality and then the delete button functionality. And for us to be able to review a product, we are directing the user to this add review route right here. So that means we can go ahead and create this route. But before I start, I want to close all of the files I have currently opened inside of the VS Code, so we can start with a clean slate. So I'm going to go right here and inside of the app folder, I'm going to create a folder, call it add review, like so. And this add review is going to have a dynamic route because we can review any of the products based on the order ID. So let's have another folder, call it braces, order ID, like so. And then within the order ID, I'm going to create a file, page.tsx. And this is going to be a default async function, add review. And then for now, we can just return a simple JSX that says review this product. And right here, we're going to be getting the dynamic params. So let's have params. And the params will be resolving to a promise where the order ID is a string. And since this resolves to a promise, we can await on the params. And we can directly destructure the order ID from that params like this. And also display the order ID and save. So that means now when we click on review products, we're taken to this add review page and displaying the order ID as well. And just like we did before, we're going to have a separate client component that the user is going to use to review the product. And we can call that separate client component review order page. And then we can also pass the order details to this component. So we're going to say order data will be equals order data. So since we've not fetched the order data, let's go ahead and have const order data, and that will be equals await fetch order by ID, and then we'll pass the order ID. So we're fetching the order data by the order ID, and then we're passing the order data to the review order page right here. So it means that when we go into the review order page, we're going to display some information about the order and also give the user some input fields to review the product. The review could actually have a title, a description, and it could also have review images. So now let's go ahead and create this component, the review order page client component. So I'm going to copy this one and then head over to the Explorer and go to component and create a file, review order page.tsx. This of course is going to be a client component. So let's have the use client directive. And then we're going to have const review order page, and let's export it immediately. And let's accept the order data. Order data is going to be of type order params. And now within the function body, we can go ahead and return some JSX. So let's return a simple JSX for now. And it seems we don't have order data.description. So let me delete this one. But I think we have order data.product name. And since we're displaying the order data.id, I think you can go right here and remove this code that we have right here. And now we can import the review order page correctly. Let's save. Yeah, this changes a bit. So it means that we're getting the order data correctly. Now, what I'm going to do now is display the order data for this order, such as the amounts paid, the addresses, the state, the country, the phone, and then we're also going to have some input fields for the user to use to review the product. So instead of you to watch me do all of that, I'm going to try to save time and just get some bunch of JSX and paste it right here, and I will step us through the code. This is the JSX that we're going to have. First of all, we're getting image from next image, and we're importing useState from React. And then we're having some bunch of states to keep track of the input fields. The review image files will keep track of images that the user is uploading. The review title will keep track of the title of the review. The review description will keep track of the description for the review. And then we also have states for product rating and delivery rating. We're also having the form error state to keep track of errors that might occur on the page. And then we have this specific images error state specifically for the images. And right here, we're having the color disabled to check if we're going to disable the color for the submit button. So if there is no review title or the review description, or the user has not uploaded any images, then we want to have a particular kind of color, maybe a gray color or something like that. So if you scroll down here to where we have this submit button, if color disabled is true, we want to set the submit review button to have a background color of gray 500. But if it's false, we want to have a background color that is slightly green like this. And now I'm going to save. And yes, we have all of this. So these are the data for the order that we want to review. We want to review the order made for Samsung S23, but at the rate of 93,000. And the region is Nigeria, state is Lagos, city is Ikeja. And now we're having all of those input fields for the title, for the description. And then we're going to be having the product rating and the delivery rating as well. And then we have the submit button to submit the review. Now let's go ahead and implement the stars for the product rating and the delivery rating. And for us to implement the star rating for the product and delivery, we're going to go to our components folder and create a file called star rating.tsx. And right here, we're going to have const star rating, and Copilot is suggesting that this star rating component is going to take rating, which is going to be a number. And I'm going to agree. And let me quickly export the star rating component. But instead of just the rating, the star rating component will be accepting rating and set rating as props. So let's have the set rating. And then they're going to be of type star rating params, which we're going to define above, like so. The rating is a number, and set rating is a function that takes the rating number and returns void. Now within the function body, let's return some JSX to display the stars. This is the JSX that we're going to be having for this star rating. We have an outer div, and then within the div, we're having an array.from, and this array has a length of 5. And we're using that to display about 5 star images, which we can click to actually rate the product or rate the delivery. You can see the image we're displaying right here is the assets.star icon, of the assets.star icon. And let me go to my public and then assets. And right here we have the star icon. You can see it's the full star icon, bright and red. And the star icon is the one that is a bit faint. So we're displaying either of those stars based on the comparison here. So what is happening here is that we're going to have a function handle rating and pass the star index, which is the index plus 1. So that means the first image is having an index of 0. So 0 plus 1 will give us 1. So the first image is 1, second image is 2, third image is 3, fourth image 4, and the fifth image is 5. So if the user wants to give a rating of 3 for the product, he's going to click on the third star image, in which case the fourth star image and the fifth star image will be dull. So in order to demonstrate that, I'm going to flesh out this handle rating function that we have right here. So let me go up right here and create a function const handle rating. And right here, we're using the set rating function to set the rating. So when I save now, nothing happens. So let me go back to the review order page and let's remove this star and import the star rating component. And this rating is going to be for the product. So we're going to have rating, set to product rating, and set rating will be set product rating, and save. Now you can see we have these 5 stars brightly displayed. So right here, when we click on the third star image, the fourth one and the fifth one becomes dull. If we click on the second one, the third, fourth, and the fifth becomes dull. So that's what we're doing here. The star index right here that we've clicked is 2. And so when we click on the second star image, handle rating runs and sets the rating to be 2. So star index is less than or equals to 2 is true. So that means the asset.star icon will be set for the first one and the second one. But the third ones, they are false. So they'll become the star dull icon. So that's what we're doing here. And then I'm going to also come right here and remove this one as well and get the star rating as well. This time we're going to be having rating, delivery rating, and set rating to be set delivery rating. And you notice that when I save, they'll all be full. The reason is because the initial value of rating is 5, as you can see here, both the product rating and the delivery rating. And so the user can now choose to rate the products either 2 stars or 3 stars and all of that. So as soon as I save this one as well, yeah, this one gets to be full. And then the user can choose to rate this 3 star, 4 star, or give it the full star. And the ratings will be stored as number. So the product rating is having 2 right here, and the delivery rating is having 5. Now that we have this set up, what we can do now is to step through the review title, the review description, and make sure that we're setting things up properly so that by the time we finish typing our title, then our submit review button can become alive. Now it is still all gray, and that means that we're not setting some conditions right, and maybe because we're yet to upload some review images. So let me click right here, and I'm just going to select any image. So I'm going to select this one, and as soon as you select at least one image, you can see the submit review button becomes green. So it means that we must provide review title, provide review description, and give product rating, delivery rating, and then we'll be able to submit a review. Already, the product rating is set to a default of 5. So we can now choose to give 2 or 3 or 4 stars, depending on our mood or how the product was delivered and all of that. So this is cool. And of course, the image we're seeing right here is because we are looping through the review image files right here. If we can scroll down a bit here, and then we're displaying the images using src as url.createObjectURL and then pass the file that we're uploading. And review files image is a type of file array. So that means we can upload multiple images if we want. And then right here, we'll loop through all of the review images and then display them right here. And whenever we change the images that we're uploading, we want to set the images error to an empty array in case there were previous errors from previous uploads and all of that. And then we now set the review image files right here. So let's step down a bit more. Right here, in case there are images error, we want to map through them and display them as well. So if we upload an image and there is an error, some sort of error, as we're going to see later on, we want to display those error on the screen so that the user can know what to do. And then for the review title, when we start typing, inside the review title, we want to set form errors, just in case there were previous form errors. We want to set it to an empty array and then set the review title to the content that the user is typing. And right here, we want to display all the form errors for the review title. And then for description, we're also setting the form errors to an empty array and then setting the review description as well. And for product rating, we already have the product rating. So having stepped through the codes that we have right here. So what we need to do now is, after getting the review title, the description, the ratings, and even the review images, we want to now implement the submit review function. And for that, we can scroll down to where we have the button, and then we can attach an on-click handler for this button. And then we're going to have the handle submit review function. So let's go ahead and create this function. I'm going to scroll up, and I think I should collapse this JSX a bit so that we can see what we're doing. And right here, just below the color disabled, I'm going to have const handle submit review, like so. And now within the handle submit review function, we're going to try to check all that the user has provided. For example, check the title, check the description, check the images, and even the product rating to make sure that they meet our standards. In order for us to do this gracefully, we're going to use Zod for validation. We've already seen how to use Zod, so it's going to be a whole lot easier. And so by the time we check the form input using Zod, if there are any errors, then we can set them on the form errors and the images errors, and then we can display it to the user. And so the user can correct the data and try to submit again. And this is also important because we're going to be sending this data to our backend. And even within our backend, we're still going to verify the data that is coming to the backend. So let's go ahead and write a schema with Zod to actually handle the verification of the review data. So I'm going to go right here. If I scroll down to where we have the utils and we have Zod validations. So within this folder, I'm going to create another file, review validations.ts, like so. Within the review validations.ts file, we're going to import Z from Zod, like so. And then we're going to have two important schema. The first schema is the review schema, which is going to help us to check the review title and the review description that the user is providing right here. And we're saying that it's going to be a string, and then the minimum character is going to be 3. So that means if you have less than 3 characters, then there will be an error. And then for the review description, we're also making sure that it's a string, and we're making sure that the minimum character for description is 10 characters. And then we're trimming them. So it means that when we want to use the review schema, we need to pass the review title and the review description. And the second schema is the review images schema, which is going to be checking for the images. First of all, it's going to be an array because we're going to be uploading several images. And then it's going to be an instance of file. And we're limiting the files to be uploaded to be 4 MB. 4 multiplied by 1024 by 1024 will equals 4 MB. So any file or any image file that we're trying to upload that is greater than 4 MB will not be accepted. There will be an error. And the file will be of image/JPEG, GIF, or PNG, and all of that. Otherwise, we're returning this error message. And of course, if the user fails to provide at least one image, then we're going to have this error message thrown back at the user. And now within our handle submit review function, we're going to be using our schemas to check the user inputs. So right here, we're going to have const review form validation will be equals review schema coming from our utils folder right here, dot save parse. And then instead of the object, we're going to pass the review title. We're also going to be passing the review description. And let's do for that of the images. I'm going to have const review images validation equals review images schema dot save parse. And within the object, we're going to be passing the review images as well. But we're not going to be filtering through anything. Yeah, so now we have the review form validation and the review images validation. And now we're going to be checking if there are any of the form errors or image validation error. So just below here, we're going to be having review form validation dot error dot issues dot map. So we want to map through any errors that might exist for the review form validation. And right here, we're going to be returning for each of the path, we're going to be returning the message. So what that means is that if we go to our review validation right here, we're checking for review title and we're checking for review description. So whichever one returns an error, we're going to get the part, which could be for the review title or for the review description. And then we set it to the message. And then we can store this in a const review result. And let's save this for now. And then just below the review result, we can now check if review results has some messages inside of it. That means if some errors were returned, then we want to set that error to be the form errors. And now for the image validation, we can also check if review images validation dot error dot issues. So if there are any issues, then we're going to be setting the images error, and we'll map through the review images validation dot error dot issues and return the message. Now, if there are no issues, then we can just proceed to communicating with our Supabase database. But if there were issues, then we just want to display the errors and then return. And so for that, I'm going to use let local error to be false. And then when we check the review result and there are some errors, we want to set the local error to true. And then likewise for the image validation, I'm going to set local error to be true as well. So if local error is true, then we can just use a toast notification. Please fix the errors. And then we need to return. Otherwise, we can submit the review to the server, and then we can give a toast.success right here. Review submitted successfully. Now we can save. We've tried to implement the review. So let's see what happens. Right here, I'm going to provide title of day, description, upload one image. And let me click on submit review. We get this, please fix the errors. And then we're also having the error messages displayed to the user right here. This one says, please write up to 3 characters for review title. And you can see it's taking that message from here. And that was why we had to actually get the message paired up correctly. And for the description, we're also having, please provide up to 10 characters for review description. This is cool. And if we were to correct the form, so let me say, great device, and give description as, you don't want to miss this. And now I'm noticing something strange, which is that I'm trying to give some space for the description and the title, but they won't just work. So let's go to our input forms and see why that is so. Let's go for the review title. So what I'm going to do is remove this .stream. As I'm typing, then it's trimming the whole thing down. So we're finding it difficult to add spaces. Let me do the same for the description as well, and then save. So now we can have some space. You don't want to mix this. Get this now. Yeah, I think this is a great description for review. And let me space out this device. Yep. And now I'm going to click on submit, and we get the notification, review submitted successfully. So that means there are no errors. And with the help of Zod, we're able to validate the data right here on the client. And since we're getting that notification that says review submitted successfully, it means there are no errors on our page. And that means we can now take all the data, the review images, review title, description, product rating, delivery rating, and so on, and then send it over to our Supabase project. We can store it inside of the review table. And where do we do all of that? Let's go back to our submit review function, or handle submit review function. And you can see we have this comment to submit the review to the server, but instead we're supposed to say to Supabase review table, like so. But up until this moment, we don't have the review table existing inside of our Supabase project. So let me expand this window a bit, and then go to our Supabase dashboard, and then go to the SQL editor. And now we can click on the plus icon to create a new snippet. And we can start by saying create table reviews. And then we can start to type all the fields that we need. We can have the ID as type UUID. And it's going to be the primary key. And it's going to give a default value. And that default value will be generated. So we can have gen random UID. We can also have the user ID, which is of type UUID. And it's going to be referencing the auth.users table ID. You can also have the order ID, which is of type UUID, and references. Right here, they should be references. And then the order ID should also be referencing the orders table ID. And then we can go ahead to have the review title, the review descriptions, and so on and so forth. But I think this is going to be very boring. So what I'm going to do is pause this video a bit and then flesh out all the data, all the fields that we need in order to create the reviews data. This right here is what we're going to have. We have the ID, the order ID, which references the orders table ID. We also have the user ID, which references the auth.users ID as well. And we're having the onDelete cascade, which means that whenever the order is deleted, then we also want to have the reviews for that order to be deleted as well. And it's going to be unique, which means that we only want to have reviews for a particular order. We don't want to have multiple reviews for a particular order. So the order ID is going to be unique on the reviews table. And then we're also deleting the reviews when a user has been deleted as well. So that's what we're having the delete cascade as well. We're having not null, which means that this field is not supposed to be empty. And also the order ID as well. And then we have the review images, which is going to be string or text type. The review images stores the images that the user is going to be uploading when trying to review a particular product. And then we also have the review title, the description, the product rating, delivery rating. We have the product's image URL. We have the product name, the amount paid, the quantity. And right here, we have the timestamps for when the review was created and when the review was updated at. The default is always going to be now. So that's what we're going to have. This should be enough for us to create a review or store a review inside of the reviews table. And if we scroll down a bit, I've also enabled the role level security for the reviews table. And after that, we're now having policies that determine how the reviews table is accessed or manipulated. So right here, we're having for select or reading the reviews data. Only users within the application will be able to select or read data from the reviews table. And right here, we also have for insert. And we're making sure that only users within the application are able to insert a row of data inside of the reviews table. And then we have for updating, the same thing. Only users that are authenticated within our application will be able to update their own reviews data. And finally, we have for update. Okay, we have double for update. So let's make this one delete. So only users that are authenticated within the application will be able to delete their own reviews data. And that's it. And finally, we're setting the storage for the review and naming it review bucket. The ID is review bucket and the name is review bucket. And right here, we're having some policies that now determine how the data inside of the review bucket is accessed. Right here, we're saying that anyone will be able to select or read data from the review bucket storage. And right here, we're also saying that anyone will be able to insert data inside of the review bucket. So we're just making them publicly accessible. And later on, when we're done creating the reviews table and the review bucket storage, we can go ahead and update the policies on them. But for now, these ones will do. So what I'm going to do is run the code snippet. Okay, right here, we're having an error. So it says, cannot use column reference in default expression line 5. So let's see where that is. Okay, right here, I can see we have gen random UID. This is supposed to be a function. So let me put the parenthesis and run again. And this time we get success, no rows returned. And we can actually rename this code snippet to create reviews table and storage. And now if we go to the table editor, we should have our reviews table. And we're having the fields ID, order ID, user ID, review images, review title, and so on and so forth. And if we also go to the storage, we should also see the review bucket that we just created. And you can see we're having the policies right here. So whenever we want, we can come right to this bucket and edit or change the policies. And then we can click on policies. And right here, we can click on these 3 dots right here and edit policies, or we can even delete the policies. So that is cool. Now let's go back to the table editor. And so we have successfully created the reviews table and storage for the reviews images as well. I'm going to minimize the browser's window one more time. And then right here where we have the comments and the toast of success, I'm going to take them away. And instead, I'm going to have a try catch block to catch any error that might occur, and we can log the error to the console. And we can also have a finally block to clear from data and all of that. And in fact, let me go back to the project so that we can see what we're doing. And within the try block, I'm going to try to create a new form data, and I'm going to store it inside of const image reviews. I'm creating this new form data right here because I want to put all of the images that the user is going to upload inside of the image reviews right here. This is because we're going to be passing the images to our server action function to process the images and then send those images to our Supabase storage. So after creating the form data, we can come right here and look through the image reviews right here, the review image files we have here. So I'm going to say review image files dot for each. So what we're doing is that we're looking through the images that the user is going to upload. And then for each of those images, we're going to now append it to the image reviews form data that we have right here. And we're appending them as review images. And after that, we can now wait on a function, upload images to Supabase, and then we'll pass the image reviews right here. In fact, let me rename this so that we know what we're doing. The names can be confusing sometimes. So I'm going to have image reviews form data, and this is going to be image reviews form data. And we're going to be creating this function very soon. So let's store that in a const image URLs in Supabase like so. So what we're doing is that we're calling on a function, the upload images to Supabase function, and then passing the image reviews form data to it. And what this function is going to do is that it is going to take all of the images and upload them to our storage on Supabase. Currently, if we go to our storage and go to our review bucket right here, you can see there is nothing inside of the bucket at the moment. So it is empty. But as soon as we're able to send those images to the storage, then we're going to have some images inside of the review bucket. So that's what this upload images to Supabase function is going to help us do. So now let's go ahead and create this upload images to Supabase server function. So I'm going to copy the function name. So let's go to our Explorer and go to the utils folder and go to actions. Currently, we don't have any file to process our reviews or even the review images. So within the actions folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it reviews.actions.ts. And we're going to use the use server directive. All the functions we're going to have inside of this file will be to manipulate our reviews data. Let's start by exporting a default async function, which we're going to call upload images to Supabase. And then this function is going to take a form data and it's going to be of type form data. Then just like we've been doing inside of all server function, we're going to first await on create client coming from the Supabase server since we're within a server environment. And we can install this inside of const Supabase. And then let's try to await on supabase.auth.getUser. So we're always trying to make sure that a user is signed in into our application. We can also store that inside of const data, destructure the data. And now we can have const user ID will be equals data.user.id. And if there is no user ID, it means that the user is not signed in. And then we can throw an error. Or instead of throwing up an error, we can just log it to the console, no user found, and then redirect the user to login. And this redirect should be coming from next navigation, not from here. So let me take this one away. It should be coming from next navigation. And we also want to check that if there is no form data, then we just want to return an object that says success is false, like so. So we're making sure that a user is signed in and we're making sure that form data actually exists. So if all the conditions are met, then we can open up a try catch block and then we can just log that error to the console and also return success or false. And now within the try block, we can have form data and get all of the review images. We can get them as file array. Remember, this review images here is the review images that we're passing right here to the function. And inside of the form data, we're appending it as review images. So that's why we're using review images here as well. So we're getting all of those images as file array. So that means we can also store that inside of const files. We can also have the uploaded image URLs, which is going to be an array of string and it's going to start out with an empty array. The uploaded image URLs is going to be storing the URLs of those images that we've already uploaded to Supabase. So now we can then go ahead to loop through the files, which is containing all of those images that we're getting from our user and then sending them to Supabase. So let's go ahead and right here, I'm going to say for const file of files. So for each of the file inside of the files array, I'm going to have a const buffer will be equals buffer.from await file.array buffer. So what we're trying to do here is use the buffer package to get the image buffer from the file. And after getting that, we can have a unique name. So I'm going to say const unique file name. And we can use dates.now to create a kind of unique name for each of those images. And if you're wondering what these files actually look like, we can actually come right here and log it to the console and save for now. And then we can go back to review order page and import the upload images to Supabase. We're having this definition right here inside of the if block. So let's take it out. And it's supposed to come right after this one. So now we can save. We're just looping through the review image files, which is a state, our use state. And then we're appending the images to the image reviews form data so that we can pass it right here to our server action function. And now when we go back to the application right here and click on submit review and inspect our console within our server, then you can see what the file looks like. So the file is having the size, it's having the type, it's having the name, and it's having the last modified. And we're seeing that because we're logging the files to the console right here. And this also means that our code is running perfectly. So I'm going to close the console and then continue with the upload images to Supabase function. Now, after getting the buffer from the file and also getting the unique file name, we then want to await supabase.storage.from and then review bucket right here. And then we're uploading the image and we're giving it the name of the image that we're uploading, which is going to be the unique file name. We're also passing the buffer, and then we're also passing an object that has a content type or file type. So these are the parameters that Supabase needs in order to store the image inside of the bucket. We pass the unique file name or the name, whatever it is, which is going to be a string. Then we pass the buffer, which is going to be of type buffer. And then we pass the content type, which is going to be the file.type. And let's check in case there is any error while trying to upload the image to Supabase storage. So we can say const and destructure any error. And so if there is any error, we want to log that error to the console and then return success false. And if no error was returned, it means that this image was uploaded successfully. And since the image would have been uploaded successfully to Supabase, we can now go ahead and extract that image URL. So we can say const, you can get the data, you can get the URL data, which will be equals supabase.storage.from review bucket dot get public URL unique file name. So what we're doing here is that at this point, the image already exists inside of our Supabase storage. So we now want to get back to the Supabase storage from the review bucket and then get public URL for that image we just uploaded. And this get public URL is a function from Supabase. We just need to pass it the unique file name when we uploaded that image. So once we pass that unique file name, then it's going to get the URL for that image. And after that, we can go ahead and push that URL to the uploaded image URLs array that we created right above. So what we're doing here is that the for loop is going to loop through the image files. And for each of the images inside of the image files, is going to send them to the Supabase storage and then retrieve the URL. And so once we get the URL for that particular image, we're going to store it inside of the uploaded image URLs and go for the next one until we're done looping through all of the image files. So at the end of the day, this uploaded image URLs array is going to have all of the URLs coming from Supabase. And so after looping, after going through the for loop, we can now return an object of success true, and then image URLs will be uploaded image URLs, and we can now save. So let's go back to our review order page. And if everything went on well, it means that this image URLs in Supabase will be having the array of all the images we have just uploaded. And then right here, we can check if image URLs in Supabase.success, then we can proceed to create the review. So let's save this. And at the moment, when I reload this page, you see there are no files inside of the review bucket storage. But let's go back to our application right here and then submit this review. Okay, we don't get any feedback for now, but let's go back to the Supabase storage and reload again. And now you see we have that image right here. And let me maximize the window a bit. And when I click this, instead we're going to have that dog dress image right here. That means I've shown you in detailed steps how to actually upload your images to a Supabase storage. And we got this right off the bat. This is our review bucket and we have the image right here. And so now that we're uploading images successfully to our review bucket storage, it means we can now retrieve that URL like we're doing and then use it to create the reviews. So let me minimize the window one more time. So instead of the comment, we're going to be awaiting on create reviews function. This create review function is going to be a server action function to which we're going to be passing all of the data or parameters that we need in order to create a review. And if I go back to my Supabase and let's visit the reviews table to see what the reviews data is going to look like. So let's go to SQL editor. So you can see right here, in order to insert a row of data inside of the reviews table, we need the ID, which will be created automatically or by default. And then we need the order ID, user ID, review images, and all of this. So what I'm going to do is minimize this window one more time and make sure that we pass all of the information required right here. And I'm taking my time to explain this so that you understand, even in the smallest detail, the things that you need to do in order to insert a data inside of a Supabase table. So for this, I'm going to pass an object. I'm going to have the order to review. It's going to be order data. So right here, I'm passing the order data so that we can get the order ID, we can get the product name, the amount paid, the quantity, and all of that. And then secondly, I'm going to pass review data, which itself is going to be an object, having the review title, having the review description, having the product rating, delivery rating, and finally the review image URLs, which is going to be the image URLs in Supabase. I'm going to take this one away. So these are the arguments that we're providing to the create review function. We are passing in the order to review, which is just the order data. And then we're also passing the review data object, which is going to have the review title, review description, product rating, delivery rating, and review image URLs. So now let's go ahead and create this server action function to create a review. So I'm going to copy the name and then, like before, head over to the reviews.actions.ts. And now I'm going to collapse this a bit and export another async function, a default async function, which is going to be create review. And right here, I'm having an error. Okay, I think it's because I've been using the default keyword here. So I'm not supposed to use this. I'm also not supposed to use this because we're going to be exporting a lot of function from here. So let's right here, extract the review data and then the order to review as well. And the review data is going to be of type review data params. And then order to review is going to be of type order params. And I think we already created this order params. So let's import that. And then for the review data params, I'm going to copy this one and then try to create that interface or type right here. So I'm going to say interface. We don't need to export it since we're just going to be using it inside of this file right here. So it's going to be having review title, which is string, review description, string, product rating, which is number, delivery rating, number, and then review image URLs, which is going to be of type string array. And now within the function body, just like before, we always want to make sure that a user is signed in into our application and trying to make use of our backend. So what I'm going to do is copy some of the codes that we have here already, just this one, and then paste right here so that we can redirect the user to log in if the user is not logged in already. And then after that, we can await on Supabase.from reviews and then try to insert the data. So we're going to be passing the user ID. And next, we're going to need the order ID, which is going to be order to review.id. And let's pass the review images, which is going to be review data.review image URLs. And then let's pass the review title, review description, product rating, delivery rating. And we also need the product image URL. So let's pass that. And that will be order to review image URL, like so. And then let's also pass the quantity, which will be order to review dot quantity but amount paid. I don't think we have an amount. So let's go ahead and add that. So amount paid. And we're going to be having it as order to review dot amount paid. We also need the product name, which will be order to review dot product name. And these are all the data we're going to be needing in order to create a review or insert a review instead of the reviews table. Cool. So we can go ahead and save. And then we can go back to the review order page and import the create review function. And let's scroll up a bit to find out why we're having some errors. So right now, this one is no longer a default export. So we need to have it inside here, and that solves it. And now let's scroll down one more time because we're having another error. And right here, I don't think we're passing the image correctly. So let's see, we're returning the image URL. So let's go back and say image URLs in Supabase dot image URLs like this. I think I had to delete this initially. I thought it was a mistake or an error. All right. So I'm going to save this now and go back to the Supabase dashboard and head over to the storage, go to the review bucket storage. And what I'm going to do is delete this image that we have currently. So I'm going to delete that successfully. And what I'm going to do this time is go back to the app, refresh this page. Within our review order page, once we're done creating the review, we also want to be able to clear out the fields so that they don't remain there, right? And so right here, we can use the finally block to do that. So we can set the review title to become an empty string, along with the review description, product rating, delivery rating, and set review image files as well. For the product rating and delivery rating, we're just setting it back to the default, which is five-star rating. So I'm going to save this. I also want to give some sort of feedback to the user if the review was uploaded to the reviews table successfully. So let's go back to our create review function to see what we are returning back. Okay, right here, we are waiting on Supabase from reviews and inserting the data. But we also need to store this. I'm going to destructure the data as review data and also get the error just in case there were some errors, right? Okay, I think we already used this name, so I'm just going to say from DB. And since we have the role level security enabled for the reviews table, it means that we should come right here and say dot equals to make sure that the user trying to write data to our database is actually an authenticated user. So I'm going to say user ID will be equals user ID, and then we can select. This select right here will help us to return the data that we just inserted into the reviews table. And so just after this, we can now say if there was an error, then we can log the error to the console and return success false, and also say review data to be null. Otherwise, we want to return success true and then review data to be the review data from DB. So this is what we're returning from this function. And you can go ahead and save it and then get back to review order page. And right here, we can destructure review data and then make a check if review data, then we can give a toast.success and say review created successfully. Else, we can just say failed to create review. Please try again. Just going to save and try this out. So if we upload this review successfully, then we're going to get a toast notification on our screen. So let's go. And for that, I'm going to click right here to upload some images. And let me select this Adidas shoes just for testing purposes. Review title, great shoes. Description, oh, you don't want to mix this. This should be mix, not mix. I think I wrote mix initially. I can't spell now. And then product rating, let me give 4 for the product rating, and delivery, let me give 3 just for testing purposes. And then click on submit review. We get review created successfully. So that means our review has been created successfully, and you can see now the fields have been wiped off and product rating returns to 5, delivery rating returns to 5. So that means if we go to our bucket right here and refresh or reload the page, we should have this Adidas shoe in our review bucket. And that also means that if we expand this window a bit and go to the table editor and go to the reviews, we should have a row of data right here. This is awesome. And you can see the review images is now having the URL of that image that we just uploaded. This is great. So at this point in time, we've been able to create an order and even review a product or a particular order. And I think after reviewing a product, what we can actually do is redirect the user to the home page or something like that. In order for me to do that, I'm going to use the router from Next Navigation by coming right here, and I'm going to say const router will be equals use router. And this use router is going to be coming from Next Navigation right here. And so I can scroll down and then I can say router.push or replace, and I'll just go to the home page. So now if we go to the root of our application, and then let me visit the /orders route. I think we just reviewed this Samsung product. And remember, we can review this product twice because we've already written a review for it. In which case, it means that whenever we review a product, we should actually find a way to change the status of that product so that we don't have to see the review products right here anymore. So for now, I can go back to the Supabase project and then go to orders. And right here, where we have completed, I can have reviewed instead. And so it means that if I go back to application and then refresh, you can see that review is no longer there, which is okay for now so that we don't have to review this product again. But we can add completed for another product. So let me come right here, write completed. And I think this one should be for the Asus laptop. So let's go back to application. And when I refresh, you see that we'll be able to review the Asus laptop now. Yeah, it's right here. And we can click on review product, add the title, great laptop, description, my awesome laptop is great. And then product rating, I'm going to give them 5 and maybe 3 for delivery rating, and upload an image as well. I don't have the image of a laptop right here. So let me just upload a shop bag like this and then submit review. Yep, we'll get the notification and then we get redirected to the home page. This is awesome. So far, we've been able to have a product on our platform. We can buy a product, create the order, create a review for that product, and all of that. Now, the things remaining for us to do is that when we visit the product details page, we are yet to implement the add to cart functionality. And we also have a way for the users to view their reviews and also view their profile. Right now, when I click on the profile, we're given a 404 page. And when I click on the reviews, we're also given a 404 page. So now let's go ahead and implement the add to cart functionality and also flesh out the reviews page and then the profile page. So in order to start out, what I'm going to do is close all the files that I have currently opened inside of the VS Code. And then I'm going to visit the product details page. And we're importing the product details client component. So let's go to the component and let's track the add to cart button. Let's attach an on-click handler to this button. And then we're going to pass it a function, handle add to cart function. So let's go ahead and create this function above. Right here, just before we return the JSX, we're going to have const handle add to cart, give it a fat arrow function like so. And since we're going to be having an on-click event on this page now, we need to make this a client component. So let's go up here and have the use client directive. So now, how do we flesh out the add to cart functionality? Now, the way I want to do this is that whenever the user clicks on the add to cart button right here, we want to add that product to cart. But if the product already exists in cart, then we'll just update the cart quantity. And where are we storing this product that we're adding to cart? Well, this time we're going to use Zustand for state management. Initially, when we implemented the pay now functionality right here, we had to store the product information instead of our local storage directly. But this time, I want to teach you how to use Zustand to store items. And in this case, we're going to store cart items, and Zustand is simple to implement. So what we're going to do now is maximize this window a bit. And then I'm going to visit the Zustand documentation right here. And right here, we can see that Zustand is a small, fast, and scalable barebone state management solution. Now, to begin with using Zustand in our application, we're going to run the command npm install Zustand to install it inside of our application. And then we can look at some use cases right here. But then there is something that I want to show you when it comes to using Zustand instead of NextJS application. It's a problem that has to do with persisting data. And persistent is all about whether the data you stored inside of your state remains available even when pages have rendered and been refreshed and all of that. And what happens in NextJS application is that sometimes when you refresh some of the pages or when there are some kind of renders on your application, the things you have stored inside of the Zustand states actually disappears, which means you no longer have access to them. So for that purpose, I will teach you a way to actually persist your data when you use Zustand instead of your NextJS application, so that even after different kinds of re-renders, you still have your state intact and you can use them anywhere. And so I'm going to show you how to do that. Now, the first thing I need to do is copy this command right here so that we can install Zustand inside of our application. So let me copy this one and minimize the window one more time. And then I'm going to open up the terminal and kill off the terminal. And then I'm going to paste that command right here and install Zustand. Now Zustand is done installing. So I'm going to clear the terminal, close it off. So what do we do next? Within the handle add to cart function, we're going to add the product to Zustand store and then give feedback to the user that the product has been added to cart. So now, where is the Zustand store going to be? How do we create the Zustand store? When you scroll up here, you can see inside of the Zustand documentation, we have first create a store. And in order to create a store, we're going to have a code that looks like this. We're going to import create from Zustand, and then this is an example of a store. This store has bears, which is like a state. Then it has some functions like increase population, remove all bears, and update bears. And these functions are in one way or the other dealing with this state right here. So the bears is like state. In this case, it's just a number. But in other scenarios, it could also be an object, it could be an array, it could be a string, and so on and so forth. So now, in order to create a store, what I'm going to do is go to Explorer right here. And then within the LDIX store folder, the roots of our application, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it store. And then within the store, I'm going to create a file that I'm going to call cartstore.ts. Within this file, I'm going to create our own store, and then we'll be able to have all the functions that we need and even the states that we need in order to have a cart store where we can now store products that we're adding to our carts. So we're going to export cart store, and this is going to be equals create coming from Zustand right here. So make sure to import that. And then we'll have this fat arrow function. And so within this parenthesis, we can now have something like an object, and we can say items, which can be an array, and then we can go ahead to define some other functions as well. But first of all, this cart store is going to have a type on it. So we're going to have a type cart store params. So let's go above here and define that as an interface, cart store params, items, which is going to be the cart items. And these items is going to be of type array, and it's going to be having decrease quantity or decrease QTY, which is going to be a function that returns void. It doesn't return anything. And next, we're going to have increase quantity or increase QTY, which is also going to be fat arrow function, returning void. And lastly, we're going to have clear cart items, which is also going to be a function returning void. Oh, there should be an arrow right here. But this items is not just going to be an array, it's going to be an array of product params. So let's import that as well. And the decrease quantity and increase quantity function is going to be taking an ID, which is going to be of type string. This ID is going to be the ID of the products that we're trying to add to cart later on. Now, within the parentheses, we can have an object having the items and then the decrease quantity, increase quantity, and clear items or clear cart items. But in this way, the data we're going to be storing in state with the help of Zustand is not going to persist. So what I'm going to do is take away this one like so, and instead we're going to have another parenthesis and then making use of the persist from Zustand middleware. So let's make sure to import that. With this persist right here, we'll be able to persist data. So within the persist API, you can see it expects two arguments. So first of all, I'm going to pass a function. So let's have that function like so. And this function is going to take on set. So this function is going to take on an object where we're going to be having the state and even the functions that we want to be using for this cart store. So first of all, we're going to have the items, which is going to be an empty array initially. So we're trying to initialize the items and also the functions, define the functions that we're going to be using to deal with this store. So now that we have the items, which is going to be storing all the products that we're going to be adding to cart, then we can go ahead and have the decrease QTY. I think I have a wrong spelling right here. So let me correct that and correct that as well. So the decrease QTY is also going to be a function like so, and increase QTY is also going to be a function. And lastly, we're going to have the clear cart items. It's going to be a function as well. And at this point, I think we also do not have a function to actually add an item to cart. We have the items right here. We have a way to decrease the quantity, increase the quantity, and also clear the cart items. But we don't have a way to add item to cart. So what I'm going to do is come right here, and I'm going to have add item, which is going to take an item of type product params and is returning a void. So let's also come right here and have that add item, which is also going to be a function. So now the next thing is to go ahead and flesh out these functions one after the other. We're going to start with the add item right here. And so for the add item, we're going to pass in an item, which is of type product params, like we have here. And then we're going to be using the set to actually add an item to cart. So this set function is going to be having the state, and then we'll open the function body. Remember, the state right here refers to all of the things we have here. So what we can do now is to have a const existing cart item. So we want to check first of all if the item we're trying to add to cart is already in existence. And for us to know that, we can say state.items.find. And so we're trying to loop through the state.items. And then for each of the items, we want to compare the items.id and see if it's same with the item right here that we've passed to the add item function. So find API from JavaScript is going to help us to loop through the state.items and compare each of the items stored in cart to the item that we're trying to add to cart. It's going to compare their IDs and find if that item already exists in cart. And so if there is an existing cart items already, then we want to return an object where we're going to have the items set to the state.items. And so we're going to map through each of the items, and then we're going to make a check to see if the each item.id is triple equals item.id. So we want to check if it is true. That means we're using a ternary operator right here. In the case that the each item.id or that particular item.id matches the item.id that we're trying to add, then we want to spread through the other items. We want to spread the other items. So let's use the spread notation, each item, but then we want to set the quantity to be each item.quantity plus 1. And this should go inside of curly braces, which means that we want to return all the other data of the item, but update the quantity by adding 1 to it. Otherwise, we're just going to return the each item and save. So for the add item function, what we're trying to do is after we pass the item, that is the product that we want to add to cart, we're then using the set API, which is coming from Zustand. But first of all, we want to check if the item is already existing in cart. And so we're having this right here to check if the item is already existing in cart, in which case we just want to update the quantity. In the case that the item does not exist in cart already, we instead want to return items as an array, and then we want to spread all of the cart items existing in state already. So we're going to have state.items, but then we're going to add the item. So we're going to spread the item itself, but then update its quantity to be 1. And that's it. That's what we're going to have for the add item function. And for the decrease quantity, we're also going to be taking the ID, which is of course going to be a string. And then we're going to use set instead to decrease the quantity. So right here, we're taking the state, and then we're returning items as state.items.map, where we loop through each of the items inside of the state and compare the item.id with the ID of that particular product that we're trying to decrease its quantity. And if the ID matches, then we're going to spread the item and update the quantity -1. Otherwise, we're just going to return item. And then we filter as well to make sure that the item.quantity is greater than 0. This is because sometimes when we decrease the quantity in cart, it might get to a negative value, in which case it means that the user wants to delete that item from the cart. And so what we're going to do is just simply remove that item by filtering through. And then for the increased quantity is almost the same thing. We're going to take the ID, which is of type string, and then we're going to use set as well. And right here, we're setting the items to become state.items.map. So we'll map through the items in state and then check the item.id if it's the same with the ID we passed right here. in which case we're going to spread through the item and then update quantity by adding 1 to it. Otherwise, we just return the item if the ID does not match. And for the clear items, we're also going to use the set. And right here, we can just simply return items to become empty array like this because we want to clear the cart items. And if I scroll up a bit, we're having this red line under the persist API. And the reason is because it's expecting 2 arguments, but we just passed 1 to it. And so the persist API takes 2 arguments. The first one is this set function that will pass to it, which has all of the states and the functions to deal with the states. So in this case, it has the items, it has the add item, decrease quantity, increase quantity, clear items, and all of that. Now, the second argument that we're supposed to pass to it is actually an options object. And this options object is going to help us to persist data inside of our application. And in this case, we're going to be persisting the data instead of local storage. And in order for us to do that, we can just come right here and pass an options object with a name, cart storage, like so. And so what this means is that our Zustand state is going to be stored instead of local storage under the name cart storage. This is going to help us to persist the data. So it's more like we're just using local storage, right? But the thing is, when we use Zustand in this way, we're actually able to persist the data, and accessing the data or manipulating the data becomes a little bit easier compared to just directly using the local storage. And I wanted to show us how to use Zustand in this way so that we can take it as an option whenever we're building our e-commerce application. So this is just going to be enough, and then I'm going to save this. So yeah, we have a store, and this is all we need to do. And in the future, if we need to add more functions, we can come right here and add it to the types, the cart store params types, and then come right here and flesh out the function as well. And now I'm going to close the cart store file. And now within the handle add to cart function, we can remove this comment, and then we can call on the cart store.getState, and then we can call on the add item. And we can actually store this instead of const add item. So remember, the add item is a function which helps us to add an item to cart. So in order to utilize it, we can come right here and say add item, and then we can pass it the product right here. And it's that simple. So that means now that when we go back to application and get back to the place where we can add an item to cart, okay, I think there is something wrong with our network. Let me open up the console, and I need to fire up the development server one more time. And now let me refresh the page, and yes, we're back. So that means that as soon as we click on this add to cart button, this product will be added to cart. But let's also give a feedback to the user. So I can say toast.success check cart. And I think this toast is not yet imported. So let's import it from React Hot Toast, and then we can save. So now let's try to click on add to cart button. It gets added. So now it means that when we click on the cart button right here, we should be taken to the cart page. At the moment, we don't have the cart page. So let me start off by closing the page that we have opened that we don't need at the moment, and then go back to the Explorer. And then within the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder that I'm going to call cart. And then within that cart folder, I'm going to create the page.tsx. This is going to be a server component. So let's export this default async function. I'm going to call it cart. And then we're going to return some JSX that says, welcome to cart page, just so we can test things out. So let's save this file. And now we can go to the navigation. So if we go to our components and go to the nav bar, let's find where we have the cart button. So right here, we have the cart button, but instead of making it the button, I'm going to turn this into a link. And then we're going to have the href attributes, which is going to be /cart. And now we can save. And so let's click on the cart icon. Yeah, we get sent to the cart page. So I'm going to close off the nav bar, and then we can flesh out the cart page as well. And to start off, I'm going to remove the welcome to cart page right here and introduce a custom client component, which we're going to create soon. And I'm going to call that cart page, a self-closing client component. So now let's go ahead and create this client component. Go to the Explorer, and then within the components folder, we're going to create a new file cart page.csx. This is going to be a client component, so let's have the use clients directive. Then let's have const cart page be set to a fat arrow function, and then we immediately export this cart page as default, like so. And this cart page is going to look very much like the buy now page. So if we go to the home route and click on a given product and go to buy now, you can see the buy now page has the product details, the price, the quantity, and then we can also adjust the quantity and the prices reflect and all of that. We also have a way to select addresses, and we also display the shipping fee, and we now have a way to pay as well. This is how the cart page is going to look like. So what I'm going to do is right within the cart page, I'm going to return some JSX, the JSX that is going to look just like what we have for the buy now page. And looking at things now, I can see that the buy now page also made use of the addresses. So let's go to the page component right here and fetch the address. So let's await on fetch addresses. And then we're going to store it inside of const addresses. And then we're going to pass it to the cart page as prop. So let's have addresses and then pass the addresses like so. And let's also import the cart page right here. And then within the cart page, you can first of all accept the addresses. And address is going to be of type address params, an array of address params, like so. So now we can just save this one. And then let's go ahead and get all the JSX that we need for the cart page. And like I said, it's going to look very much like the buy now page. I don't want you to watch me do all of that because I think it's boring and all of that. So I'll just get the codes and then we'll step through the codes. And here, this is what we'll have for the cart page. So we've gotten the address, we'll pass it as props. And then we're using the use router from Next Navigation. And right here, we're getting items, decrease QTY and increase QTY coming from our cart store we defined earlier on. So the increased quantity and the decreased quantity are functions that will help us to increase and decrease the quantity for the items stored in the cart. And then we also have the items, which is the items inside of the cart itself. And we have the use drop down, the user addresses, the selected addresses, total cost, and deduced shipping fee states, helping us to keep track of the addresses, the total cost, shipping fee, and selecting of addresses and all of that. And right here, we have instead of use effects, we're trying to set the total cost using the reduce API from JavaScript to loop through all of the items in the carts and get the total cost for all of the items within the cart. And so we do that by saying item.price multiplied by quantity. Of course, the total cost will have to depend on the quantity, right? So if we increase the quantity, then the total cost should also reflect, right? And we're also doing the same thing for the deduced shipping fee. We are looping through the items in the cart. And right here, we'll multiply each item's shipping fee by the item quantity as well. So that's what we're doing. And we're just having a navbar and some bunch of JSX to display the information or the data wants the user to see. So let me save the cart page. And now let me visit the cart route to see what we have right there. So if I go to cart now, you can see this is what we have. And right here, you can see we're having the total and we're having the shipping fee. And if I try to increase quantity, you can see the total cost changes along with the shipping fee. And if I decrease quantity, it reflects as well. And if I try to go down again, you see that this sunny airbag will be removed. That is cool. And we also have this remove button that can help us to remove the item directly. We're yet to implement this one, but we can do that later on. But the important thing now is that we have a cart page with all of the products. So if I go back to the home and then maybe add this product to cart and then get back and add another product to cart and now go to the cart page, you see that we have those products that we just added. And the shipping fee and the total cost also reflects the items that we have in the cart. This is very awesome. And we can click on right here to try to select addresses. But I think we're yet to implement that. So let's have a way for the user to select an address. And if we try to inspect our app by going to the local storage, you can see we have that cart storage right here. And if we click inside of it, we'll see that we have about 3 items. So we're using Zustand in conjunction with local storage to persist our data. Now, the next thing we need to do is to implement the address selection by the user. You can see when we click on the drop icon, nothing happens. So now within the use effect, we can actually check if there is addresses. So the addresses that we just passed, if it exists, then we want to set the user addresses to be the addresses. And we also want to find out if the user has a default address. So we can have const default address, and then we'll look through the addresses using the map function. And for each of the addresses, we're going to return where each of the addresses dot is default is true. And what I need to use here is the filter function, not the map, so that it just gets only that address where the is default is true. And since the filter function returns an array, we're just going to have the first item, and then we can set the selected address to be the default address and save. And now we also need to add some dependencies inside of the dependency array. So let's add the addresses. Yep, so now we're getting the addresses, and we need to implement the icon right here, the drop down icon. So it means that we need to attach an on-click handler for the button right here. So we can have on-click and have a fat arrow function and just set its drop down to the previous value of its drop down and save. So now when we click, they should respond and give us all of the user addresses. And we can also go to a new address. I think we already attached that. Right here, we'll go to the / address route to add a new address if the user needs to add a new address. Yeah, so we have a way for the user to select an address. I can see this one is already selected by default. The Doha drive is the default address of the user. So now let's go ahead and try to show the Pay Now button so that user can pay if an address is already selected. So I'm going to scroll down to where we have the Pay Now. And I can see the Pay Now is already showing, but it's just that the button does not have any style on it. So I'm just going to take away the button and paste this one from the Buy Now page. And you can see the button has an on-click handler that calls a Pay Now function. So now let's copy this Pay Now function and go to the top of our page and then define the const Pay Now. It's going to be a fat arrow function. And for now, we can just say toast.success paid. This toast should be coming from React Hot Toast. So let's import that. And for now, I think we don't need the product param. So let's take that away and we can save. Yep, everything is working perfectly. And we can still increase the quantity, remove items from the cart, increase, decrease, and the shipping fee and the total will reflect adequately. And we can also select the address that we want to select if we don't want the default address. And this is already cool. And now we have the Pay Now button showing perfectly well. So at this point, it means that if we click on Pay Now, we're now calling on the Paystack API, just like we did before, to process all of the payments. And this process is going to look just like what we did before. When we click on Pay Now, we grab all of the payment information, that is all of the items in the cart, and store them somewhere. And then Paystack can begin to run its course and pay and verify. And then we get back to the verified payment page and check the payment that was just made. And if everything was okay, then we can make an order for the payment. And if you look carefully, you can see that this is checkout from a cart. And that means that sometimes, or even most times, we would have multiple items in the cart. And that means that for each of the items we have in that cart, we need to make an order for it. And each order is supposed to have the reference, the payment reference that is associated with it. So right now that we have 2 items and click on Pay Now, we'll process the payment, make the total payment. And then for each of the items that we have, we're going to add the reference, the Paystack reference to it. And the whole process of checking out from cart is going to follow what we had initially from the Buy Now page. So when we click on the Pay Now, we want to grab all of the information of the items in the cart, which I think we already do. It's stored inside of the items state using Zustand. The quantity and everything is being updated as well. So even if I refresh this page, you can see the quantity will still be 1 and 3. So that means we're keeping track of the items that we have in our cart. And so by the time we click on Pay Now, this information is already stored somewhere, and then we can verify the payment. And then after verifying payment, we can now make an order for each of the items that we have in our cart. Currently, when we go to the page where we're verifying the payment, right here, you can see we're making the order. And this order we're making is just for one product. So it means that we need to touch up our code a bit to accommodate the checkout from cart. because the carts could have multiple items. And so we want to make sure that for each of the items that we make an order for it. So how do we do that now? Let's step through things one by one. When we click on Pay Now from the carts page, for now, we're just going to get the toast notification that says Pay. But now we can remove this toast notification and then try to mirror what we have inside of the Buy Now page. So let's go to the Buy Now page and check the Pay Now function for the Buy Now page right here. So you can see we're making a call to the API and then storing some things inside of the storage. So what I'm going to do is just copy this function and adjust things if necessary. Copy and then head over to cart page and replace this current function we have here. And so let's step through things again. Right here, we try to make a fetch request to our /API/payment route, and then we're stringifying the email and the amount. So right here, this shouldn't be product shipping fee any longer. Rather, it's going to be deduced shipping fee multiplied by 100. Email is going to be coming from session.user.email, but now we don't have any session at the moment. So let's get the session. It's coming from use app context right here. So we can say const session will be coming from use app context. Yeah, we stringify that and then await the result.json. If result.status is true, we can stringify some data right here to be used later on after verification. And since we're making a checkout from the cart, our Zustand state already has most of the information we need. So we don't need the product name, the category, the quantity, and even the image. We also don't need the amount, so we can take that away. So for the checkout from carts, we can just stringify the user ID, the user email, and then the full address. And then we go to Paystack result.data.authorization URL. And if there is any error, we deal with it as usual. So let me save this one. And now let's click on Pay Now and see what happens. We get sent to Paystack. So right here is the authorization.url. So it means that we choose success and pay, then we get sent to the verification page. But now comes the issue. If we go to verify pay right here, this verify pay currently is for when we are verifying payments initiated by clicking on the buy now button, not from the cart. So what we're going to do is have a different verify payment page for checkout from the cart. And so what I'm going to do is copy all of the things that we have for the verify pay and then go to the Explorer and create within the components folder a new file and call it verify pay carts like this .tsx, and then paste exactly all the things that we had initially from the verify pay component. That is the first step. Now the second step is that when we go to the carts page and we're trying to make a post request, if we look inside of the /API/payment route, you'd see that we're always going to the verify pay for any payment, whether from the buy now or from the cart. So what we're going to do is try to parse something to the body right here that says source, and the source is going to be a string that says carts. And now let's go to our /API/payment, which is right here, and also destructure the source right here. And since we also had that inside of the buy now page, let's also do that. So let's go to the buy now page within the component and have the source as buy now, like so. So now within the route, we can determine which callback URL to send the user to. Right here, we're still going to the verify pay regardless of whether the checkout is from carts or from the buy now page. So let's go to the Explorer and go to the verify payment right here, go inside the page and then copy all we have and then create a new folder within the app and call it verify payment carts, like so. And so within this one, we're going to have page.tsx and then paste all we had copied just now. This one is going to be verify payment carts, and then I'm going to save. So now we have two routes, the verify payment carts for checkout from the cart and the verify payment for checkout from buy now. So for this verify payment carts, if we go inside the page, instead of returning the verify pay, we're going to have verify pay cart. right here. So let me save this one and let's import this correctly. Oh, we are not exporting it. So let's export it as verify pay cart and save. And this should be verify pay cart like so. Let me take this one away. We don't need it any longer. So again, let me bring us back to what we're doing. Right now we have verify payment and verify payment cart. We'll go to the verify payment route if the checkout is from buy now button, and we'll go to the verify payment cart if the checkout is from the cart. And within the verified payment, we're just having the normal verified pay we had initially. And then for the verified payment cards, we're having the verified pay cards. And so now within the route, when we call the /API/payment, we have to check where the source is from. We're going to have a ternary operator to say if source is equals buy now, then we'll get sent to this localhost /verify payment. Otherwise, we get sent to verify payment cart and save. If the source is buy now, we'll get sent to this route, the verify payment route. Otherwise, we'll get sent to the verify payment cart. So that's what we're doing. And that's why within the cart page right here, we're saying the source is cart. And within the buy now, we're saying that the source is buy now. So now we can save this file, close the route, close the cart page. And now let's see what the verify payment cart looks like. So we can adjust things a little bit more. So we'll go right here, the verify payment cart. And right here, just to make things a little bit different, I'm going to add an H1 that says verifying cart payment, so that we know that we're on the verify payment for the cart. And now we can save. So this is what we're going to have. And now it means that within the use effect, we're going to structure things a little bit differently. So let me first of all remove all the codes that we have within the use effect and remove the router. And for now, we can just return an empty function and save. So now if you go through with this payment by clicking on payment successful, and you can see we get sent to verify payment. We didn't get sent to the verify payment cart. Now what we're going to do is try to debug this together. And in order to start off, I'm going to get back to the root of my application. And then let's go back to cart. We haven't cleared the cart for now. And if we go to the cart page, you can see that when we click on the pay now button, we're trying to call this function, the pay now function right here, in order to make a fetch request to the /API/payment route or API endpoint. And then we're stringifying the email, the amount, and then the source. And we're setting the source to cart since we're checking out from the cart. So now let's see what this /API/payment looks like and see what we're doing right there. So if I go right here to the app and then API, this is the payment route. And here you can see we're calling on the Paystack API, and then we're giving a callback URL right here to say if the source is buy now, then send us to the verify payment route. Otherwise, send us to the verify payment cart route. So what I'm going to do to see if we're actually getting this source is to log it to the console. So when we come right here, I can say console.log and then log the source like so. So let me save and now click on pay now again. And let me open up the console. You can see the initialization result is true and authorization URL is created. And then we're sent to this authorization URL right here. But let's see if we're getting the source logged to the console. So let me scroll up a bit. And I can see that the source is cart right here. And so we're saying that the callback URL should be verify payment cart. So that means when we go ahead to pay, then we should be sent to verify payment cart. Now let's see what happens when we click on success and pay. Payment successful. Oh, nice. And this time we get sent to the verify payment cart. So why did we get sent to the verify payment initially? This route right here. Maybe it's because we didn't save the file or something like that. But the important thing now is that we're being sent to the verify payment cart. This is awesome. So I can close the console. And now I think I have too many files open. So I'm just going to close the ones we don't need, like this route, since we've been able to debug things correctly. And we're right within the verify payment cart, and we're having this verify payment carts component, which is a client's component right here, and we're displaying all of this. So now it means that the next step will now be to actually verify the payment and then send the user to the order page or send the user to the home page. And we can do all of that right within the use effect right here. And so for that, let me further close some files that are opened. So what are we going to have within the use effect? Again, the codes that we're going to have within this use effect is going to be similar to what we have within the verify pay right here. And so what I'm even going to do is come right here and copy all of the codes, the use effect, and then we can adjust things up a bit. So let me close this one and come right here and paste that. And then let's go ahead and modify some of the codes that we need to modify. And we can actually inspect our local storage to see what we have right there. So go to application and we check payment information. You can see we stringified the user ID and the user email and then the full address. And then our cart storage is having the items in our cart, the items that we just checked out. And now looking at things, I think instead of getting this information from the cart storage, because the cart storage has the items in cart and probably the user hasn't paid for them. So we need to instead put it inside of the payment information so that we just use the data stored inside of the payment information by the time we get to the verify pay carts right here. So for that, what I'm going to do is go back to our carts page right here. And right here where we have the json.stringify, we can add the items as well. So I can say items will be items. So we're adding the items to cart instead of the payment information so that we don't have to deal directly with the items we have inside of the cart storage, because it could be that the user has not yet paid for them, right? But if they're within the payment information, then we know that they are the items that we're supposed to buy. And so after implementing this change, what I'm going to do is clear the cart storage so that we can start afresh and clear the payment information as well. And then go to the root of our application and then click on this one, add to cart. And now we can go to our cart. Right here, we can increase the quantity to have 180,000 and 6,000 for the shipping fee. And now by the time I pay now or click on pay now, then all of this will be stored under the payment information right here. So let me click on pay now. And here we're paying 186,000 naira. Choose success and then pay. Payment successful. And then we get redirected back here. And I think I didn't save this file. So let me save that and then try to inspect what we have within the local storage. And I don't think that the items will be included. No, the items is not included because we didn't save the file. So what I'm going to do is one more time, take this one out, delete, delete. Then I'm going to go to the home page. And let me see if I need to save this file as well. Oh, we don't have definition for router. So let me come right here and have const router because use router like so that error disappears. And now we can click on this and add to cart. And then immediately it comes to our cart storage. And now I'm going to visit the cart and then increase the quantity and then pay now. Success and pay 186,000. Payment successful, and then we get sent the verify payment cart. Okay, yeah. Payment verification error because we're yet to do things properly. But now if we get to the local storage, you can see within the payment information, we have the user ID, the full address, the items, and user email. So that means we're going to find a way to use the data stored inside of the payment information to verify the payment and then send the user to the order page or the home page. And for that, let me close the carts page now. And also looking at how things are now, I think we actually should include the amounts instead of the payment information. So I'll have to open up the carts page one more time. And right here where we have the user ID, user email, full address, and items, let's also include the amount to be the total cost multiplied by 100 plus the reduced shipping fee multiplied by 100. And now we can save. Of course, this amount is not reflecting inside of the payment information. So we're going to start the process one more time again. So if we go to the verify pay card, we can first of all compare the amount, the payment info.amount, and compare it with the amount that we're having right here, 186,000 naira divided by 100, definitely, because we're having some extra zeros right here. So we're going to divide by 100. And if there was an error, we're going to give the error to the user and then return. Otherwise, we're going to give success to the user and then we're going to make an order. But this is where we need to make a major change. For this make an order, we need to loop through the items that we bought or that the user paid for. So if I go to inspect and go to local storage and go to the payment information, it means that we need to loop through the items we have right here and then make an order for each of those items. Remember, we're not taking the items from the cart storage, we're taking it rather from the payment information. So now what I'm going to do is within the make order function, I'm going to take all of this away. So we're going to have for const each item of payment info dot items. Then I want to create the order item. This should be order item. And after creating the order item, we want to await create order. And this create order is coming from our utils actions slash order.actions file. And right here, we can just pass the order item. So what we're doing is that for each of the items we have instead of the payment info.items, we want to get the order item and then use that to create the order and store inside of our database. And now we can save. And we're still getting the payment verification error. Yeah. But when we try this out again, we should get success instead. And let me deal with this router because we don't need router for now. And we don't need the use router and the product params. And we can also have a link right here that'll be coming from next link to take the user to the orders page. So we're going to have slash orders like so. And this link can say, go to the home page. So let's click on this link to go to the orders. Right here, instead of orders, I said home page. Let me change that to go to orders like so and save. And let's check our Paystack dashboard. Currently, we just have about 4 orders. So that means when we go to the orders page, we're going to see 4 orders. So now let's go to the home page and try to check out again from our carts. And to start out, I'm going to add some products to the carts. So let me add this Venus watch. I think we still have some products in the carts, but I'm going to add this one and then go to the cart. And here we have these products currently available. And then I'm going to click on pay now. And we're going to choose success and pay this amount. Payment successful. And we're still getting the payment verification error. So let's see why that is so. There must be some mismatch between the data we have right here. So that's why we're getting the payment verification error. So in order to debug that, I'm going to open up the developer console on the browser and go to application and go to payment information. So the payment info that amount is okay. I think right here, we're not supposed to divide this amount by 100 anymore. So I'm going to take this one out and save. And this time we get the payment verified successfully. That's very cool. And so that means now that order should have been created because we only create the order if the verification was successful, and then we'll make the orders right here. So if we go to our Paystack dashboard, we should have more orders added right here. Yes, we have them added. And that means if we go to the orders as well, look at that, all of the orders that we just made. But I think some of the products were added twice. I don't know why that is so. So what I'm going to do is go back to the Paystack dashboard and delete all of the orders we have. Yes, deleted successfully. And then I'm going to go right here and go to the home page and go to the cart. Now we just have this in the cart. I'm going to increase this one to 2. Pay, success, payment successful. Yes, payment verified successfully. So now let's go to the Paystack dashboard to see we're supposed to have only 2 orders right here. So we can refresh this page. we get 2 orders only. So we probably got a lot of orders because we've been making some text and all of that. So when we go to orders, now we just have 2 orders. This is awesome. So it means that we've been able to flesh out the add to cart functionality and also be able to verify payment made from the cart and also create the orders for the products checked out from cart. This is awesome. And so now is the time to push our application to Vercel so that anyone, anywhere in the world will be able to have access to our application. But in order to start out, I'm going to make some changes inside of our code. So if we go to the search button right here, we need to replace this localhost with an environment variable so that when we publish our application on Vercel, that environment variable will be taken instead. Because right now we're just using localhost because we're working on our local machine. But when we publish our application on Vercel, it would no longer be our local machine. So we need to make that change. So in order to start out, I'm going to go to the Explorer and find the .env file right here. And right here, I'm going to create an environment variable called next public site URL. And for now, I'm just going to have it as localhost port 3000 and save. Now let's go to those files where we have the localhost hard coded. And I'm going to start out with the routes right here. And maybe I should maximize this window a bit. So right here, I can remove this one and use the backtick instead. So we're going to use the template literal to say process.env.next public site URL instead. And I think Copilot changes to buy now. And we're also going to do the same thing right here. And this is supposed to be verify payment cards like so. And then within the verify payments right here, we're going to have process.env.next public site URL /API/verify payment /reference. And then lastly, within this one, we're going to have the same thing, process.env.next public site URL /API/verify payment /reference. And now we can save and save this one as well. So let's minimize the window one more time. And then maybe I can try to test things all over again to make sure that everything works properly. And I can try to click on this product, try to buy now, pay now, and success. Payment successful and payment verified successfully. So everything is still working as expected. This is cool. Now the next thing to do is to go to the source control right here and commit all of our changes. So right here, I'm going to say done with e-commerce application and then just commit. And at the end of the day, I'm going to push everything to the main branch so that we can have access to the codes right there. So I'm going to commit. Yes, stage all the commits and sync changes. Nice. So we've been able to commit all our codes. Now, the next thing to do is to close off the files that are opened currently on our VS Codes so that we can have something clean to look at. And now we can go to vercel.com. And then I'm going to maximize this window a bit. And this is my Vercel dashboard right here. And in case you don't have an account with Vercel, it's super simple. You can go ahead, create a new account and sign in. And once you sign in, you'll be able to see a page just like this. And you may not have any project currently. So in order to add a new project, just like the one we've been working on, you can click on this add new button right here and click on project. And then Vercel will prompt you to import one of your projects from GitHub. And that's why we had to commit all of our projects on GitHub before coming right to Vercel. So right here is the LDIC store repository that we've been working on. So I'm just going to click on import. And I think by now you get it. In order to publish your project on Vercel, you need to commit your project to GitHub, and then Vercel will take that project from GitHub and publish it for you. And before you're able to do that, you need to connect your GitHub account to Vercel. You will receive a prompt to do all of that. At this point in time, Vercel did not prompt me to provide my GitHub account because I've already done that before. But in your case, you'd be required to do all of that. So go ahead and do that, and then select the GitHub repository that you wish to publish, and then just go ahead and deploy. But before I deploy, I need to provide some environment variables right here. So what I'm going to do is click on the environment variables and then head back to the VS Code and go to the .env file and copy all of the environment variables that we have, and then come right here and click on Command V if you're working on Mac. And Vercel is so nice. It's going to select all of those environment variables and key them in correctly for you. You're going to have the key and you're going to have the value. So you can see we have the next public site URL. We have the next public currency. We have the next public Supabase unknown key, next public Supabase URL, and so on and so forth. And if we scroll up a bit, we'll see that Vercel will be taking the code from our main branch. And so let's make sure that the main branch of the GitHub repository has all of the codes that we've been working on. So what I'm going to do is visit GitHub at github.com, and I'm going to sign in. And right here, I'm going to the LDIC store repository. Let me go to the authentication branch. Yeah, same thing. But right now you can see that this branch is one commit ahead of main. So let's click on here to make sure that we merge or create a pull request. So I'm going to create a pull request and just click on create pull request. Yes, confirm merge. And yes, everything has been merged. So we can go ahead right back on Vercel and click on deploy to deploy this application. Deploy. And this is going to take a bit of time to scan through our codes and then get our application published. So let's give it some time. And I think we didn't deploy successfully, and we have some errors here. And the error is saying cookies was called outside a request scope. And I think this error has to do with how and where we call our Supabase functions. So this error is probably due to the fact that we're calling our Supabase function outside of a function. That's what this error usually means. So let's go back to our VS Code right here, and let me see where it's getting this error. And I think it's at the roots of our application right here. So let's visit the roots of our application on VS Code and see what we have. So I'm going to the app and then going to the page right here. And this is our function. And I can see we are waiting this fetch products function, which is a server function. And we definitely made use of the Supabase function or the Supabase create client right here. And so what's happening is that this function call should go inside of the function we have right here. So I'm going to take this one out, and then I'm going to paste it within the function like so and save. This right here must have caused the error. And so now that I've saved, I have to commit this one more time. So I'm going to say corrected Supabase call and commit. Yes, stage all of them and commit, and then sync with the remote repository. And from what I'm seeing right here, we're syncing it inside of the authentication branch right here. So we have two branches for this repository, the authentication branch and the main branch. And remember, Vercel makes use of the main branch when deploying our application. You can see this is the main branch. So it means that we should push this recent commit to the main branch as well. So in order to do that, let's go to the GitHub right here and go to the authentication branch. This has two commits ahead of main. So create a pull request and merge everything. And right here, we can add a description that says corrected Supabase call like so, and then click on create pull request and confirm merge. And here, that's it. So now we can go back to our Vercel. All right, now let's try to redeploy the application one more time. We'll give it some time to deploy completely. And this time we'll get congratulations. You just deployed a new project to Dominic Ebere's project. Although we're having this funny internal server error, but I think we can fix that. Let's go to home right here, refresh this page. And here is our recently deployed application. Click into that. So let's try to visit this project by clicking on this link. I think we can go ahead and check the logs to see why we're having this internal server error. So let's click on logs right here. And here you can see it says your project's URL and key are required to create a Supabase client. Check your Supabase project's API settings to find these values. So what this is saying is that it cannot find our Supabase project's API and settings and all of that. That's why we're having the error, but that's fine. We're going to be able to fix that. And for that, we can check our environment variable inside of Vercel to see if it has a Supabase project URL and all of that. So let's go to deployment, and then let's go to home. And then right for this project, I'm going to settings, and then let's find environment or the environment variables. So you can see right here, it says no environment variables added. All right, so what I'm going to do is go right here and go to our env file and copy all of the environment variables we have. And then I'm going to click on add environment variable and then paste all of them. So now it's going to get the Supabase URL, Supabase unknown key, next public currency, next public site URL. But this time we shouldn't have it as this local host. So instead we can have it as https ldxstore.vercel.app. And this public site URL is the URL of the currently deployed application. So I'm just going to save that now. And we've added that correctly. So now we can go back to deployments, and then we can try to redeploy this application now that we've added the environment variables. And now it's building. So let's give it some time to finish the build. And yes, our project is live. You can see we no longer get the internal server error. Rather, we'll get a beautiful display of our project's homepage right here. And right now, we can click on the ldxstore.vercel.app link to view our project live. And that means anyone, anywhere in the world will be able to view our application on this address, ldxstore.vercel.app. And look at that, our project is functioning properly. We can view product, we can try to add product to cart, we can buy now, and so on and so forth. So then, my friends, that's all for this tutorial. Right now, we just have about 5 products for this e-commerce application. So there is no need to implement the search functionality, but you can go ahead and try it out. And if you also want me to implement the search functionality for an e-commerce project, let me know in the comment section below and we'll jump right on it. If you followed me thus far in this tutorial, congratulations, because now we've learned a whole lot of things about how to build an e-commerce web application. You've also learned how to deploy your application on Vercel, and we even took a sneak peek into how to view logs and look at the error in your logs and log statement and all of that. Right here, you can see all the log statements for your application and look at any error that has been logged right here. And you can look at different deployments right here. You can have access to links for your project. And if you want to view the project settings or deployment settings and all of that, you can do so right from the home page, where you can click right here and go to settings or manage domains, view logs, and all of that. And in the future tutorial, I'm going to do more projects to show you how to manage your project on Vercel. So if you want to see such a tutorial, let me know in the comment box below. And if you want to see me do more projects with Supabase or with Paystack or with even React Native, just let me in the comment section below and we'll step right on it. So congratulations again for reaching thus far in this tutorial, and see you in the next one.